followed. New York Bred Showcase Day kicks off this unforgettable week of action, highlighting the Empire State's best. Then the heat turns up. Kentucky Oaks winner Good Cheer has been untouchable. She puts her perfect record on the line in Friday's Acorn. Fierceness scorched the track in his return. Now the Travers champ takes aim at the Met Mile, where legends are made. And in a showdown fitting for the final leg of the Triple Crown, Sovereignty, Journalism, the Derby and Preakness winners, in a rematch from their 1-2 finish on the first Saturday in May, in a race that just may crown a champion. The stakes are sky high, the stage sacred. It's Belmont at Saratoga on Fox.
Welcome, everyone. What a sight. Great to be back at historic Saratoga Racecourse for the encore from last summer's sensational week of racing here in upstate New York while Belmont Park undergoes reconstruction. 6 stakes on New York Showcase Day to begin one of the best weeks of racing there is in this sport. And we'll kick things off with a Grade 1 as well over the jumps. We'll get to that in just a moment. I'm Greg Wolf. Great to be with you here. Always special when we come to one of the most iconic venues in all of sports here at Saratoga. The reason we are here, of course, the Belmont Stakes on Saturday, third and final leg of the Triple Crown. And even though no Triple Crown on the line this year, one of the more highly anticipated Belmonts because of the rematch that will take place with the Kentucky Derby and Preakness winners going head-to-head for the first time since that 1-2 finish back on the first Saturday in May. Sovereignty, Journalism, the two standouts. Baeza, interesting as well, and a great supporting cast. We'll talk plenty about this race and all the stars that will be coming out over this week throughout the days leading up to the Belmont. With me, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, Joe Clancy of Saratoga Special fame. Great to see you both. Always just tremendous to be back at this site.
No time in Saratoga is a bad time, and I feel like this is sort of Royal Saratoga, except you don't have to wear a silly outfit. An incredible week of racing with stake races galore throughout the week, and going to see a lot of good horses, and that's just leading up to the Belmont Stakes, which is going to be a terrific race.
Oh, really cool, too. Walking around the backside, seeing those horses this week, you know, Sovereignty, Journalism. Baeza went by me the other day, and I was like, whoa, who's that? You know, and
do you think he said who's that?
Yeah, no, I'm sure he didn't at all. He kept
fan.
right on looking.
And it feels like, you know, both these two, the Derby and Preakness winner, coming into this race maybe even better than they've been at any point so far. And that's tough to say when you're running for Journalism all 3 legs of the Triple Crown.
No, I agree. And I think there's a lot of credit to Eclipse Thoroughbreds as well as Michael McCarthy that they went into this Triple Crown thinking we have a very good chance to win the Triple Crown. So we have to make sure that we've prepared our horse to run in 3 races in 5 weeks. And even though he didn't win the Derby, they've continued with that plan. And racing benefits from us. Racing benefits from the best horses running in the biggest races.
Oh, for sure. I like how they kind of let the horse tell him, even though they were doing everything to kind of get him there. I mean, even at Pimlico after he won, Michael McCarthy was like, well, we're going to obviously let him decide. And then he sends him here, and I still felt like he was going to let him decide, you know. And then the horse, you saw him, people saw him train. They're making the right decision. You know, I don't think they're pushing the horse into anything. And it's great to see the rematch.
Well, let's start with the Kentucky Derby winner, Sovereignty. Bill Mott getting one in the moment. Obviously, that win via DQ with Country House. And you can look at it a couple of ways. It's grueling to run in all 3 legs of the Triple Crown. We'll get to Journalism in a moment. But what about a horse shown his talent, obviously, in that Derby win and now getting a little bit of time to freshen up?
You know, handicappers look at things differently, and I'm sure there's people out there that think I prefer Sovereignty because he's had more time off. I don't think about racing really that way. And the way Journalism trains and the way he's going, I expect a big performance. As far as Sovereignty, this is a harder race for him because when you're a deep closer, and he does have the ability to close into races that don't have super hot paces, but the Kentucky Derby is your race because you get a big field, you get a fast, contentious pace, and that really played into Sovereignty's hands, and it's not clear with a horse like Baeza, and as well as Journalism that can be close to the pace. They're less pace dependent than this guy.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be that'll tell it to me. And strategy-wise, the Derby played played into his hands for sure. And you see the first, like Michael McCarthy talks about the first, a couple hundred yards of the Derby. He wishes it was a little different, and he might have been had a better result, and so here in a smaller field, that kind of goes out the window, I think, at least the possibility of it becomes less.
Meanwhile, for journalism, so much talk about what an incredible performance. Sort of think back to a Fleet Alex and that trouble he had back in the 2005 Preakness, just bullying his way through horses to get that win and run down Gosger in that incredible performance. And you run in all three legs of the Triple Crown. Sometimes that final 16th of a mile can get you. He doesn't have to go a mile and a half this year in the Belmont.
No, listen, and I think he also answered a very important question, and it often comes up, especially when you're talking about the best horses. Are they able to overcome adversity? There are sometimes horses where you see them get good trips, and they get it done, and they get a little adversity and a little bit of sand kicked in their face, and they wilt. This guy can overcome adversity, as he has shown a couple of times, particularly in Maryland.
Yeah, that Preakness, I was sort of standing at ground level just past the wire, and you sort of had a view of the big screen, and early in the stretch, you're like, well, he's not going to get there. And then at the end, he comes flying by where I was. I'm probably, again, 20 feet, 30 feet past the wire, and you're like, he got there. How did he do that? Or like those last 15 strides he took were just sensational. It looked like a greyhound kind of stride. It was amazing.
I was watching it at home, and when he got into that jackpot, I just put my head down and went, oh, gosh. Best horse isn't going to win today. Amazing performance.
And as this place will do for so many horses, Michael McCarthy says since he came to Saratoga, journalism, he's re-energized a little bit.
No, and I think he's had a great plan. I mean, everything that Michael has done and his staff have done have been designed to get him to this place, and so far they have made absolutely no mistakes, and neither has journalism.
No, it's fun to watch.
We're going to kick off this week of incredible action with a grade 1 over the jumps. 2 3/8 of a mile. Beverly Steinman hurdle handicap. $150,000 purse. And big questions with Carloon for trainer Kerry Bryan, who really just did not seem to be himself last time out, Joe.
No, he's a front runner for sure, and that last race was just terrible. And she said it, everybody said it. I think it's a little trickier here today. 2 3/8. He's up there to be played with too.
Awakened went by rider change, which we'll get to in a moment. Here's Auction Kingdom.
Auction Kingdom's a little bit of a long shot, but is in form at his level this year.
9-2, Evie's Prince.
I kind of like him a little bit. He was going to be second in that last race. He made a little bit of a mistake and lost a jockey at the last fence. He wasn't going to win, but he was going to be second, which would look a lot better on paper.
That's a little mistake.
Hall of Famer Jack Fisher with a couple in here, including Proven Innocent.
Yeah, and I that's who I landed on, mostly because this race seems like a crapshoot to me. I couldn't really come up with anything. Got back class, gets a decent rider change, and I think he's live at a price.
Can Little Trilby put any pressure on Carloon?
Yeah, his best races are up front. Can he run with Carloon? And then it's who's jumping can handle it, basically, while they're up there together.
And Sultan Perji on the outside as you look at Little Trilby. 11-1 on the 7. It was coming off a victory last start.
Yeah, and I like that. He comes in off a win, which and a recent win. I think that helps coming to Saratoga, coming to any racetrack for him. He's in pretty good form, steps up a little bit in class.
If the real Carloon shows up in this race, does anyone stand a chance?
I don't. It's hard to know what the real Carloon is. I think the real Carloon is better at a shorter trip and at some of our meets where a front runner can hide a little bit, can get a breather here and there. And there's no breather here. It's 2 3/8. His best races last fall were 2 1/8 on a hilly kind of course with little twists and turns and things like that that would play into his favor.
And we should go back quickly right there. The rider change here on Awakened. Why is Connor Tierney aboard here?
Yeah, Graham Waters, who's Jack Fisher's top call jockey, he and his wife Rosie had a baby this morning. So that's an excused absence for any jockey, I think.
Nerve of them.
Congratulations to the family.
And yeah, grade 1 winner here. People will recognize him pedigree-wise, his jump form-wise. Just been off for a year. He's making his first start since this race last year, which had to move to Aqueduct because of the rain.
Long time away, but this is the one Kerry Bryan, who trains Carloon, was worried about with his back class. Let's check in with Acacia Clement for more.
And Greg, I'm very happy to be joined by Bill Gallo, the Director of Racing for the National Steeplechase Association. And Bill, first of all, we are thrilled that it is lovely weather for you all today, but this is really a great way to kick off the season of jumps racing here in New York.
We're really excited about it. First race of the meet. It's named after a very special woman, Beverly R. Steinman, and we're so proud of her. And she couldn't be here today, but she's going to make it up for the regular meet, and she's watching on TV right now.
Well, we're thrilled to hear that. Many might know her as Peggy Steinman. We always see her around the track so often as well. And can you talk a little bit about just her contributions to the sport and why it's special to have a race named after her?
An enormous contribution, particularly to steeplechase racing. She kind of represents what steeplechase racing in America is, and she has a fondness for Saratoga. NYRA management has been incredible about naming the race after her, and once again, it's just a thrill of a lifetime for her.
As we said, a great way to kick things off today, but what are some of the other big races that we can look forward to throughout the rest of the summer here?
Well, we have mainly stakes races up here, the A.P. Smithwick and the Jonathan Shepard, and then we go down to Aqueduct for the Lonesome Glory. Those are all Grade 1 races, really pivotal races on our racing schedule. So it's just something that's special. Being in Saratoga is special. Our horsemen, they point to Saratoga, so and we only send our very best horses and our best riders up here. So it's hopefully we put on a good show.
I'm sure they will. Thanks for the time, Phil.
Thank you very much, Keisha.
Greg?
Acacia, thank you. We look forward to it as we're set for post time here coming up in this Beverly Steinman Hurdle Grade 1 ahead. Favoritism, Carloon.
This is our new starter, by the way. First chance to get to start a jump race.
Scott Jordan, yeah.
Did anybody warn him when we hired him?
Announced back on May 12th. He joins New York Racing Association from Churchill Downs, where he's been the head starter since 2006, so plenty of experience.
Yeah, I hope this was in the job description. I'm sure somebody explained it a little bit. But, again, no gate in jump racing. The last thing we want is a blazing fast start. And that was sort of a false start. He didn't think they were lined up properly, and they called him back.
Yeah, I think we told him after he signed his contract.
Beverly R. Steinman as we kick off the Belmont Stakes Festival at Saratoga Racecourse. And it is Carloon over the first jump, and Carloon takes command at once. Little Trilby is 3 lengths back in second. Then it's Sultan Pirgi, who's by himself, already 8 lengths off of Carloon. Carloon, with the pedal to the metal early, has opened up a 5-length lead on Little Trilby second. And then it's Sultan Pirgi, who's third, some 15 lengths back already. And then comes Auction Kingdom, who is right on the inside of Evie's Prince. Evie's Prince is followed a length and a half back by the 2 trailers, Awakened and Proven Innocent. Paddy O'Hanlon has Carloon. Carloon clear by 8 lengths by the stands the first time. It's all Carloon at this stage, with an expanding margin, sprinting to a double-digit advantage. And then Little Trilby is waiting patiently, goes very nicely over that jump, as do the others, followed by Sultan Pirgi, who is just ahead of the next group. Awakened and Evie's Prince are side by side at the back of the field. Our Auction Kingdom, who is just in front of Proven Innocent. No turning back for Carloon. Carloon more than 15 lengths clear. Making it on to the backstretch. Carloon just galloping along at a very quick tempo. Continues on this aggressive journey and jumps over very nicely with that huge advantage. Little Trilby maintaining a clear-cut second spot well in front of Sultan Pirgi, who is followed by Awakened. Evie's Prince is next, Auction Kingdom, and Proven Innocent. And so we have number 1, Carloon, out of it now. Carloon is out of the race. It's Little Trilby. Little Trilby has a 4-length lead. Sultan Pirgi is in second, followed by Evie's Prince and Awakened. Little Trilby is the leader. Little Trilby will come into the stretch with a 3-length lead. Sultan Pirgi is now in second. They are followed by Awakened, who is right on the inside of Evie's Prince. Evie's Prince inching forward now into that third spot. The gray Proven Innocent is next, and on the outside of Auction Kingdom. So it's a compact group behind Little Trilby. Little Trilby with a 3-length lead as Carloon out of the race. We're in the Beverly R. Steinman Grade 1 event at Saratoga Racecourse. Little Trilby galloping very nicely with Sultan Pirgi a joint second, Evie's Prince. Those two side by side, and the whole field gets over that hurdle very nicely. They are followed by Awakened, who's inching into contention in between rivals. Losing ground now, Sultan Pirji is dropping back steadily. Passed now by Proven Innocent, leaving Auction Kingdom at the back of the field. Little Trilby with a 3-length lead over Evie's Prince. Now it's up to 4. Awakened races in third. Awakened is now some 7 or 8 lengths off the lead as Little Trilby is trying to separate and doing just that. Little Trilby opens up, has an 8-length lead now. Evie's Prince in second, followed by Awakened third. And then it's Proven Innocent, followed by Sultan Pirji, who is right next to Auction Kingdom. Little Trilby is the target into the far turn. A 3-length advantage. Down on the inside, Awakened has been traveling well throughout and is right next to Evie's Prince, and those two swarm in on and take over as they reach the top of the stretch. And it is Awakened, the new leader, as Little Trilby has surrendered. Awakened is just in front. Looming large, Proven Innocent, ranging up on the outside of Evie's Prince. It is Awakened and Evie's Prince, shoulder to shoulder, a clear path on the outside for Proven Innocent in the final drive. 3 of them line up coming for home. Here's Proven Innocent on the outside of Evie's Prince. Proven Innocent takes the lead in the final stages, and Proven Innocent with Freddie Proctor has won the Beverly R. Steinman. Evie's Prince was second. Awakened a courageous third, well clear of Sultan Pirji.
Proven Innocent Hall of Fame trainer Jack Fisher, Freddie Proctor,
I need a raise.
with the upset win here in the Grade 1 Beverly Steinman.
Yeah, and Cole, sorry, I got a tout, right? Cold
You're going to be
trifecta.
unbearable.
Come on,
the rest
cold
of the meet
trifecta.
here.
I'm done. I'm not doing any more shows.
Guys,
you
1-0
gotta
for
find
the meet.
Wore him down. I mean, the race is 2 3/8. He won a similar race at Aqueduct. He caught the Mean Queen in like the last jump, and that's what he wants to do. Former Shug McGahee horse on the flat, got some great pedigree behind him, and he needed it all. He needed every inch of the 2 3/8 strip to get there.
And yeah, it became a 3-horse race down the stretch here. We'll get back to the incident with Carloon in a moment, but great resolve shown here by Proven Innocent to get this win.
He is Norumbega's brother, half-brother to Norumbeга Ironicus.
The well-known
Norumbeга.
Ironicus.
Ironicus.
Claiborne Farm.
Minister's Joy, a few
Very good
others
horse.
out there, which is kind of cool.
Stuart Janney bred.
American bred horse, digging in, do what he wants to do, and again, he needed the whole trip, right?
He looked like he wanted to hang a little bit in mid-stretch because he kind of looked like he was a cinch, and then he took a long time getting the horse inside of him in an exciting finish.
Yeah, we say it a lot. The steeplechasers that come off the flat, they lose some of their top-end speed or closing kick because you train them to go longer. So naturally, coming out of a mile and a half, longest race they've ever run, you stretch them to 2, they lose some of that burst, but they can grind away like that.
Oh, he's been a dominant force in the jumps for over 20 years. Acacia standing by with a Hall of Famer.
That's right, Jack Fisher joining me here. Is Proven Innocent gets the win. Boy, they made it exciting down to the wire after a race at this distance.
Screaming for Awakened, and then he was done. So I was like, all right, come on, Proven, come on, Proven. So
For a horse that many might remember running over the flat races here as well.
exactly, bought him from Stuart Janney, and bought 2 of them. One we got rid of, one was no good, and he's won here before.
Talk a little bit about the performance today. Big effort, and I know winning a Grade 1 with these races in Saratoga is special.
Well, Grab Waters is supposed to be able to Awaken. He had a baby last night, so he didn't make it. So Connor, luckily, came up for this horse. It was up here for Grab. So good pickup ride.
Certainly was, and Freddie Proctor aboard the winner. Congratulations to Graham and his family. Congratulations to you and your team.
Thank you.
Greg?
Proven Innocent 5th win over the jumps, and obviously a huge one here. Grade 1 victory to kick off this week of action here at Saratoga.
A nice pick by you, Joe.
Yeah, and he'd been running in races, that he maybe wasn't quite getting it done, a little longer. I think he's better at the racetrack. Some of the Dylan McDonough, the last 2 rides, Whitney Schweitzer, the rider before, both are apprentice jockeys that work for Jack Fisher. Kind of went to a more experienced guy here. And again, I think back to the racetrack. Our courses can be so different. There are hills. There's a little bit. Some are right-handed. A little bit of everything. He's won here before. He's won at Aqueduct. He's that kind of horse.
And with Carloon, who we saw open up to that huge lead with Patty O'Hanlon, dumped the rider, and luckily everything appeared to be okay.
Yeah, by what we saw there, he looked like he got up. Jockey and horse both got up. It's jump racing. It happens. Nobody's comfortable with it. They school him, do as much as they can. I think he probably got a little lonely in front. That's his style. He's really not that experienced of a horse. When you look, Proven Innocence been running over jumps since 2022. Carloon's a little new at it, and I think his jumping would have been a question mark coming in, and probably got a little too free, going a little too fast, misjudged a little bit, but luckily seems fine, jumped up right away.
Great to have you on. Wish we could have you for more, but we'll see you a lot more this summer.
And this is horseracing.com, by the way, for all the information on Saratoga Special. We love everything you guys do for us. So
thanks. Yeah,
great
we got
part of Saratoga.
4 editions this week. First one will be tomorrow, and we'll cover everything through the weekend.
Yeah, including you can catch great tribute to the late Christophe Clement. We'll have more on that story. His son Miguel, of course, will be sending out his first starter a little bit later on today's card. Still to come as well, Sterling Silver as we kick off New York Showcase Day. The Millionaire for the Derby winning connections, Bill Mott Jr. Alvarado. That's coming up at the Critical Eye. Stay tuned.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
Good to have you with us on our Fox Sports 2 coverage right across the street from this historic venue, Racing's Hall of Fame. You can play all the action by getting signed up right there at NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the Belmont Stakes on Saturday afternoon, 7:04 Eastern. Start time, that's when the gates open for the third and final leg of the Triple Crown. Kick off the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival with a share of $10,000. Pick all 6 winners of the New York Bred Stakes today. Easy, right? And claim your share of $10,000. Opt in now at NYRABets.com.
Sounds easy.
Nothing to it. We kick off this week with a win from Hall of Fame trainer Jack Fisher. Proven Innocent Freddie Proctor aboard.
And a nice pick by Joe Clancy. He picks a winner and he leaves. That's the way to do it.
Mic
drop.
Yep.
Get off the stage. You're under a lot of pressure, Paulie. That seat has been hot, so try not to screw it
Yeah,
up.
four-time Major League All-Star Paul Lo Duca joining us on set now for the duration, the rest of our early show here. Good to see you at Saratoga.
Oh, man, it's so exciting. See everybody come in here. I mean, already I am a little bit verklempt. But, yeah, I mean, listen, when I walked in already today, there's just an excitement. Everybody's asking you for your best picks. Who do you like, this and that. And they're also asking me how you doing with the Mets and if you could still come back and catch. I said, no, I need a shoulder and 2 knees. But I'm so excited. And I think that this day gets underestimated compared to the other days.
Paul, Linda, Richmond, LaDuca. Verklempt.
Yeah. It's strange. Only Saratoga can do this. Everyone from our PAs to our directors, producers, executives, on-air talent, everyone's smiling and in a good mood.
Saratoga is a magical town. It really
Saratoga
is.
can do that.
I've spent a lot of my life in Saratoga. I come up quite a bit during the year, but there's just nothing like being back here in Saratoga and reminds us of all the things we love about horse racing and so many people that love horse racing as well.
You hit the nail on the head, I thought, with a very good tweet saying, like, it's still Christmas every time the Saratoga card come out. And he's 100% right. It still feels like that. I was so pumped to come here today and look at this card.
This is horse racing heaven. We get into it now with 6 stakes to come. New York Showcase Day officially getting underway with race 2 in the Mike Lee. Commentator, Bowery, Kingston, Critical Eye, Mount Vernon, all ahead on a program to kick off this week and highlight the New York breeding program. Very excited about it. And with more on what this day means, let's go to Acacia.
And days like these are so important for state-bred programs, Greg, and we've seen a true investment in the New York breeding program over the last couple of years as well, including next year horses will have the opportunity to run in New York bred maiden races for the same amount of purse as open maiden races. And these kinds of stakes days are a great opportunity to not only highlight the class and the quality and the talent of New York breds, but also to highlight the strong breeding programs that we do have here in New York. It's the support of good mares, of good stallions, and terrific men and women who work so hard to elevate the breed in this state. And we've seen how New York breds, think about Tiz the Law just a couple of years ago, Spirit of St. Louis, who's going to be a contender in the Grade 1 Manhattan this weekend, New York breds who have been effective against open company as well. But today is really their day to shine. It's a great opportunity for the owners, for the horses themselves, and especially for the breeders, Greg.
Well, a day to celebrate the New York bred program, and we'll show you why. We say it all the time, but it pays to be a New York bred. These New York breds compete on the highest level all across the world with tremendous success. Later to come this afternoon, the commentator named after the 2-time Whitney winner.
He was the fastest New York bred. There have been many, many great New York breds over the years. None of them were faster than commentator on his best day. And his Whitney win over eventual horse of the year St. Liam remains a highlight in an incredible career.
And one of the big questions in this race, where have you been? Drake's Passage, we'll get to him in a moment, but Bank Frenzy, Lock and Key, they met in the Haynes Field. And obviously Bank Frenzy was in terrific form at this point. This was his 4th win in a row.
And I don't want to hold his last race against him. May 4th was a very heavily biased track towards inside speed, and Bank Frenzy was way against it in that race, so I wouldn't hold his last race against him. I think one of the questions with him, Paulie, and while he's run well enough at a 1 1/8 before, is he a better one-turn miler?
Yeah, you make a good point. He is 1 for 2 here at Saratoga with the 2nd, and the distance too as well. So, but there's got to be a reason. There's not a lot of New York breds that go 1 1/8 or not, but he seems like he's a better one-turn miler. Hasn't sealed the deal where Mama's Gold's gotten the best of him at 1 1/8, but he's definitely a handy horse.
Meanwhile, Drake's Passage, he had some issues, tender feet. Both, I believe, front shoes had actually come off on a wet track here at Saratoga last summer and was dealing with some foot issues as a result of that. Looking at his latest work, we might see the old Drake's Passage back today.
I've picked him on top in here, and I think as the potential third choice, he will offer at least reasonable value in that race. He's a horse, when he runs his best race, he can get it done. Now, he's not the speed, but I think Luis Saez will look to be aggressive with him. Mama's Gold on the inside, a 1.125 specialist, much like Drake's Passage, will be able to set the pace in here. But I think with Drake's Passage, he could be close enough, and I'm hoping we see the good Drake's Passage. I think his return race, a better race than it looks. He, too, was compromised by the bias last time out.
And a race that Miguel Clement said he was not 100% fit for, and they sort of used it as a race to tighten him up for this.
Well, I think the reason why the horse is in this race, you can look at this horse's works are monstrous in the morning. So I think that tells you that the horse is doing unbelievable, especially being bullet drill type works for a horse that's kind of a mile or a mile and 1/8. You usually see those from sprinters. So obviously this horse is doing very well. I'm with Andy. I like Drake's Passage in this spot. And, you know, what's going to give between Mama's Gold? You know, I'm with Andy. I think Drake's Passage can lay off Mama's Gold and still go by.
Yeah, Drake, but Mama's Gold is going to be very dangerous on the front end. He's the one horse in this race that's run very fast races going the 1.125 mile distance.
That's race 4. Again, one of 6 stakes on New York Showcase Day here. We're going to kick things off with a stakes race. Major change in this one with the scratch of Moplex, who was the morning line favorite. As you take a look at the field that remains, 6 will run. Prince Valiant, 6-5 choice right now with more on the Moplex situation. Let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, unfortunate situation that Moplex did have to be scratched in here for trainer Jeremiah Engelhart earlier this week in Jeremiah's barn off the annex, off the Oklahoma training track in barn 85. There was a positive case of strangles, which is an upper respiratory condition. It's highly contagious, certainly not life-threatening, but as a result, barn 85 was placed under a 14-day quarantine. That did affect Jeremiah Engelhart, and it also affected trainer Jorge Abreu, who had some 2-year-olds in that barn, though his primary horses are in the barn next door. So largely his runners this week not affected, but unfortunately for Jeremiah, one of his stable stars in Moplex scratched as a result of that quarantine, Greg.
Acacia with him out. This one right here, Prince Valiant becomes a 6-5 favorite, trying to win a 4th in a row for Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletchers. He kicks off what could be a huge week, including eyeing a 5th victory in the Belmont Stakes on Saturday afternoon. Can Prince Valiant get things going the right way to kick things off for one of the best in the business? We'll have the Mike Lee when we come back.
And they're off at the Naira Ben Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornoch setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornoch.
Dornoch wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornoch to win the Belmont Stakes.
Bet the Belmont Stakes with a $25 free play from Naira Bets. Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes and is available in most states. Naira Bets makes it easy to get in on the action with streaming HD video, weekly promotions, and a state-of-the-art betting interface.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes.
If you're betting the Belmont, your best bet is Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 bonus for new members with promo code BELMONT25.
Union Rags, a proven sire with 6 Grade 1 winners. He has 3 Grade 1 winning juveniles, including Dancing Rags, Union Strike, and standout older horses like Express Train and Paradise Woods. His success continues with recent graded stakes winner Circle of Trust and multiple graded stakes winner and Grade 1 winner Power Squeeze. Union Rags, a proven Grade 1 sire, standing at Lane's End.
Saratoga season passes are on sale now and include free admission to the special July 4th Racing Festival. Enjoy 4 additional days of Saratoga for the same price as last year. Secure your season pass for just about $2 per day at Naira.com/Saratoga.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage as we kick off Belmont at Saratoga week in the New York Showcase program, beginning with a Mike Lee. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. A look at the field. Prince Valiant, the favorite at 6-5 for Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher. Let's go back to Acacia.
And we'll start there, Greg. In fact, we'll take a look at two progeny of King for a Day, who does stand in New York as well, starting off with Prince Valiant, who's been in tremendous form recently, and his speed is a very dangerous weapon. Now, for whatever reason, I've actually never been in the paddock for one of his races, but having covered his races and watched several of his starts, he is one that used that early speed to his advantage and tends to break very quickly, and he is sharp in the paddock today. He settled a bit more once they've gotten the tack on him, but he came in on his toes, touting himself like he has run on his mind, and he certainly benefits from the scratch of Moplex. We'll see how much pressure Train the Trainer puts on him. I like the one soon to be King. Wet track last time out, and he was a bit more forward than I think he typically is, but I thought really ran on having to chase. He's one that has really developed so nicely for George Weaver and has been remarkably consistent. He looks tremendous today. Mentally, I think he's matured so much. He's filled into himself in all the right ways as well. Very powerful in his hind end, and I really like this 7 furlongs for him. I think this distance actually suits him quite well, and he can be, as he's shown, a little bit more versatile. Now, the number 2 Calling Card, I know Andy has some interest in this horse, but I like him cutting back in distance. He's a horse that I think has been in some tough races and on a variety of surfaces. He is a tall, leggy type, but he has a little bit more of a sprint demeanor. I think the 7/8 should be absolutely fine for him. And getting back onto the main track and New York bred company, I think if you sift through his past performances, you find that this just might be the perfect spot for him. Greg?
Keisha, thank you. Yeah, Calling Card is just, he's so interesting. He has, of everyone who remains, the fastest race of anyone in here, and that was his dirt debut. And then he basically was thrown on the Triple Crown Trail.
Yeah, his owner, Kirk Wyckoff, and Three Diamonds Farmer, is a close friend, and I have ridiculed him on his handling of this horse. I think he almost went like the Seabiscuit route, where he was traveling around the country trying to show himself off. And I think this is really the first time he's been in the right spot since that huge 17-length win in an 87 Beyer. Going to different tracks, going around 2 turns, running on different surfaces. This is where he belongs. So if I've been critical, I better put my money where my mouth is.
And Paulie, back to dirt today for him, and Jose Ortiz will be aboard.
Listen, he broke his maiden by 17 1/4 lengths. He came back at Oaklawn, which could be a tough racetrack to go to, and then ran in LeCompte after that. He didn't disgrace himself in either of those races. And then the Gotham was the kind of race where he was just 3 wide around the racetrack.
He had a very tough trip.
Yeah.
He was actually towards the inside, and he got steadied out behind horses around the turn as he was getting to make his move. And that 17-length win, Greg, he had trouble in that race. He actually had early trouble in that race. He could have won by more.
And right now, 5-1, getting back on a dirt surface. Calling Card for Mike Maker, but the 6-5 favorite, Prince Valiant, on quite a roll right now. 3 wins in a row. He'll try 7 furlongs for the first time, but there is a question of issues with other speed in the race, isn't there?
Well, he's got to deal with the maiden breaker, Train the Trainer, who his connections wisely shipped him east, a New York bred. He ran a fabulous second behind the very talented Goal Oriented in his debut, and he brought that form back to New York. But his last win last time is a little dressed up because that track was heavily biased towards speed.
Still, that Andy brought up, as you hear the call to post, Goal Oriented, started out 2 for 2 for Bob Baffert, and then they threw him into the Preakness in his 3rd career start, where he ran 4th.
Whenever you get passed by a Bob Baffert horse, you're not kind of disgraced.
Here is Soon to be King, trained by George Weaver to kick off the post parade.
The positive for him is his consistency, and he was a little out of his game last time when second, being more forwardly placed. More pace today.
Jose Ortiz, Mike Maker, Three Diamonds Farm Calling Card.
They've been a good connection. This horse has been working at Churchill Downs. Look for him late in the race.
3 consecutive victories for the 7-5 favorite for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher, Prince Valiant.
I'm trying to beat him, but he is the horse to beat in this race. Will he get a lot of pressure from Train the Trainer?
Smile and say cheese. He has faced some of the toughest competition of anyone in this field.
Yeah, the other Mike maker in here, a colt by Salamini, Luis Saez will be aboard, and you're getting your price if you like.
He's very live, that horse.
The speedy Train the Trainer, who we mentioned was second to goal oriented in his debut.
Yeah, well, he's already lost to a very good horse, so I'm not going to say he's getting a real test against better horses he's ever faced. But this is a tough challenge for him to deal with the speed of the 3 and put him away.
And the rank outsider, here's first pitch.
Oh, sorry, he's even if he got back to his maiden win, he's probably in a bit of a tough spot.
Now, soon to be king knows plenty of these faces fairly well. Get another shot at several of them. He beat Moplex, who would have been favored in here 2 starts ago. Let's go to Acacia.
And with his trainer, George Weaver, who does send out soon to be king. And George, you have to say about this horse, he has been remarkably consistent throughout.
He's really been a lot of fun to have. You know, he just always shows up. Keeps going and going. And we started him last year, I think in June, maybe even late May. And he just always goes over there and tries. And, you know, sometimes he needs a little pace in front of him to help him, but he's just an honest, hard-running horse for us.
He was a little bit closer last time, kind of in a chasing spot. It looks like there should be some pace in here today. Do you expect him to kind of drop back and make that closing run again?
You know, Eric said that he thinks he does that in the mud because he did it at Finger Lakes, like he wants to show more speed in the mud, which we don't have that today. I mean, I would imagine he's going to, you know, be sitting off the pace a little bit, and hopefully he makes his run.
I want to ask you about another very talented horse in Colloquial who's going to be a contender on Saturday in the Woody Stevens. What have you seen from him coming in off that open-length Lafayette win?
Well, he's a seriously talented horse, and we've been targeting this race for a long time. He's had plenty of time since the Lafayette, and his workouts have been very good. We're excited to see him run.
So are we. Thanks a lot, George. Good luck here.
Thank you.
Greg?
So, soon to be king, obviously looking forward to seeing the incredibly talented Colloquial later this week.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see his favorite. That race, the Woody Stevens on Saturday, I understand the Belmont Stakes is the race. The Woody Stevens, like it is most years, is an unbelievably great race.
And I know he won that last start at Keeneland, but a big drop-off in how he did it from a speed figure standpoint.
I agree, but because he drew inside, Manny Franco was forced to ride him more aggressively than I think he wants to. And I'd even talked to Manny about it. He said, I have him riding the best horse. I'm breaking from the rail. I've got to go. And I think because of that, he didn't run quite as well. And in this race with more speed, I think he can get back to the style that he's most comfortable having.
Oh, Paulie, what about Weaver's soon-to-be king here, 4-1 from the rail today?
Well, if you look at the horse, he's always right there, right? He needs a little bit of a setup. He's the kind of horse that comes from a little bit off the pace. And if you look at his last 2 wins, he's won by a nostril in both wins. But if he's going to win this race, he's got to break, be in front of Calling Card the 2, and he's got to go hope that the 3, the 5, and some other horses go at it a little bit so he can, you know, get that late kick going. He has 2 starts here at Saratoga and no wins. He has races to go to, but he needs a perfect setup.
The thing I like about him, and whether or not he ends up being good enough, I think Paulie's absolutely right, he's a bit pace dependent, is his consistency. He shows up much more often than not with a solid effort. Now, whether or not that ends up being good enough to win is another story, but he is a very honest racehorse.
10 of 12 starts, he has hit the board, including a victory just 2 starts ago in the Gander over Moplex, in which he had some minor trouble early as well. So 4-1 from the rail. Favorite remains Prince Valiant for Todd Pletcher with Dylan Davis. Again, it was last summer that was really I would say, a turning point in the career of Dylan Davis.
Oh, there's no question about it. I mean, Dylan's always been a good rider, but he really took his riding to another level. And when you do that at Saratoga, everybody notices in his career, while always a good career. I don't want to pretend that Dylan wasn't a good rider. He wasn't doing well, but his career has skyrocketed.
He's on the 3-2 favorite in this Mike Lee. For more information on the New York Thoroughbred and Breeding Fund, go to nybreds.com. Terrific day to kick off this sensational week, showcasing the New York bred program.
I love the state bred programs. You know, I think it really started with Jim McKay and the Maryland Million, showcasing the Maryland breds. We started doing it here. They do it in California and other places. And it's always good to remind people, you know, this notion, he's a New York bred, she's a New York bred. It doesn't mean they're not good horses.
Yeah, exactly.
We have seen, I mean, Commentator's one of the greatest horses I ever saw in my entire life at the racetrack. Funny Side wasn't bad either, and there have been a lot of tremendous New York breds.
Meanwhile, Train the Trainer lightly raced, quick early and coming off a win, and now he'll get winners for the first time. For more, let's go to Acacia.
I think he's a bit of the wild card in this race, Greg, especially if he is going to be sharp once again out of the gate like he was last time with the presence of a horse like Prince Valiant in here. As you guys were discussing, we know that he has talent given how he ran against Goal Oriented, but I still think that he's very dressed up on his form in the way that he was able to run with the racetrack last time out. However, looking at him here in the paddock, if I was just going off of appearances, he has taken a huge step forward from last time to today. He's gotten a little bit warm out on the track, but it's toasty today, warmer than it has been up here, and he's touting himself. He is so much stronger, fitter, defined. He's a horse that's progressing in the right direction, and today will be a time where we'll really have an opportunity to see just how good he is, Greg.
Pick 5 pool. Beginning here in race 2, over $550,000. And favoritism throughout, it has remained as expected with Prince Valiant. And there's the trainer of the favorite, Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher, with many, many stars to come this week for his barn.
No question about it. Obviously, Fierceness being probably the biggest one of the best horses in training.
That will be in the Met Mile on Saturday, set to kick off New York Showcase Day with the Mike Lee. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
And they're off in the Mike Lee. And a fast start for Train the Trainer, who takes command at once, opening up a few lengths. Just like that, Prince Valiant comes away in second. He is followed by Smile and Say Cheese, who's racing in between horses. First Pitch moves up now, claims the third spot. Soon to be King and Calling Card is at the back of the field, heading toward the half-mile pole, and it is Train the Trainer with the lead, just under a length now. Prince Valiant keeps him honest second, and First Pitch to their outside. The opening quarter clicked off in 23 seconds flat. So it's Train the Trainer maintaining the advantage over Prince Valiant, who's second. Down at the rails, Soon to be King has made some headway now, taking third. Calling Card between horses. First Pitch is outside of them. Smile and Say Cheese at the back of the field. It's Train the Trainer through a half in 46-1. Prince Valiant, Soon to be King, angled off the rail for the drive. They're at the top of the stretch, and it is still Train the Trainer digging in, maintaining that lead of 2 lengths as Soon to be King moves into second. Prince Valiant is in third, a 16th to go. Train the Trainer in command. Prince Valiant, Soon to be King battling out for second. It's Train the Trainer dominant in the Mike Lee. Soon to be King was second. Prince Valiant finished third.
First try against winners off a maiden score, and now back-to-back wins. The speedy Train the Trainer takes the Mike Lee.
Well, Irad Ortiz knew he was riding the speed, and he went to the front. A decision was made, and I probably ride to instructions, but I don't know, by Dylan Davis to allow this horse to establish the lead by himself, Dylan riding Prince Valiant. And when that happened, Paulie, you go 23 to the first quarter, it becomes a 5-furlong sprint to the wire and a 2-length advantage. This race was over when they decided to rate Prince Valiant.
Yeah, you know, these California horses, they just run a little faster up front, and this horse just kept on going. Now, I will say the horse I thought won the race right out of the gate. I mean, he popped out of there, and I think the 3 never really had a chance to kind of catch up with him, and maybe Dylan didn't want to push up. He got to his outside, and the race was kind of over. As soon as we saw 23, I looked over at Andy. I said, this race is over.
Oh, it was done, and I think that's one of the things about, you know, some of these people say sprinters that have speed have a disadvantage at 7. It's the opposite. The paces are often slower in those races, and you end up having this advantage in what becomes a 5-furlong race as opposed to a 6-furlong race where much more frequently the paces are hectic. Nice performance by a very, very talented and promising horse.
5-1-3-2. It's Train the Trainer moving to the Rob Atras barn, and it's 2 wins now since that move. Irad Ortiz Jr. kicks things off here.
Huh?
He's pretty good,
Some
right?
things are never changed, Greg.
I don't know the final time of this race. I'd be curious what it is.
123.92.
So he was basically able to click off. You know, he went 23 the first quarter, and it just had such an advantage on these horses.
12 the whole way around.
And I think it is important to note that we did see speed dominate through much of the racing here on Belmont Stakes Racing Festival last year. Now you're going to see this and say, oh, it's going to be speed again. I don't know. I'm not sure the best horse in the race just didn't have a tactical advantage, and he was unbeatable under those circumstances.
Train the Trainer, Irad Ortiz Jr., Rob Atras, Now back-to-back victories. 9-5 to kick off New York Showcase Day. We're going to take a timeout when we return. Second to journalism in the Santa Anita Derby. Third to sovereignty in the Kentucky Derby. Will Saturday be Baeza's day in the third and final leg of the Triple Crown?
Watchtower coming at Medoro. Medoro, Watchtower. Watchtower got her.
DeMarchelier standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you as we kick off Belmont at Saratoga Week with New York Showcase Day. Our program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. That man, he's been in the winner's circle a lot in his career here at Saratoga, and he kicks off New York Showcase Day with another win on Train the Trainer for Rob Atras. Gate to wire win. Let's go to Acacia.
And here with running trainer Rob Atras. And Rob, as we said, good way to start the day, but in particular, a stakes win for New York bred. You're a trainer based in New York now. How important are these days?
Very important, and you know what? It's really nice to have a nice New York bred like him. You know, we don't have a lot of nice New York breds in the barn, but you know, this one is very nice to have. He's very special.
So much gate speed from him as well. Just he breaks like a shot, this horse.
You know, he did. He broke really good today, and you know, I rode him perfect, and you know, he looked great the whole entire way. You know, he's still a young horse, and I mean, obviously because he's 3, but you know, he's only run twice, and you know, he's still a little bit immature. You can see in the mornings and that, but you know, he's really starting to come along and figure things out.
You could really see that today. It really seemed like he had taken a big step forward from last time to today. Can you talk a little bit about how he's progressed since coming here to the East Coast with you?
You know, he came from Mark Glatt in California, and you know, as soon as I got him, I looked at him and I said, "Wow, this horse is beautiful. He's big and strong, good bone on him, easy to train." I mean, and I think just with the racing, he's just getting better every start.
Well, a very nice stakes win today. Congratulations. Seems the future is very bright.
Thank you.
Greg?
It's got a exciting horse right here, very lightly raced. Anytime you're second to what could be a big talent for Bob Baffert, goal-oriented in your debut, then you win for fun next time out. Now you win a stake. Train the Trainer bright future in front of him.
No, I agree. He's obviously very talented and was able to dominate this bunch on the front end. And as you say, I mean, look at his career record. He's got easy wins in 2 of his starts, and the other time he's not being goal-oriented.
You can tell. You made a good point, Greg. He's physically a big boy. Rob said it to Acacia, and you're wondering, being by dialed in, he should be able to handle a little bit longer distance. I think they'll end up going there sooner or later, being a stakes winner for the first time today.
Second choice takes this Mike Lee, train the trainer. We move on to race 3, sprinting on the turf at 5.5 furlongs. New York Breds trying to get that first win of their career in a maiden special weight wide open race. Right now it is Just Add Water. Chad Summers training with Jose Lezcano, 3-1 favorite.
Yeah, and listen, I can understand perhaps off his first race why people were betting him, and he did run decently in there. I think, Paulie, this is probably as good a race on the card, this and the last race today, to fool around with some long shots, because in my opinion, this race is wide open.
Yeah, it's wide open, and especially you got to remember when we get to Saratoga in these 5.5 turf sprints, most of the time it's not saying, and the best horse usually doesn't win. It's the horse that gets the best trip. And Andy's right. Some of these races can be scrambles. I think this is a wide open group.
There's just not an extreme amount of form to go on. And the horse who probably ends up favored in here, Miss Impulsive, ran a solid race in the dirt first time, but I have some questions on whether or not, and she's a very small horse, whether or not she ends up being efficient on this surface. And I think she's a favorite you want to try to bet against.
For rising new star in this game, Amelia Green, we'll talk a lot more about in the days to come. Let's shift gears, get to Saturday's Belmont Stakes. Got in really at the last minute. Baeza, also eligible, made the most of that opportunity. Third place finish, only a neck behind Journalism on the grandest of stages.
And on the biggest of the big 3, he's the one that had the worst trip in the Derby. And I think he's the one that was most adversely affected by the incredible amount of speed in the race and the dynamics of the race, and he'll have an advantage now in this Belmont Stakes. Smaller field, less pace. I think, Paulie, he can be the most forward of the big 3 in here, and he's not going to have to play come and catch them. They may have to play come and catch me.
You make such a good point, because who's going to be the horse that's going to chase Rodriguez? Because that's the horse that's going to have the target on his back, right? Who's going to be able to track him, then hold off the closers. You're going to have to be much the best if you're going to be tracking Journalism. But I do think this horse has got so much upside. We all know that. John Sheriff's a tremendous conditioner. This horse has got a tremendous shot on Saturday.
Flavien Prat will be back in the irons off that third place finish in the Kentucky Derby. With more and how he's been doing of late leading up to the Belmont. Let's go back to Acacia.
We did get a chance to see Baeza work on Monday, Greg, all over the Oklahoma training track, going 48-4 with Flavien Prat aboard. And this is a horse that I've been very impressed by. After the Kentucky Derby, he shipped back over to California, came in here to Saratoga to have his final preparation. We had some wet weather on Saturday, the day that I think a lot of trainers had initially anticipated working their horses. As a result, we saw Journalism, Sovereignty work on Sunday, Baeza waiting to Monday, and he did it so easily. He has a beautiful stride to him. I loved the way that he covered the ground there, and he's a horse that, again, working on the Oklahoma training track, I always like that, and I like when you see some faster times with that as well, because it's a bit of a deeper track than the main track, where some horses will prep as well coming into it. It's a great surface to train over, and I'm very excited to see what Baeza can do. Yes, he's been behind some of those big foes in his last couple of races, but he's one that I think is really starting to put it all together, not to mention has a little bit more tactical speed than perhaps the likes of Sovereignty. So certainly a major player come Saturday, Greg.
Yeah, thank you, Acacia. As Andy mentioned, of the big 3, he's the one who's going to have first run, and off a maiden win, thrown into the deep waters in each of the 2 times he's been in Grade 1 company. He has held his own.
No, he's a very good horse. They all have room to improve, and they all will. This is an unusually tough group.
Yeah.
I mean, there are sometimes we find ourselves trying to promote a race, a big race, but we kind of know in our hearts it's not that strong a field. Absolutely not the case this year. The big 3 are very, very good, and frankly, horses like Rodriguez and Hill Road as well, they're not bad either. This is going to be a tremendous race.
And that's part of that pace scenario. Obviously, Rodriguez, we know what he wants to do. We saw it in the Wood Memorial. Crudo, another horse for Todd Pletcher, who wants to use his speed.
Yeah, and that could be a horse that's going to be a big long shot that could hold a key to this race, right? Because those are the two clear speeds in this race, Rodriguez and Crudo. And like Andy said, who's going to be that horse that sits in that garden spot? If there is a garden spot, I have a feeling Mike Smith is going to pull a charlatan like he did in Knicks Go and just try to go to the front as fast as he can. If that happens, we'll see. It's going to be very interesting in the beginning of this race. I think, like you said, I think Crudo holds a big key to how this race is going to be run.
I agree. He may not end up being good enough to win it, but he is fast early and could be a bit of a problem for a horse like Rodriguez. And in return, that helps a horse like Sovereignty.
An incredible year last year, and it paid off, making that move east for Flavien Prat. His first ever Eclipse Award as Outstanding Rider, record-setting Saratoga as part of that sensational 2024. Can we see more magic from Prat here at Saratoga, here at Belmont Week?
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
450,000, 350,000, 325,000.
Watch and wager this summer at Laurel Park. Enjoy the best thoroughbred racing in the state of Maryland through June 29. And don't forget, turf racing is back with full fields and outstanding wagering opportunities. Play the early and late value pick 5 and enjoy one of the lowest takeouts in the country. Laurel Park is the place to play and win. Racing Friday through Sunday, first race 12:10 p.m. and free admission every day. For more information, visit laurelpark.com. Laurel Park, the player's track.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Spirited, strong, speedy. Just a few of the S words Rockridge owner Larray Visagie uses to describe the first foals of stallion Disco Partner.
It's a horse that, with what we've seen on foals so far, there will be a lot of upside in this horse in the next couple of years once this first baby starts running.
Time flies if you're having fun or reliving Disco Partner's back-to-back wins in the Jaipur Invitational Stakes. In the 2017 running, he stopped the clock in the 6 furlong turf race in world record-setting time.
Holy mackerel!
105.67.
They're off.
When he won the Jaipur again in 2018, it had been elevated from Grade 3 to Grade 2 status.
And Disco Partner did it again.
His speed wasn't the only astonishing thing about Disco Partner.
He was actually a horse that ran 33 times, so if you ever wanted something sound, this will be the horse.
From those 33 starts, Disco Partner won 11 races, including 4 stakes, placed in 12 additional stakes, and amassed nearly $1.5 million in earnings. Disco Partner was bred by outstanding New York breeder Patricia Generazio, who is now supporting the stallion with some of her best mares.
He himself is a very balanced horse. He's not a big horse, but balance, I think, is what helped him to be so sound in his career. And you see that in a lot of his young foals, that they are balanced and they are very, very interesting. And I think you'll be very happy as they mature.
It still just blows my mind. 6 furlongs in that 2017 Jaipur, 105-3. Disco Partner set a new North American record for the late Christophe Clement. For more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund, you can go to nybreds.com. Normally I'd say, well, producer, he's just being a big homer. Talk about the New York bred and the Grade 1 Manhattan on Saturday. But in this case, Spirit of St. Louis, he's the horse to beat in that race.
Right now, and it's early in the year, he is the leader of the turf division. He's got 2 Grade 1 wins already. He's a horse that shows up every single time he runs. He can run on turf. He can run on dirt. And he is the one to beat in there. But it's a very, very, very competitive race, and probably the best, second best turf horse in the country. Far Bridge is in there as well.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. I think those two. With Carl Spackler leaving, this horse is the best turf horse in America right now. I mean, he really is. He brings his A game every time. And he was the kind of horse that was, you know, at the beginning of his career, I don't know if everybody thought of him as that. And I think he's gotten older. He's just gotten better and better.
And he just shows up every single time, doesn't he? And he's so consistent.
He's tremendous. I don't think he got the best of trips when he finished 4th in his race 2 back. Got that win in the Pegasus, a nice win in this race. And, you know, you look at this field, obviously they're bunching at the wire, but he actually was the one who separated a little bit at the end. He's good, but this is a very competitive field. Integration didn't have a good trip in that race. Highway Robber was buried on a rail. Carson's Run can improve second off. Deterministic looked like the goods, winning his 3-year-old debut. Far Bridge, obviously, a multiple Grade 1 winner. This is a terrific and competitive race.
But you love to, specifically with that horse, that Chad Brown, Madakat Stables and company say, let's tackle the best with this horse. Because primarily he'd been beating up on New York bred company.
Well, the racing office was teasing Miguel Clement and saying, no, he's not going to run there. He's going to run against the New York breds, just to tease him a little bit. Well, he has handled the New York breds in the past, and, you know, let's face it, he's handling everybody. He's the one to beat in that race, a very competitive Manhattan.
That precedes the Belmont Stakes on Saturday. Take a look at sensational lineup coming up in just a few days here. Wow. Wonder Again, Pennine Ridge, True North, the Woody Stevens, presented by Mohegan Sun, worth $500,000. That Jaipur, we told you, Disco Partner, set that new North American world record in. Manhattan, Met Mile with Fierceness. And White Abario, by the way.
It's a great matchup with Fierceness and White Abario, but also Raging Torrent, who's been so good and looks like the speed. And even the much improved Just a Touch. It is a tremendous matchup of 4 of the best horses on the dirt in the country.
The True North is going to be a war too. So is the Woody Stevens. I mean,
Bookham Dano, baby.
Oh, wow.
Love to see Bookham Dano.
Yeah. Great New
favorites.
Jersey bred. Race 3, we love these races. They are difficult to handicap. 5.5 furlongs sprinting on the grass. We're 10 minutes to post. Let's go to Acacia.
And there is a lot going on in this race, Greg. We'll start off with the number 4, Miss Impulsive, who showed a lot of speed and ran well on the dirt at first asking, and does switch to the turf today. I don't mind it. She's a horse that kind of moves like one that will appreciate getting over to the turf, excuse me. She's not that big. She's very sharp, but she is very powerful in the way that she's built and put together. The Dam did win once on the turf and twice on the synthetic, and there is a bit in the second generation as well. So if she's able to show that kind of speed on the turf like she was on the dirt, I think certainly a major player in here. Now, the number 7 in No Ordinary Love is a first-time starter for Jorge Abreu with a lovely pedigree and plenty for the turf out of a Grade 3 winning mare who won 2 times on the grass, and 3 out of the 4 siblings won and on the turf as well. She did not turn a hair until they got on the walking ring. Then she started rearing up and just being tough to handle and acting not focused. I don't know if she was reacting to the presence of the number 5, 3, 9 Spine, who's really revved up here in the paddock, because now No Ordinary Love seems like she's back to being quiet again. I'm going to keep an eye on her, because at first I really liked her, but obviously I would like to see her remain settled, but she looks like she's in the perfect spot and very fit for her debut. The 11, Just Add Water, is taking plenty of attention on the board, and I had liked her a little bit first time out, but just really thought that she was going to need a race to strengthen and put some muscle mass on. She's done that. She has moved forward from her first race, especially in her hind end. She's a lighter frame type of filly. There's not a ton of her, and while she hasn't done anything wrong, she strikes me as the type that might live on her nerves. She does run in that full hood, just as she did last time out as well. That is a real calming mechanism for some horses that can just be a little bit tricky and high energy throughout, and comes out of a race where my anticipation was the only one in that field that actually had turf experience. So Just Add Water certainly could take a step forward in her second start, and the board would reflect that she could be live in here. Greg?
3-1 with one of the top journeymen and certainly turf riders probably in the sport. Jose Lezcano will be back aboard for start number 2.
Well, she ran well in her first start. I wouldn't take her at a short price. I wouldn't take anybody here at a short price. I'm very interested in the 2, Miss Uproar, who I think is a very different horse since Fernando Abreu took over the training, and only ran twice in the turf for Fernando and improved in both of those starts, including his last time. And her last time, I think she's kind of dirtied up by running in dirt races since then, and now she's on the right surface, and she's 15-1.
Yeah, her last start, as you hear the call to post, on grass. It was a while ago, back November of last year. Puts her in major contention, 14-1.
I think she's very interesting. I think there's a lot of interesting horses in this race, including the 8, Lady Delilah.
So here she is, Miss Uproar, 5 starts on dirt, back to grass today.
Well, you got the right rider here. It seems like Ricardo Santana at the end of the meet, or at least when we were at Aqua, he's very aggressive. I think he needs to be aggressive with Miss Uproar.
Miss Impulsive Amelia Green, turf debut.
Yeah, good race. First time this filly had over dirt, now going to transfer over to the turf.
Another one getting on turf for the first time for David Duggan, 3-9's fine.
Big David Duggan fan, but this one is a Street Boss Dam, which gives a little turf, but I'm not optimistic.
Vino Samara went out to the lead going long on grass at the debut and weakened late.
Yeah, and then tried to get on the grass last time out and wasn't able to. Romero Mirage aboard.
No Ordinary Love debuting with Flavien Prat for Jorge Abreu.
Very dangerous horse, has plenty of turf pedigree for a trainer who can win with a first-time starter.
Dam produced 2 multiple winners on the turf. Lady Delilah, I thought interesting as a long shot.
Yeah, taking a little money here. The first 2 races, at least the second race of her career was a closing 4th here at Saratoga.
And she was on a dead rail that day.
Another one with a little dirtied up form. Jalamar, Carlos Martin, first-time starter.
Have to a very good New York bred named Vetriano, but that's a dirt horse. But there is some turf if you go back far enough.
Willful Mama, 6-1 Arad Ortiz Jr. looking for a double.
This is where I landed. I think this horse will like the cutback at least and be rolling late. And you're getting a good price at 6-1.
Still slight favorite here, the 11, Just Add Water, start number 2 with Jose Lezcano.
Yeah, not a barn I would take at a short price, but I can understand why this horse is taking money.
3-1 right now for the Mendelssohn filly. Olivia's Grace tried to get on grass in the debut, was washed off, so start number 2 gets on the lawn.
Yeah, this one for Sean Bridgeman and Melanie Giddings. They struck at some decent prices the last couple of years at Saratoga.
And also eligible who draws in, I heard some things, Kendrick Carmouche rides.
Ran once in the turf, didn't run that well, but that was going long. Who knows? Maybe she'll be better going shorter.
Well, Kendrick Carmouche on a huge long shot here, just wrapped up. Tremendous meet, Belmont at the Big A, and just accepted some hardware as well at a great moment as the recipient of the 2025 George Wolfe Memorial Award.
Yeah, no, and obviously congratulations to Kendrick on that award. He won his 4,000th career race. He ran into the crowd when he did it. He's a man of the people, our friend Kendrick.
He's the king of Aqueduct, I'll tell you that much. When he ran into the crowd, great picture. A lot of the guys supporting him.
Don't say king of Aqueduct if the MiG is on set.
No, that's true.
There could be a brawl.
Or Ramon Dominguez, too. Yeah, but MiG is the king. But Kendrick, always with that smile on his face. And the faithful there love him.
Yeah, I think this is the kind of race where you want to keep an open mind. I don't think it's impossible that Miss Impulsive does well in here. I'm not optimistic that she's a turf horse, and I think 3-1 is tough to take on her. And, you sort of look around for horses, and we mentioned Miss Uproar. This is her finishing second to Catterskill in her last turf start, and this is the kind of effort that could absolutely win this race, and she's a very big price. And I think when you first look at her, she kind of looks like a bit of a stinker, right? She's run 14 times, 1 second, 2/3. And then you have to realize, well, she's run her last 4 races in the dirt. She's not a dirt horse. She's only run 5 times the turf. And she has 2 times she hit the board, second and third. And both of those times were when she switched to the barn of Fernando Abreu, and she improved markedly when she went in his barn. He's a very good trainer. He may be a bit under the radar. That doesn't mean he's not a talented trainer. And I think you only want to judge this horse by those 2 races. And imagine, Paulie, she has only run twice, and those were her 2 races. I guarantee you she wouldn't be 16-1.
No, she wouldn't be. And that was from the 10 hole that day. It's, you know, she did have to use a little bit up, and she had some left. And again, 16-1 right now. You know, I think the 2 will be forwardly placed. I landed on the 10 because I think this horse will like to cut back in distance, but I need some pace.
Mike Maker has good numbers cutting back horses on the turf overall. Not a high percentage, but a decent ROI. You're never going to find a long shot by finding obvious horses, Greg.
That man right there, by the way, moving to New York on a permanent basis, Ricardo Santana Jr., after dominating for so many years when he was the main man for Steve Asmussen. Now, obviously, that relationship changed a little bit. But a few summers ago, I think he really sort of impressed and stood out with how well he rides these turf sprints.
And, you know, he had that meet where he rode a lot of long shot winners, right? And there were horses he wasn't riding for Steve, and it opened up a lot of people's eyes. It's one thing when you get mounts on the very best horses for a trainer like Steve Asmussen, but to come in here with really sort of no business, he doesn't ride during the year, he impressed a lot of people in a lot of ways the way Tyler Gaffalione has, and we wish Tyler would get back soon, and hopefully we'll see him when we come back here in July.
You know, we have a colony out here. Sometimes could be non-aggressive. That's the one thing you're going to get from Ricardo, and he did that, you know, at Aqueduct, and I think he's going to get a lot of mounts where he puts horses forward.
Back to Acacia.
I want to take a look at the number 6, Vino Samara, who, as Paul mentioned, tried to get back on the turf last time out, and this will be her first time sprinting on the grass, which I have been waiting for, and we finally get a chance to see her do that. Last time out, my notes said, doesn't look 100% fit, would love to see sprinting on the grass. She's more tucked up today. She just really carries a lot of condition that is typical of her, but she has moved forward, and I just really think that this is the right spot for her. She's built like a turf horse. She has much more turf pedigree out of a 5-time turf-winning mare. Vino Rossos can certainly run on the grass, and while she kind of ran off and faded in her first turf start going long, I am excited to see her sprinting, and she's a generous price in what I think is a pretty wide open race. I wanted to circle back to the 7, No Ordinary Love, because as I mentioned, she had acted up a little bit going out, and it was an odd situation because it seemed a little bit out of character, and I do think that it was her maybe reacting to one of the other horses that was pretty revved up in the paddock, because she's settled a lot on the track as well, and she's been very professional continuing on. She's on her toes now, but she hasn't done anything naughty. She is one that just really keeps catching my eye as well. I think a first-time starter that's very well spotted for Jorge Abreu, Greg.
Yeah, the first-time starter. Thank you, Acacia, the 7 for that Abreu barn. 4-1 right now. Dam actually won her second start on the turf. That was at a mile and a 16th. Became a Grade 3 winner, produced 2 multiple winners on the grass.
Including Bar 14, who is a very, very talented runner and a horse that Greg and I are familiar with. The other thing is the Bar 14, I think as a gemologist, you got McLean's Music, who's 15% in turf sprints. This horse has a plethora of pedigree.
I think anytime Flavian Pratt shows aboard, too, they're 24% together, him and Jorge Abreu. And Jorge Abreu's been hot of late. His horses have been firing, and I'm kind of in agreement. I think this horse is very, very alive today.
I just, you know, I think these are the kind of races, like, I have no problem the 11. The 11 can win this race. But should the 11 really be 5-2 in this race? Ran solidly first time out, and she certainly could improve in her second start. But she could also be a horse that was cranked up to win her first start and not run as well today. And it's not exactly a barn that wins at a particularly high percentage. I have no problem with this horse's chance in here. My problem is that 5-2 is just not a particularly inviting price.
Seems a little short on a race, Paul, this wide open.
Yeah, and you're getting an outside draw. The 11 hole. Now, not saying that I think
not a big problem with the outside draws
on the
in these races
compared to the other ones, but still, it's not an ideal draw.
It's a pace situation too, and it happens. And I think if you look at the 5.5 furlong sprints up in Saratoga on the turf, you see more of them collapse than 6 furlong turf sprints at Belmont. It's not really a distance thing with sprinters; it's a pace thing.
Well, that's why I don't care with my position with the 10. I know I'm going to be dead last in here or way back, and then going to try to make one run. So I'm not really worried with the 10 sitting on that outside slot. The 11, maybe he is a horse that will close from way back, but I would think second start will show a little bit more speed.
Yeah, that's a good point because this horse does not really have a lot of speed. A lot of times they're more fresh and they come back their second start and they can be closer because based on the first race, he's not going to be that close early. She isn't.
A middle pick 4 begins here, closing in on $155,000 in that pool. There's the favorite, the 11. Just Add Water. Jose Lezcano back aboard, start number 2. And the one to beat on the board. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
And the last one to load is I Heard Some Things. And the George Wolf Memorial Award winner, Kendrick Carmouche. They're in the gate. And they're off. Miss Uproar is very fast away from the gate, and so is Olivia's Grace. And here's Miss Impulsive vying for the lead. 395 is in between, and on the outside, Olivia's Grace. Those three now across the course. Just Add Water races in 4th. Miss Uproar broke well now 5th. Vino Samara is next. A break of 3, No Ordinary Love. Did not break quickly and is now 10 lengths off the leaders. Willful Mama is next as the field rounds the far turn. Lady Delilah is 2 lengths behind her. And at the back of the field, I Heard Some Things, 21-3 for the opening quarter. 3-9 fine in between horses. Miss Impulsive is down on the inside. And Olivia's Grace continue to do battle as they come toward the 8th pole. Just in behind them is Just Add Water angling out, getting a clear shot now. And wider out is Miss Uproar with the white blinkers. Final furlong, Just Add Water coming at Olivia's Grace. Olivia's Grace, Just Add Water. Just Add Water surges to victory. Under Jose Lezcano to score by 3/4 of a length. Olivia's Grace second. Miss Uproar was third, and Willful Mama finished with some nice energy 4th.
Just Add Water, second time out. Maiden breaking score with Jose Lezcano.
Got an exceptional ride and trip from Jose Lezcano, having more speed than last time out, being in position and getting the job done and running down a horse, Olivia's Grace, who took a surprising amount of money. And it seems like Melanie Giddings should just train horses in Saratoga because they run so well for it here. Miss Uproar, my horse, she outran her odds, got a great ride from Ricardo, just not quite good enough.
Yeah, the 11 Just Add Water was just sitting in the right spot. And there goes my theory about the outside horses. They ran 11, 12, 2, and then the 10, who I like, flew late for 4th, but there was never any consequence here. You can see the 11 ears pricked, those big old ears pricked, and the 12 looked like she kind of took like a bad step there late in stretch, but the 11 went on by.
11, 12, 2, 10. Miss Uproar at 20-1 hitting the board here, but it's Just Add Water with the win, graduating at start number 2.
I would have taken an 11-2. That would have worked for me, but
I would have taken 11-10, yeah.
Moral victories are not really as exciting as they sound.
But a key to this is, again, we saw this last year. Melanie Giddens and Sean Bridgman, when they team up, they're dangerous. They ran a good second here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very hard horse to
Yeah.
like. Ran once in the dirt, didn't run that well, and doesn't have particular turf pedigree. But we saw Melanie Giddings' horses last summer take a lot of surprising money and then run extremely well on a number of occasions. Welcome back to Saratoga.
So Just Add Water with the victory here at 5-2, going off as the favorite to start a middle pick 4. And good for Jose Lezcano here on this filly by Mendelssohn. So the money was right. As you take a look at winning trainer here, Chad Summers.
Yeah,
talking about New York breds, New York Showcase Day, and one of the very best New York breds we've seen over the last few years.
Mind your biscuits.
Indeed.
Stands over in Japan now. And there is Just Add Water. You know, a Mendelssohn out of a Simon Pure mare. You know, Mendelssohn's very good. Simon Pure was a good synthetic horse. Has a decent turf influence.
So Just Add Water, the win. We'll have these prices for you when we come back. And then we'll get into more stakes action, honoring a 2-time Whitney winner, who Nick Zito said of, it's a good illustration to anyone, no matter how old you are, don't ever give up.
It all comes down to this.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
The moment that defines the year, when the world's most influential buyers gather, and every decision, every bid, every opportunity shapes the future. At a marketplace that brings the thoroughbred world together, and where futures are forged, because every moment matters. At the World's Yearling Sale, Keeneland, September.
Well, this is coming up on Saturday, $2 million Belmont Stakes on Fox, third and final leg of the Triple Crown, and the drama we have. Wow. The rematch, the Kentucky Derby winner, Sovereignty, the Preakness winner with that incredible performance from Journalism, that will to win, bulling his way through horses and somehow making up all that ground on Gosger late in the stretch. Just remarkable.
Incredible performance. It really was amazing.
Well, back in race 3, Just Add Water, the favorite with the win. Chad Summers, Jose Lezcano for Gold Square. Let's go to Acacia.
And improved second time out as I'm joined by winning owner Al Gold as Just Add Water. She certainly benefited from that first race, Al, and put it all together today.
Absolutely. The drop down from Open Company to New York Breds was a big difference. They made it the favorite. Everybody liked it today. Jose ran a perfect race. We were thrilled. We look forward to the next race and the rest of the meet.
And being a New York bred as well and getting the win like this, you have a lot of options with a horse like that.
You know, I live here in Saratoga 6 months a year, so it's exciting to get a New York bred. We could try Open Company again, but I think this is her level. She'll go to the 1X or whatever we see coming up.
And for a horse that it really seemed like mentally she's taken a big step forward from first to second start as well, has to be rewarding watching that progression as an owner.
Yeah, she's improving in the morning when she works. She seems more focused. Jose gave her a perfect ride. Said, you know, it was wide the whole way it came in, perfectly timed to move. So we were very happy. We get a professional ride, and the horse is improving. Looks like it could be a nice horse going forward.
Certainly. Well, congratulations. Enjoy the win today.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Greg?
Just Add Water, maiden breaking victory. Jose Lezcano, and start number 2. Public expected this, and they were right.
Public got this one right. 760 with Just Add Water, able to get it done. An exceptional ride from Jose Lezcano. All good rides given here. This one just was good enough to get it done.
Yeah, was able to wheel out and get that split and able to run down the 12 here. Good pick by you, Andy, the 2. I thought the 2 ran a really good race after braking, having a swing to the outside. at 20-1.
It's a good ride by Ricardo.
You can see the 11, his ears went up at the end of that race, like he had more left.
11-12 to finish. 50-cent trifecta with the favorite on top. Over $356 as we move into race 4. Mandatory pay, pick 5 that begins with a race named after that two-time Whitney winner. Commentator, mile and an eighth. That first turn comes up fairly quick here. And right now it's Bank Frenzy. Outside Rudy Rodriguez, the 9-5 favorite.
It appears he will be favored over Drake's Passage, who is the clear-cut second choice in multi-race bets. And Paulie, the second choice on the board right now over the speedy Mama's Gold, third choice.
Yeah, Mama's Gold. See how this race plays out between Mama's Gold early in this race, along with a horse like Drake's Passage, who probably will sit right off. And we'll see what happens with Bank Frenzy, a horse that at a mile and an eighth might be a little bit sharper or closer to the lead.
Again, this race named after one of the great New York breds, commentator, two-time winner of the Whitney. I gave you that quote from Nick Zito. He said, good illustration, don't give up. He won the race as a 5-year-old, won it again 3 years later as an 8-year-old. Gate to wire, joining 5-time Horse of the Year Kelso and Discovery as the only repeat winners of this race.
3 years later after
Incredible.
his first one. Won this Whitney by 10.5 lengths, I believe. Just a remarkably talented horse. And I would recommend to people at home, go back and watch his 2005 Whitney where he beat St. Liam, the eventual Horse of the Year, and cut out wicked fast fractions, 46 flat, 109 and change, and held off St. Liam. A great race, a great call by Tom Durkin, and he was a truly great horse.
Well, he's got like 6 or 7 triple-digit buyers. If I'm not mistaken, he has like a 121 or 120. He has
got a 123 in the Whitney, a 121 his race prior to it, a 119, a 120 winning the Whitney.
Come on.
He was really one of the best horses. Forget about New York bred. He's one of the best horses I've ever seen in my lifetime. A remarkably talented horse.
By the way, it was the high weight when he went gate to wire, carrying 120 pounds.
I didn't like him that day. He won by 4 3/4. I exaggerate a little bit. And his final career start, he finished third in the Whitney, trying to win it for a third straight time. What a horse commentator was, and he's at Old Friends if you want to stop by and say hi.
Well, a great addition of the commentator coming up this year. Mile and an eighth, $200,000 purse, and Drake's Passage. This will be a big moment with more on it. Let's go to Acacia.
It will be the first New York starter for my husband, Miguel Clement, who has taken over the stable after the passing a little over a week ago of his father, Christoph, my father-in-law, somebody that really meant the world to all of us and somebody that I am immensely grateful to have had in my life as a mentor, as a friend, as a family member. And unfortunately, after a battle with cancer, one that he fought so bravely, we were so sorry to say goodbye to Christoph, but I am immensely proud of my husband Miguel and what he has done with taking over the stable, something that he has been training for many years as well. And as we take a look back at this feature that the three of us got to film a couple of years ago, you'll see how it always has been and it always will be a family affair.
Touched so many people's lives, Christoph Clement. And he'll be forever remembered with what he accomplished in this game and how many lives he touched.
Yeah, it's easy to appear to be a good person in front of a camera. But Christoph was a very good person off the camera, an even better person, and the stories sort of start to come out after he passed. Favors and good things he did for people and how much he cared about other people's lives, not just his own. We lost a really great one, not just a great trainer, but a really great man and somebody to leave a hole in our hearts forever.
Yeah.
And something I think he probably loved more than anything, getting that time to spend with his son training horses together.
That's the big part. And you see Miguel giving a big hug.
Everett
Miguel,
Dobson, one of his longtime owners as well there.
There's Miguel in the glasses right
Son-in-law and his grandson there as well.
Yeah, and you know, when you talk about Christoph, you're so right. He was just so calm and had that collectiveness about him. He just was so soft-spoken. Obviously, he had the tremendous accent, and he was just always came off authentic to me. I mean, the way he always talked to me, and I said this before, he complimented me what I did on air, never complimented me on my baseball, and I always took that as a bigger compliment. So, Christoph, in his whole family, our prayers are with you on this day, and I'm sure Miguel too. He's looking up from heaven.
Huge loss for this entire sport.
Yeah.
Certainly hitting a lot closer to home with Acacia being part of that family. He'll forever be missed. His son, Miguel, with his first starter coming up, taking over head of the barn, second starter, with Drake's Passage as a commentator coming up next.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
Bet the Belmont Stakes with a $25 free play from Naira Bets. Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes and is available in most states. Naira Bets makes it easy to get in on the action with streaming HD video, weekly promotions, and a state-of-the-art betting interface.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes.
If you're betting the Belmont, your best bet is Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 bonus for new members with promo code Belmont25.
It's Mandaloun. Mandaloun wins.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today. Saratoga Sunday great racing continues from the Spa the day after the Belmont Stakes. Join us for America's Day at the Races on FS2, the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival at Saratoga. Watch and play Sunday on FS2.
Back with you on our opening day of Belmont at Saratoga. Here on America's Day of the Races. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. And had been thinking about taking on stablemate Fierceness in the Met Mile. Mindframe opting for another spot now off a Grade 1 win in the Churchill Downs.
Right. Mike Rapolio Fierceness owns this horse in partnership with Vinny Viola's St. Elias Stables. He's a very, very talented runner who just got his Grade 1 in winning that competitive Churchill Downs Stakes.
He was the one bobbing and weaving. We thought he was going to get to Dornick last year, and he ran a heck of a race in the
Third
Travers
career
last
start
year.
in the Belmont.
Belmont,
In the
third
Belmont,
career start, by the way.
Yeah, crazy.
So coming off a Grade 1 win, he is 2 for 2 to kick off his 4-year-old campaign. His stablemate, of course. How about this for a return off a 6-month layoff? Not only a track record in the comeback, but a pretty slow pace early as well.
I think that this is the most interesting race he's ever run, at least from my perspective. Not the best race he's ever run, though a very good one, in that he was like a different horse. He rated behind horses. He has a completely different horse than a horse that kind of had some character flaws. His talent has never been in question. He was brilliant from day one on the racetrack, but you wondered, could he take some dirt? Could he close? Could he come from behind horses? I mean, Todd has got him like just a very good horse that seems like he can do almost anything at this point.
He used to pull a lot, and I'm with Andy a little bit. He used to pull a lot on the bit. He doesn't really anymore. Johnny V used to keep him way outside of horses. He doesn't really do that anymore. That race was a really good race. He stayed straight through the wire. He's going to be a bear in the Met Mile.
I like Raging Torrent.
Even money on the morning line. Yeah, what a lineup. Obviously a compact field, but incredible talent top to bottom. The rail, any sort of issue there with him or not?
No, not at all, especially the way he ran last time. I mean, this is a race, and listen, it's a long year, and there'll still be 6.5 months in the year and 5+ months of top racing. But the winner of the Met Mile is going to be considered, I think, the best older horse in the country if he wins, no matter who it is.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I think the only thing would be if somebody like Fierceness really stumbled at the start and ran like a bad, like a barely loses in second. But I think Andy's right. Whoever wins this race is on the top of the mountain.
At the end of the day, it's about who wins in horse racing.
Yep.
And frankly, he ran a tremendous race in the Breeders' Cup Classic, but in finishing second to Sierra Leone became the top 3-year-old. It doesn't mean Fierceness wasn't as talented as him, but you got to win the races at the end of the day for those awards.
Does the 5-horse field help White Barrio or not?
I don't think it makes any difference whatsoever.
Okay. What do you think, Greg?
Always a race, just in general. Yeah, it's strange. Small field, sometimes you can see some traffic problems more than you would think, but I don't think it's going to be much of an issue.
Yeah.
That guy who rides him, Irad Ortiz, he's pretty good, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Let's see what happens.
When's the last time you said, boy, Irad really blew it there? He got a bad trip. It's been a while.
Commentator, 10 minutes to post. And the favorite still Bank Frenzy. Let's go to Acacia.
And Bank Frenzy coming out of a try against Graded Stakes Company last time out, where he certainly did not disgrace himself in the Westchester and had been in excellent form prior to that, both in Open Company and against fellow New York breds. He's a horse that I've noticed in his last couple of starts has not broken that quickly, and he's kind of rushed up to the front as a result. Last time out in the Westchester, we didn't get out of the gate as fast, forced to kind of be in chase mode as a result. I think the outside post is a benefit for horses like that. Now, that being said, it's a double-edged sword because you are going 1 1/8 miles where it's very short into the first turn. He's a horse that wears that extension blinker fully covering his right eye, which he's had on for most of his career, and you can often see it most noticeably in the stretch where he will tend to drift out a little bit. Certainly no problems with him coming back in here into stake bred company, given how good he's been as of late. But he has had a pretty full dance card recently. And like I said, some of those questions with him getting out of the gate and getting position, I think will be something he'll need to answer in here today. We'll take a look at the number 5, Drake's Passage for Miguel, as this is a horse who ran against Open Company in an allowance field last time out. And I really did not think that he looked fit that day. Really looked like he needed the start. And I know that he has been training very strongly coming into this, and it shows. He is far more defined today. He is a big solid horse, but he's definitely one that you can see the muscle mass where it should be in his hind end across his top line. He's also very relaxed in the way that he's walking around here. And yes, as Greg had mentioned, he's one that is a little bit tricky with his feet. He wears those glue-on shoes as he has through much of his career as well. He's also one that does not like kickback. And I think that was the thought process of Manny Franco last time out and keeping him 3 wide throughout the running of that race, where it was a day that you probably really wanted to be along the inside. I wouldn't imagine he'll get the lead with the presence of Mama's Gold in here, but should be able to get a comfortable stalking trip for a horse that I think will benefit from that last start. Now, speaking of Mama's Gold, the number 1, he is spicy here in the paddock, getting the tack on. He's been kicking out. He is fired up today for sure. And he is one that sometimes can be a lot in the preliminaries, but he's a horse that I have no questions about the distance with him. He's certainly been able to handle 1 1/8 miles several times throughout his career, and the inside post with his early speed, it seems like it's just jump off and go and try to take them every step of the way. He is a tall, leggy horse as well. He is incredibly fit coming in here. I hope he can keep a lid on it a little bit as they start to head out, because like I said, he's been fired up, but I think he's showing that he's going to use that early speed from the inside with Romero Mirage aboard. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. That is his weapon, that early speed. Drawn inside. First turn comes up fairly quick, and that man right there, Romero Mirage, acutely aware of that. Can he take advantage? Here in the commentator. 7 minutes to post.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing 4-time champion New York sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Now Bank Frenzy means business and he'll win the Haynesfield.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and 7-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates to Mike Lee.
And Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York, half-brother to Wood Memorial winner Rodriguez. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York stallions that deliver.
Back with you on a gorgeous Wednesday afternoon to kick off Belmont at Saratoga with New York Showcase Day. Program brought to you in part by Naira Bets, where you can bet any place, anywhere, anytime. Post parade for the commentator. Here's Mama's Gold, the speedster from the rail.
She's the one to catch up front, or he is, and if he runs his best race, they won't catch him.
Big question next door, Dr. Kraft, the distance.
Yeah, Umberto Rispoli will get his first mount here at Saratoga on Dr. Kraft.
Here is Roses Pepino, bred by Rip Simonik, who was a trainer for the NHL Buffalo Sabres for over 50 years.
Now, there's some information. If this horse wins, we could have a pick 5 carryover.
Yes, we could. 28-1, Rock the Weekend. Katie Davis aboard.
Came from way out of it last time. Not way out of it on the dirt. Never tried turf.
Those foot issues, are they behind Drake's Passage? The most recent work suggests they are.
Yeah, I like his chances. I'm not dying to take 2-1. I was hoping he'd be closer to the morning line in here, but I hope we see the real Drake's Passage today.
Lock and Key coming off a big effort in defeat. Now he'll try this distance for the first time.
Yeah, he's 2 for 2 here at Saratoga, and I meant to say Rock the Weekend's never raced at this distance, not on the turf. But, yeah, Lock and Key never been this distance, but does have races to go to.
General Banker, another Jimmy Ferraro runner with Luis Rivera Jr.
Listen, don't fall asleep on this guy. He's pretty good. Is he a little better going a mile? Probably, but he's a talented horse who keeps his form.
And the recently crowned 2024 New York-bred older male dirt champion, Bank Frenzy.
Yeah, and listen, last time he went a mile and 1/8, he did get beat by Mama's Gold, who got a little softer pace. Well, it actually ran really well that day in the Empire Classic. Now, he's 8 for 17 lifetime. Loves to win races. He is 1 for 2 at a mile and 1/8.
All right, where are you guys going to wind up?
I was going to pick Mama's Gold, but I looked at the morning line and I thought I'd rather take Drake's Passage at a bigger price. Now I end up with a horse who's going to be a shorter price, so I don't love that idea, but I think Drake's Passage is going to get back to his winnings ways today, but I am very afraid of Mama's Gold in the front end.
I landed on Drake's Passage, the 5, and I'm with Andy. I think the 7's the horse on the board that should not be 12-1.
Way too big a price, yeah, for General Banker, the stablemate of Mama's Gold. Let's go back to Acacia.
I wanted to take a look at a couple of the other contenders in here, starting off with Lock and Key. As Paul mentioned, no, he has not gone this distance on the dirt, but he has gone this distance on the turf. This is a horse that actually has a bit more foundation going long on the grass versus on the main track. And you kind of look through and he's actually been able to do pretty much everything. Sprint on the dirt, run well on the going long on the turf, and he's quite versatile, which I certainly do respect about him. Now, physically, he's never going to be a horse that I'm going to love. Just the way that he's put together, very long in his frame, a handier type of build to him, but he's big and he's stretchy. He certainly strikes you as the type that should be able to go longer, and he is one that comes from off of it. Not quite enough in the Haynesfield last time out, but we'll see what he can do going the mile and 1/8. I'm with Andy on General Banker. I always have a bit of a soft spot for this horse. He is one that physically does catch your eye in the paddock. Prancing out there on the track. He was very tough to get the tack on today, but that is typical of General Banker. He sometimes can be a naughty boy back in the paddock, and that was the case again. Obviously, you don't love that when he's trying to navigate the 2 turns and a further distance, but hopefully it seems like he has settled down out there on the track right now. I prefer him going a touch shorter than this, but overall, he's a very consistent horse, and I do think that last time out, he was kind of in that stalking spot where you wanted to be, but that was kind of the rare race on that day where Ben Du came from last closing, so I think General Banker, at a big price, is being overlooked for a horse that throughout his career has been a consistent runner. Greg?
I think we're all shocked to see General Banker at 12-1. He actually started his career sprinting on the grass. Then he was put on the Derby Trail in 2023, hit the board in the Jerome, the Withers, the Gotham, and now here he is at a mile and 1/8.
And what I really don't understand is why he's twice the price of Lock and Key. I think everybody up here thinks Lock and Key certainly has a chance in this race, but General Banker is not supposed to be twice the price of that one. If anyone's supposed to be twice the price, Lock and Key should be a bigger price than General Banker.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I thought it would be kind of reversed. You see the 6 Lock and Key, he races with those cheek pieces. They act a little bit like shortcut blinkers. But I would think the 7 General Banker could land in a really good spot in this race, right? He's always got tactical speed. If they go at it early in here, that's Louis Rivera can ride. He can source in a good spot.
Louis has to be aggressive with him for position, and in doing so, that could be unhelpful to Bank Frenzy, the favorite who's outside of him. Bank Frenzy hasn't been breaking that well. A lot of times getting an outside post like this will help a horse that doesn't break, because if he gets a little left from the outside, when they hit that turn so quickly, a little bit slow could turn into a big problem.
Rudy Rodriguez, his trainer of the 7-5 favorite, the 8 Bank Frenzy, says he is training incredibly sharp right now. 3-2 on Bank Frenzy.
And he was against the track in his last start, so I wouldn't hold that race against him. Also a very tough field. He's been good, and he's run well enough at 1 1/8, but you do get the feeling he might be a little bit better in those one-turn mile situations.
And let me just correct something real quick as well for Miguel Clement. First starter for him on the New York circuit here with Drake's Passage. Set for the commentator. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
And they're off in the commentator, and Mama's Gold out alertly, so is Bank Frenzy, and Rock the Weekend is right in between them as they move into the first turn, and it will be Mama's Gold, the quickest of the quick, opening up a 3-length lead. Bank Frenzy is racing a clear-cut second. They're followed by Dr. Kraft in third, and Rock the Weekend is fourth, some 6 or 7 lengths off the pace. Drake's Passage is next, racing on the inside of General Banker, and Lock and Key at the back of the field. 23 and just under 4/5 of a second as they straighten up for the run down the backstretch. And it's Romero Mirage and Mama's Gold dictating terms with a 2.5 length lead. Manny Franco has Bank Frenzy tracking comfortably in second as Drake's Passage inches up a closer third. He's hugging the rail as he moves into that position. Dr. Kraft is fourth. Then comes General Banker, who's joined by Lock and Key. Lock and Key making an early bid along the inside. Rock the Weekend at the back. 47-4 for Mama's Gold, who's been there every step of the way. It is a distance to Rose's Pepino, who is far, far behind. Mama's Gold, Bank Frenzy moves to engage. These two are now head and head. 3 lengths back to Drake's Passage in third. 3/4 in 1:11-2. Dr. Kraft is next as Bank Frenzy has taken command at the top of the stretch. Mama's Gold along the inside is asked to battle back and is bravely doing just that as they come to the 8th pole. 4 lengths to Drake's Passage, who's coming with his run now. Coming to the 16th pole, and Mama's Gold resurgent on the inside of Bank Frenzy. Bank Frenzy, Mama's Gold, Bank Frenzy's in front, and Bank Frenzy, a hard-fought winner of the commentator. Mama's Gold was second, Drake's Passage third, Lock and Key finished fourth.
War of attrition, back and forth battle between Bank Frenzy and Mama's Gold, and Bank Frenzy rallies for the win.
Yeah, and Mama's Gold was very game inside, but Bank Frenzy's a machine. I mean, he just shows up and runs incredibly well basically every single time he runs. A great job by Manny Franco getting him out of the gate, riding him aggressively to get that good position from a far outside post. And Drake's Passage probably not going to win anyway, but he was compromised by breaking slowly in there, and it took him out of the position he needed to be in to be successful.
Yeah, I thought Romero Mirage did a great job with Mama's Gold. He did all he could, and it was just a great ride on the outside there by Manny Franco, not moving too soon, letting Mama's Gold do what he wanted to do on the front end. It was a little bit hairy that he was going to go by because it looked like the one was starting to come back, but I think it was a little bit more deceiving than anything else. And then the 5 Drake's Passage trying to cut into that margin, just could not get there. But like you said, Andy, this horse is an ATM.
9 wins from 18 starts with 5 runner-ups. Bank Frenzy.
And I don't think he's best at 1 1/8. He's a better miler, but he just is such a nice horse, and you can see Manny Franco, a little salute to the crowd at the end of that
If we could
race.
show the start again, I think it's important to show for the 5-horse Drake's Passage. Once again, not saying he would have won the race, but the start in many cases is the most important part of a race because it sets the table for the race. And while Manny Franco broke very sharply on the winner and got him into position, you'll see how well he breaks on the outside. Look at Drake's Passage, the 5-horse. He's got those the black and red silks. he's going to break a little slowly here. And in doing so, while I think that Luis Saez did a very good job of getting good position, but in doing that, he had to go to the inside. And you see him, he may have bobbled a little bit, but you see he breaks slowly. Yeah. And he's not a horse that really likes to be inside of horses. Now, Louis got him outside into the clear eventually, and I think he rode him very well considering the start.
We have an objection, by the way, with the 3rd and 4th place finishers.
It was very tight for 3rd and 4th. I don't know. It looks like that Louis did come out a tiny bit.
It will be dismissed.
But there's not much there.
It will be dismissed.
That's a tough
Meanwhile, not involving your winner, here's Bank Frenzy and a very ecstatic Rudy Rodriguez, LSU Stables. And this 5-year-old by Central Banker, now a 9-time winner. He's won half of his 18 starts. Pretty remarkable. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, we'll continue with the remarkable story of that 3-year-old campaign of a Fleet Alex coming off that improbable win when he went to his knees in the Preakness. How would he follow it up in the Belmont?
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
She feels more than pretty. She feels fantastic.
It is all she feels pretty. The sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
For years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new Middle Pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early and Middle Pick 5. First post, 1250.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
Sun shining down on this historic venue at Saratoga as we kick off Belmont at Saratoga with New York Showcase Day here on America's Day at the Races. And the commentator goes to Bank Frenzy, trained by Rudy Rodriguez, owned by LSU Stables, with Manny Franco on the irons.
Yeah, congratulations. This is a Central Banker. The Tisdale mare, Storm Now, and you're right, 9 for 18 lifetime, and just the horse just loves to win races. Now what? Oh, it was a little bit under 650,000 in that bank. A little bit more.
This was a fun stretch bout. Mama's Gold, big race in defeat.
You know, and pointing out, we've seen logical results in the 2 dirt races we've run, but I do think it's important to note we're not seeing horses make up ground on this track, and that was a situation we saw throughout Belmont Stakes weekend last year.
Rudy Rodriguez, since this horse has moved to his barn, he has visited the winner's circle quite a bit. Let's go to Acacia.
And I'm happy to be here with Rudy Rodriguez. Rudy, Bank Frenzy, he has just been remarkably consistent throughout his career. You've done a tremendous job with him. What does he mean to you?
You know, he means a lot to the whole barn. You know, he's the best horse that we have in the barn, and you know, we just happy that every time we put him there, he tries very, very hard. Even though I don't think he wants to go Malena A, but he still find a way to win. You know, the horse that we beat, is as solid, as starboard as they can come, because I thought we got him in the quarter pole B, and he come back and give us another run for the Rosa. So, but we just lucky to got this win today, and hopefully he come back good, and we just enjoy it. He's just a solid horse to be around for sure.
Talk me through your emotions during that stretch run.
Oh, it's wow. It's not easy. It's not easy to swallow because you can see he was getting tired, and the other horse, he keep coming. So, you know, but when he chased leaves in the last 16 miles, I say, okay, I think he's got a little relief now, so he can go on. But, you know, to chase that pace like that is hard. I thought somebody else was going to chase it, but he was very, very sharp in the mornings right now. So we're just happy to have him.
He did tell me this morning. He did tell me this morning.
Yes, he was right. He was right, Rudy. Well done. We got to wrap, but congratulations to the whole team.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
6th win for Bank Frenzy since he's moved to the barn of Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, bought him as a gelding, and he has done exceptionally well, and he shows up and runs really well. Good job by Rudy having him ready every time he runs, not just today.
That Grey Poupon is working in that circle.
$4.90 for the win. Yeah, LSU Stables, Randy Sarf has big one to come later in the week in the Manhattan. His 5th race, mile and a 16th over the Inner Turf New York Breds. Entry-level allowance, 3-year-olds and up. The 4 sounds like a plan. Horacio De Paz will have Kedar Carmouche aboard coming out of a stake race in the 3-year-old debut. Just missed by a neck, has some speed, will make an equipment change. Blinkers coming off. On the 2025 Preakness, Fleet Alex delivered one of the most stunning performances we have seen in Triple Crown history. Bumped, falling to his knees. It looked potentially disastrous. Somehow he recovered and would go on to win easily. One of the most athletic moves we have seen in the history of the Triple Crown. Well, as the Belmont Stakes approached, the question wasn't whether Fleet Alex would show up, but whether he would cement himself as one of the best of his generation.
Scrappy T blew the turn.
I didn't sleep a lot that night. The concern was after the race, we're going to pick up something that's not going to be good. Don't come out of an incident like that without any problems. Everything seemed to be fine. So I figured, well, we're going to go forward to the Belmont.
I looked at the track, how big it was. Had no doubt the horse could go that far.
New York was pretty cool. They actually gave us our own tent with food, drink, tellers for 250 people, and we were the toast of the town.
The Belmont, in my opinion, was the easiest race to ride.
Giacomo's got a good spot early. He's running 5th toward the inside. He's only about 3 or 4 lengths from the early lead. Very close for Giacomo.
Giacomo, not sure why he was in front of me at that point, but he was at the quarter pole before I was.
Fleet Alex is still lingering at the back of the pack.
Fleet Alex is in the back. I'm like, what's going on? Maybe it's not his day.
I had talked to Jeremy about how to ride the race, where you normally get to the 3/8 pole when you start to ride. That's not where. You got to wait.
Fleet Alex. Jeremy Rose is yet to make a move on him.
To count to 10 very slowly, and then pull the trigger.
But here comes the Preakness winner.
The only thing I thought was we're just going to rip the heart out of him. Here and now, finish it. We did.
And Fleet Alex just ran right by Giacomo Langevin standing still. Fleet Alex opening up with a tremendous burst of energy. He's 5 lengths clear at the 8 pole. Giacomo has made it. A compelling, outstanding performance by the plucky Fleet Alex.
It was good to see him beat that field the way he did. He was heads and shoulders above anything that was out there at the time.
It's too hard to describe. It's just a craziness. It's an out-of-body experience, that race. It's torture before the race, but after the race, it's just unbelievable. What a special horse.
Unfortunately, the Belmont was his last race. And I just looked at his legs and started to notice some filling in an ankle. This is absolutely typical of what happens about 3, 4, 5 weeks after a traumatic incident like the Preakness. He had a condylar fracture.
I remember my phone rings and it's Tim, and he goes, unfortunately, Fleet Alex has an injury. He's not going to overcome it. We're going to have to find him a home.
So they made a deal to go to Gainesway. We shipped him there. I rode in the back of the van with him, and that was special.
Alex put me in a different category jockey-wise. I mean, from Alex on, I got to ride in that top echelon again, with, Big Brown, Heritage Racehorse like that. In my opinion, none of them come close to him.
Yeah, Fleet Alex, he was the epitome of a racehorse. He helped my career. He was a very, very special horse.
It was a whirlwind. It was 1 year, but it was a great experience for the family, friends, Alex's lemonade stand. That's one of the things I'm probably most proud of, is all the good that we did with this special horse.
What an incredible campaign. Obviously, that Preakness is what everyone remembers from a Fleet Alex, but then he comes back and just dominates his division in the Belmont.
Yeah, he really did. And his Preakness has been compared to what journalism did in his Preakness. And I'd argue maybe journalism was a little bit tougher, considering he had to run a horse down, but it was pretty athletic after what happened to him in the Preakness. Scrappy T coming out on him. He almost lost the rider.
Incredible. And now we'll see what journalism can do out of that performance. As Paul said, I think, in some ways people do view it as almost a little more impressive because he made up so much ground in the stretch.
Well, you don't really see horses accelerate like that in the dirt. You'll see it a little bit more on the turf, but to come his last 16th, sort of a standing start around 6 seconds. Just look at it this way. Watch the race and see how Sandman, a deep closer, has his momentum on the outside, is making that closing run, and he's basically even with journalism around the 16th pole. And journalism just, from a dead stop, just runs away from him. That's how good he is.
It looked like he looked like a quarter horse. I'm not lying. When he hit him with the right crop, he took off like a quarter horse.
The rematch coming up on Saturday between the Derby and Preakness winners, Sovereignty and Journalism. We're going to take a time out. Of course, that man right there, his breakthrough in the American Classics came in the Belmont back in 2016 on Creator. He had another one in 22 with Mo Donegal. He'll ride Hill Road coming up Saturday.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into Mischief.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets, so you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com. And speaking of Naira Bets, joining me here in the paddock is Matthew DeSantis, content producer for Naira Bets, who has been hard at work for all of the things Belmont Stakes Week. Matthew, tell us a little bit about what's going on over at Naira Bets for fans and bettors.
Well, we have a lot of great content. We have individual contender spotlight series on our Naira Bets YouTube channel. We have a lot of great content in terms of race analysis for every single day and all the great stakes races that we have Wednesday through Sunday during this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. And we have a lot of tutorials for beginning fans who might not be very familiar with handicapping and betting.
And a good promo over at Naira Bets as well for Belmont Week?
Always, all day, every day. If you use the promo code Belmont25, you get up to a $200 deposit match bonus and a free $25 added to your account.
Perfect time to take part in that. Thanks for all of your hard work, Matthew, and thanks for the time today.
Thanks so much, Acacia.
Greg?
Acacia, thank you. That's where you can get signed up, play it all, including the Belmont Stakes on Saturday. All the tremendous action that we have in between. Get a $25 free play as part of a promotion just for signing up with the code Belmont25 and that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. And be able to bet any track, anywhere, anytime.
Easy for me to promote Naira Bets. I've been betting with us since they opened up back in the 90s. That is a large bumblebee, Paul.
Yeah, we have a visitor to the
If you had
set.
a bat, you probably could have slugged it out of the park.
It must be that Aquanet I put in my hair this morning.
There is Christopher Elliott.
Ooh.
Son of Stuart Elliott, who, of course, Smarty Jones fame, will be heading into the Hall of Fame this year.
I've been very impressed with Christopher Elliott's riding. And obviously, he's not Irad Ortiz. But what we've seen from him in coming here and where he is now is he's a rider. And I think Lane Leslie, another young rider, a similar situation. He has improved a lot as a rider. And I really think that's all you can ask from anybody out there. And I think we see a much more professional Christopher Elliott. And in riding with such a top colony for this long, he's really stepped up his game, and that's good.
I'm with you. I got to interview him a couple months ago at Aqueduct.
Nice
He's
guy.
Very even-keeled. I think that's a very good part of it, being a young kid. Seems like he doesn't take a bad ride into the next race. Obviously, having his father being Stuart, who's won so many races, does help. But I love the kid's demeanor and the way I'm with Andy. I think he's getting better and better with each ride.
And you could probably tell us the story better of anyone whose mount is named after Leon Blue, is known affectionately to Blue for everyone, who was a trainer for over 50 years.
Leon Blushewitz is a true legend in this game, and somebody, I mean, a remarkable character, and also a very big bettor in his day who knew how to put one over. I'm going to tell the Leon Blushewitz story of a horse I love the most. He had a horse named Admiral Alex. I don't believe that Blue had started a horse in over a year anywhere. He debuted in a 1.5 mile race on Whitney Day and went off as the 5-2 favorite and won.
Yeah.
I mean, the best trainers in the game have trouble doing that. He came back 3 weeks later in the Travers, and he opened up the favorite.
Wow.
Leon Blushewitz was a legend, and many, many of us in the racetrack feel fortunate to have crossed his path during his career, and a tip of the hat for the connections for naming a horse after Blue.
There's Kendrick Carmouche. He's hopping aboard the favorite Sounds Like a Plan, who just missed in a stake in his 3-year-old debut in the Woodhaven at Aqueduct.
I'll be honest, I picked him second, but I'm not sure 5-2 isn't a generous price on him. If he runs his last race, isn't he the horse to beat, unless you're worried that there may be a contentious pace and he's a need-the-lead type?
Well, he might be a need-the-lead type, but I think he's definitely the horse to beat. I'm with you, and this is, I know, Greg's favorite angle. The blinkers come off, and that could help. If Kendrick puts this horse forward and leave this horse, lonely on the front end, I was exactly with Andy here. I like 2-4-5. I think the 5 Courtly Banker is a horse that hasn't got some good trips, and I think needed that last start. And then Pay the Juice is going to get paid because Flavian's aboard.
I think that Pay the Juice is going to run better in his second start. I don't think he's a very good price at 3-1. He should certainly not be a similar price to the favorite right now. I'm a little interested in the 5 as well, Paulie. He's got good race to get back to. I think the pace exists, though, because Leon Blue, Christopher Elliott's an aggressive rider, has speed. He's stretching out outside, and even Swift Magic could go from the rail. And I wonder if taking the blinkers off says some intention from Rossi DePaz. He wants to get him to relax a little bit, but will that end up working out well for him?
Yeah, we will see. Back to Courtly Banker for a moment. The 5, that one has the quickest races of anybody in this field.
That's why I picked him. He's a big price. who has run races that are good enough to win, not just once. He's second off a layoff. I thought he ran credibly last time. It's not like, Paulie, he was lagging behind the field the whole way and never ran. He made a move. He was forward. He didn't finish the deal. He probably needed the race. The race came apart quite a bit, and I thought today he could run his best race. And at 8-1 to 10-1, that's all I need.
I think the key, too, you got to pay attention to these horses that like Saratoga. The horse's best race was here. Good second-place finish. I think the 5's completely live in the spot.
And, you have to find – you should never try to create an opinion for a short price. You've got to have to be a little creative to find long shots. They're big prices because they're not obvious on paper.
Here is Swift Magic, trained by George Weaver.
Yeah, he could be a pace factor in here, but I just have questions of whether or not he's good enough and wants to go this far.
Yeah, going long on the turf for the first time. Pay the Juice, August Dawn Farm, Bill Parcells.
Yeah, Coach Parcells will put up Flavian Pratt for Shug McGaughey here, and this is a horse that I think should improve in here.
17-1 next door, Mo Creasa.
I mean, this horse isn't bad for a 17-1 shot. He finished behind a horse Rhetorical, a New York bred. This is a horse that could end up in open stakes.
Favorite 5-2 sounds like a plan against stakes placed in the 3-year-old return.
Yeah, this one for Club 65 Racing. We'll see if Kendrick tries to beat him from the start.
There's Kendrick riding for Horacio de Paz, Club 65 Racing. Courtly Banker, Saratoga Stable of course, Funny Side and Tiz the Law fame.
I think they'll always be famous for Funny Side. Not that Tiz the Law wasn't tremendous, but Funny Side is one of those horses that no one's going to forget.
Yeah. Toscana, Jose Ortiz rides for Mike Maker.
Yeah, this is a dangerous horse, and this is kind of the unknowns. Tried to get on the turf a couple times, and Mike Maker's usually good getting on the turf.
I think this is an interesting fuzzy, but 6-1.
Turf debut outsource.
Yeah, he's going to have to improve immeasurably. He's got a little bit of turf pedigree, to be honest, though, but he'll need to improve.
Leon Blue, interesting here. Mel Giddings with Christopher Elliott.
Yeah, Mel Giddings just missed earlier in the card. This one at 7-1, now without a shot.
31-1, the second dam of Huggy, the brilliant Ipitombe. It was a multiple Group 1 winner.
Yes, a South African horse who was tremendously talented. I think she only started once in this country.
Won the Dubai Duty Free, won the only start here in the States.
Yeah, won I think the Locust Grove maybe at Churchill Downs. Yeah, there's turf pedigree in there. Central Banker, though, a great sire, but not a great turf influence.
And the paddock pastor, Amelia Green, Arad Ortiz Jr.
This horse did not have the best beginnings last time out, made up a ton of ground, and, you get complete outside post, but you do have Irad, and a horse that's definitely a player.
Pick 6, by the way, begins in this race.
Yes, it does, and 50,000 plus in the pool right now. What about the pick 6? Who is your lean, Paul, if you're putting a pick 6 in?
Well, Sterling Silver, probably the most singled horse in the pick 6 by far, right?
Yes, I agree. I would say no matter the other results, if she loses, the pick 6 will pay well if it pays at all. She looks like the biggest favorite. That last race today is wide open. I think the 10th race today, stick around. That's a good race to go hunting for some prices. That's a fun race.
It makes you want to get involved in the pick 4, the pick 5, because it's so wide open. Let's go to Acacia with more on the favorite here in the 5th.
Sounds like a plan. This is a horse that last time out in the Woodhaven, my note said, looked very heavy off the layoff, and I thought that he still ran an incredible race that day because he set the pace, and then you look at the last few yards of that Woodhaven, and it just seemed that everybody was running down towards the wire, and Sounds Like a Plan was very game, digging in down on the inside. He's fitter coming back in here today. I thought he ran very well against Open Company. He's back in, coming out of a stakes try and now into allowance and against fellow New York breds. The blinkers do come off, and I'm thinking because both last time and 2 starts back, he got very keen going into the first turn, and I would imagine that he has enough early speed, and the thought process with the blinkers off is to get him to settle a bit. He looks phenomenal out on the track as your favorite. The number 2, Pay the Juice. He's the horse that I would want out of that race as the paddock passer also comes out of there. At an outside post, he was off of a layoff. I thought he was a horse that kind of running stops and starts a little bit and just not enough, but I thought one that really could move forward second off the bench here. He's been a little bit of a work in progress. Mentally, he took a long time to come along. This is by far the most settled I've seen him. Gotten a bit warm. Again, I'm not concerned about that given the weather that we've seen today, and he had a lovely warm-up away from the pony over there. He's a horse, too, that also at the beginning of his career was able to be a little bit more forwardly placed, even and then that race at Gulfstream 2 starts back. Better post today. I would imagine he'll get into the race a bit more. The number 8, Leon Blue, I was very impressed with what I saw from him last time out, even though I did not like the conditions for him. He looks like a horse that wants to go long on the turf, and yet he won sprinting on the main track. But mentally, he'd really developed a lot. He'd also been gelded coming back off of the layoff and back as a 3-year-old, and he's come along. Physically, this looks like what he's built to do, and I do think that him staying in that off-the-turf race was a good prep for this. I wanted to give a mention to the 6, Toscano, because I wrote down in my notes of July of last year, big flat turf hoof. Would love to see him try grass. Mike Maker tried a couple of times, or I should say, Prior Connections, Alexis Claire Tubac, and Mike Maker last time tried to get him on the grass to no avail. He finally gets to run on the turf today, broke away from the pony. Beautiful suspension in his stride, floating across the track. I think he's very intriguing, finally getting to try the grass, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. So post time coming up to kick off this pick 6, and it sounds like a play on the 4, the 5-2 favorite.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether you pick this horse or bet this horse or not, I don't think there's a coherent argument against Sounds Like a Plan being the favorite. He was good as a 2-year-old. He came back in his first start here, ran an open stake, barely lost at the wire. He's got speed. The question with him is, with the blinkers off and with potential other speed, is he going to get the lead? Does the pace get too fast? Is he not able to rate? But from his credentials as a racehorse, he's the horse to beat.
He's the horse to beat because he's got the best race on turf last couple races. You look at some of Courtney Banker. Courtney Banker, the 5's got better races than him.
But not recently.
But not recently, right. And that's why the 4 on the recency and a horse that probably is going to be in the mix. That's why the public has this horse as the favorite.
Well, I think one of the keys to this race is what happens early. Is the 1 going to go? Is the 8 going to go? Because if the 4 Sounds Like a Plan is able to establish the lead in a relatively comfortable pace, and keep in mind, this is the first time we'll get a turf race on this course.
Yes.
So it's pristine. If he's able to go 24, 48, it might just be over.
It might be over. Yeah, you're right. Someone's going to have to press. I would think, Leon Blue might show some speed.
You would think he would be the one to go. And I have to think that Eric Cancel, I mean, I know he's not that aggressive a rider, but I'm not sure what chance you have with Swift Magic if you're not at least looking to be forward and take advantage of the good inside post.
41-1. Yeah, with Swift Magic from the rail.
You can be a factor in the race without being a player in the race. And while he's a very difficult horse to make on paper to win the race, but if he's aggressively ridden, he could have a real say in the outside.
On the grass.
Right.
Yeah. Not all-out speed, but, should be against this group likely in front if Eric Cancel chooses to use that speed.
If he's not aggressive and at least trying to get that forward position, it just wouldn't make any sense whatsoever. Pay the Juice is more of a closer. Mo Creasa can be a bit forward in here. Horse Maggie liked a little bit last night. Last time I ran 3rd at 90-1. It's a fun race.
Pick 6 on New York Showcase Day as we kick off Belmont at Saratoga. Begins right here. Frank Miramonte to get us started.
Leon Blue a little reluctant. The Paddock Pastor will be the last one to load. Walking up. They're in the gate. And they're off to a very smooth beginning. Mo Creasa came out well. Sounds Like a Plan is up and on the pace, and so too Leon Blue. Leon Blue sprints to the front. Sounds Like a Plan now racing in second. Courtney Banker and Huggy are stride for stride. And in behind them, down at the rail, comes Mo Creasa, who broke well and is now sitting about 4 lengths off the front runner. Another couple back to Toscano, who's by himself, racing 2 lengths clear of Swift Magic on the inside of Pay the Juice. The 2 trailers, the Paddock Pastor and Outsource at the back of the field. 23-2 for the opening quarter mile. It's Leon Blue left alone on the front end, has it by a length and a half. Sounds Like a Plan is creeping closer in second. Mo Creasa down at the rail. Courtney Banker is in between horses and Huggy outside of that pair. Another 2 back to Toscano, who's 6 lengths off the lead. The half went in 47-1. Toscano is followed by Pay the Juice, who's racing on the inside of rivals as Huggy is dropping out of it, rounding the far turn. On the outside of him comes the Paddock Pastor, 2 lengths clear of Outsource, and Swift Magic is at the back of the field. A quarter of a mile to go. 6 furlongs in 1, 11 and 2. Leon Blues sounds like a plan alongside. Here's the Paddock Pastor coming alive in a big way down the center of the course. And from well out of it, Outsource is picking up pieces down on the inside. It's Mo Creasa past the 16th pole. The Paddock Pastor on the outside of Leon Blue, who won't surrender. And Outsource. Photo finish, that's so close. Outsource was absolutely flying at Leon Blue. It's between those two. The Paddock Pastor finished 3rd and Toscano was 4th. An absolute nail-biter.
Thriller at the finish, first time on the grass. Outsource at a huge number. Did he get there?
Paulie thinks he got there, and Paulie's pretty good at photos. I have absolutely no idea. Another horse from Mel Giddings that ran huge in Leon Blue, win or lose this race. The 4 not able to rate. Here came the 10, who kind of hung a little bit at the end, the Paddock Pastor. And here comes Outsource, who improved immeasurably on the grass. And Paulie, let's see what happens. We're looking at a different feed.
Zap. I'm never
We
wrong.
looked at a different feed, and it does appear from what we saw, and we'll take a look at it right now and see what happened. I don't know that this is the right feed, because you've really got to be right on the wire.
Oh, it's a bad
You can't
feed.
tell from
Yeah,
that. It appears from what we saw at a different angle that the 7 got up.
Wow, crazy.
Here we go. Here we go.
7 Outsource just posted as your unofficial winner.
Wow.
Never questioned Paul LaDuca's eyes, 56-1.
Tom Morley, an astute claim. He claimed this horse for $30,000 from Rick Dutrow and went right to the turf, something Tom has done before, and got the money here. A tremendous job for Tom. Congratulations on the win. And if you use this horse in any multi-race bets, I hope you win.
That was a little Derek Jeter pump. Hopefully he had a little bit of a wager on. We got a first $114 horse, $100 horse at Saratoga, Greg.
Unreal.
Wow. If you bet Leon Blue, this was a very, very tough beat, and Christopher Elliott rode the horse to perfection.
Yeah, he did. Wow.
But it's John Velasquez for Tom Morley, who, yes, claimed this horse last time out for $30,000, had never been on the grass, surface switch, and boy, did it pay off.
You know, he had some turf pedigree if you look at it. The second dam was good in the turf, ran a 94 buyer, produced 1 horse to try the turf, got a 73 buyer. That horse was an Oscar performance, though. But Honor AP has been 12% on the turf, and this horse is a completely different horse on the turf than he is on the dirt because he isn't even remotely competitive in dirt races.
He flew home. He really
Yes,
did
he
fly
did.
home.
Wow.
Because it looked like that Flavian had saved with Pay the Juice. He circled that horse. He went around everybody. I can't believe he won that race.
I just want to apologize in advance. The second string is showing up for the late show. And, you know, we're sorry we have to leave. We can't stay on the whole time.
We
I just
apologize
hope that they
to our
can live up
viewers.
to, you know, what's gone up here.
Yeah.
It's not
Well,
gonna
they'll
be easy
do their
for them.
best.
They're glorious.
It was fun. They're coming up next. Lafitte, Mig, JK, they'll take over for us with the second half of this card. We did the heavy work, though.
But yeah, it's a very hard act to follow. Good luck, guys.
A lot more to come on New York Showcase Day. Bill Mott ready for what could be a huge week as Kentucky Derby winner. Patiently sat out the Preakness, thriving for his return in the rematch with journalism on Saturday.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Bet the Belmont Stakes with a $25 free play from Naira Bets. Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes and is available in most states. Naira Bets makes it easy to get in on the action with streaming HD video, weekly promotions, and a state-of-the-art betting interface.
in the Belmont Stakes.
If you're betting the Belmont, your best bet is Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 bonus for new members with promo code Belmont25.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrogate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrogate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus Class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, as we just saw a big upset in race number 5, Outsource. First off the claim and first on the turf for Tom Morley, who's joining me here. Tom, well done. I mean, this horse certainly looks like he would take to the turf, but did it in a really big way today.
Yeah, look, I watched all his replays and dug into his pedigree a bit, and there was masses of grass in there, and he just looked like a big, high knee action on the dirt, and when I went and looked at him at Aqueduct, I just thought, look, it's a shot to nothing. If he takes to the grass, he takes to the grass. If he doesn't, he doesn't. I thought he'd run really well today, but I'm absolutely thrilled with that. The first half of the race, he didn't know where to put his feet. He was cross-firing going around the first turn, and Johnny just gave him every chance to get himself together, and he said when he did, he said, I had tons of horse all the way around there.
A game photo finish and some very, very happy owners here in the winner's circle.
Yeah, look, there is nowhere better to win a race, and it's a very important week for those of us who train in New York. It's to get off the mark straight away on the first day of the week is huge. So we're hoping for a good week. Delighted to get started in that way, and what a ride by Johnny.
And you still have some big contenders. Wanted to ask you about Donegal Momentum tomorrow in the poker. Drawn to the outside for him, but what are your thoughts on him coming into the race? He ran a really good effort last time out.
Yeah, and I think he probably got beat by mainly, I try not to give jockeys instructions, but I did feel the way to beat Christopher Miguel's horse was probably through fitness, and so we probably moved a bit early. Tomorrow we've got an outside position. Mark Cassie's horse looks like the speed in the race. There are a lot of horses with a lot of talent in the race, but it looks quite an open field, and I love the flat mile, and I love the fact we're going to get genuine firm ground. This horse has been plagued by good soft ground, so I'm looking for a big run from him.
Looks like Mother Nature will be kind to us tomorrow, but well done. A big effort with a win here today.
Thank you, Acacia.
Happy winner's circle connections here. Tom Morley and Outsource getting the win, $115.50. Huge effort from Leon Blue, checking in second as well. We'll take a quick time out, and when we come back, we'll have a new crew up on the desk, and we'll talk about Kentucky Derby winner Sovereignty. They'll get a chance to rematch with Derby runner-up Journalism when we come back. More on this year's Belmont Stakes, the 157th running, still to come.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
The August place to be. Still is and always will be. But this year, for a second year, it's all happening here. On this first weekend in June, while the heavy lifting continues downstate, the eyes of the racing world are focused upstate. Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York, site of the 157th Belmont Stakes. The late spring place to be. Saratoga Racecourse on Belmont Week. The stars present and accounted for. Sovereignty, Derby winner, ready to re-enter the ring. And when he does, a familiar foe awaits. Journalism, Preakness winner, Derby runner-up. What will happen in round 2? Of course, the third place Derby finisher may argue this whole rematch thing. Baeza, poised for the Belmont Stakes ambush. But the story today, fitting. A tribute to the New York bred. New York Showcase Day. Enter Sterling Silver, now a millionairess and heavily favored in the Critical Eye Stakes.
Live look. Historic Saratoga Racecourse, that historic paddock, and the start of one of the biggest weeks in the game. Celebration has begun. The countdown never stops. In just 3 days, the Belmont Stakes at the Spa. From just outside the paddock, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai, and welcome to the first of 49 live racing days this spring and summer at Saratoga. And what a better way to kick off this particular week in the celebration of the New York Bred's New York Showcase Day as we officially kick off the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. As we take a look at the rundown, today's races brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Halftime, 5 races down, 5 to go. A bomb in the 5th race moments ago. Among the late pick 5 sequence coming up, 4 stakes races. Bowery is next. All coming your way right here on Fox Sports 2. I welcome in my co-host. He's a champion jockey, handicapper Jonathan Kinchin, the same handicapper who just took down that Pick Your Prize Monmouth handicapping tournament. Jonathan Kinchin, guys, we have all day and tomorrow and the next day to discuss the lead up to this Belmont Stakes. Wanted to start with this New York Showcase Day. Richie, what makes this day so important? Why significant?
Because it's an opportunity to really show off the product, the racehorses that are born, bred, and raised in the state of New York, and the breeders take so much pride in their local product. And I've always said, guys, the health of the racing in a particular state correlates directly with the health of the breeding program in the state, and the New York breeding program is healthy.
Handicapping these New York breds can be a little bit tricky. We just saw 50 some odd to 1 shot in race number 5. JK navigating this late pick 5 sequence. Like what stood out?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like a lot of people will try to single the 8-horse Sterling Silver in the Critical Eye. I don't think it's that easy. I do think that if you have a budget, you're trying to find a way to get a little skinny. That's where I would try to get skinny. But it also could turn into be something nice. And the way this pick 6 started, if Sterling Silver gets beat, I think we'd be looking at a double carryover.
That late pick 5 gets underway here. Race number 6, as for the reason we're all here this weekend, the 157th running of the Belmont Stakes. Field drawn Monday. Take a look, these 3-year-olds tackling the 1.25 miles with a $2 million purse. 8 strong, the big 3. Sovereignty, Derby winner, post 2, 2-1 second choice. Number 6, Baeza, 3rd in the Derby, 3rd choice, 4-1. Journalism, Preakness winner, post 7, 8-5. Morning line favorite, like no introductions needed because 5 weeks ago Churchill Downs in the slop. JK Sovereignty denies favorite Journalism and a fast closing Baeza.
Yeah, the result of this race was satisfying for me. The 3 best horses, in my opinion, ran 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. How lucky are we to see all 3 of them on Saturday? But Sovereignty was the best on this day. I don't think he had any excuses, but I don't think the other horses had too many more. I suppose you could make a case for Journalism having a little trouble, Baeza having a little trouble, but Sovereignty was the best on the day, Richie.
He was best on the day in a 19-horse field. They worked out pretty decent trips for such a bulky field, but Baeza didn't really start running until he got out in the clear.
Then he didn't run in the Preakness, nor did Sovereignty. But Journalism showed up, Richie, and still plenty of drama, despite the fact there would be no Triple Crown in 2025. Lots of drama in Baltimore.
Wow, did he kind of put himself in such a tight wedge between horses. Umberto Rispoli made a decision. He went inside. Now you got to live with that decision. And he pulled his way out. Of course, they got the worst of it was the horse stopping on his inside clever again. But just because the horse is stopping doesn't mean you could take their ground. It was an ambitious ride and an ambitious journey.
Lafitte, I've watched a lot of racing. I've watched this race a lot. I still feel like he's going to lose even though I know the outcome.
And he still gets there. Somehow winning that Preakness. So round 2 now. And the tale of the tape, journalism, edge and experience and win, Sovereignty, Mo Money, both classic winners, both with trainers and pedigree of the highest order. The tale of the tape, Sovereignty and journalism, as we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast. Maggie, bottom line, these are two super 3-year-olds, journalism and Sovereignty. In terms of watching their preparation for the Belmont Stakes, like, have you observed anything that might have you leaning one way or the other?
Honestly, no. It's actually made my job that much harder discerning between your two favorites here for this Belmont Stakes. And, you know, if anything, you worry about journalism. He's not the proverbial fresh horse that Sovereignty is. But watching him in the mornings, watching his last workout, which happened here on the main track, this is Sovereignty, on the Oklahoma training track, he's just getting better and better when the time is right. He worked the 48-4, which over Oklahoma is a very good time considering it's a deeper, more cushiony track, and therefore you don't see faster times. It's not as glib as our main track here where we race our horses. But Sovereignty, who historically 2-year-old year into 3-year-old year wasn't that great of a workhorse, but it seems as though he's really turned on the light bulb and the afterburners here when the time is right. Now, his main opposition is your Derby runner-up and Preakness winner in journalism. And journalism, I've watched him train since Monday here, which we saw him breeze on Sunday over the main track, going 47-2 with regular rider Umberto Rispoli aboard, and kind of just easy. It does not look as though he's going that fast, but yet he is. If you're worried about a tired horse, I can't see anything showing me that this horse is a tired horse. In fact, this morning, watching him gallop, his rider, who is a very stout young man and very strong, he was giving him everything he could handle just to keep him in a happy gallop. So don't worry about journalism's energy. It's there. And Lafitte, it's so highly satisfying that I believe we have the two best horses of this crop performing to the best of their abilities and heading in to this Belmont Stakes.
And Maggie, it's not a rivalry just yet, but the stuff rivalries are made of. Sovereignty from the East, journalism from the West, round 2 in the Belmont Stakes. So we're at Saratoga. The Belmont's at 1.25 miles. That's the same as the Derby, right? Differences. What's different from the Derby to the Belmont for journalism and Sovereignty, and who might that favor?
I think the first difference, Richie, is that there's a lot less horses, right? There's 19 in that Kentucky Derby. There'll only be 8 in this Belmont Stakes. I think that'll make a huge difference in terms of the trips they'll get. I also think the pace is likely to be a little bit different.
Yeah, I think it'll be a much different pace scenario. The Derbies always run at too fast a pace for the distance because of the bulky field, because of that really long run down the home stretch the first time at Churchill Downs. Now they break up at the 8th pole to go 1.25 miles here. Not as much of a run. And it's also the hype of the Derby lends riders to getting involved a little bit more early than they might. Things have settled down a little bit now. So the thing that helps closers, lack of a bulky field, is also going to hurt closers because you're not going to get as much pace.
Might work against Sovereignty if the race unfolds the way it looks on paper. Can't wait. What a matchup. Third and final jewel of the Triple Crown on Saturday, live on Fox. So much going on. Belmont Week, Saratoga looms. What better time to sign up? NYRABets.com. Get involved. When you do so, you take advantage of that $25 free bet. Use that promo code Belmont25. Any track, anywhere, anytime. NYRABets.com. Day 1, Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Day 3, Friday highlights. Look like this. Big afternoon of racing. You'll see 6 stakes races, 4 of the Grade 1 variety. There you see it, Belmont Gold Cup, like no Grade 1 status. Instead, a golden ticket to the winner and the chance of a lifetime. The chance to compete in the Lexus Melbourne Cup, the race that stops the nation. Literally first Tuesday in November. No school, most businesses closed to celebrate Australia's most prestigious horse race at Flemington Racecourse. I'm very pleased to be joined by the voice of the Melbourne Cup, Matt Hill, who is with us this week. And on Friday, we'll call the Belmont Gold Cup for a second time. Matt, welcome back to Saratoga.
Great to be back at Saratoga. It is superb to be here and looking forward to the race on Friday. I think it's a stronger renewal than we had last year. And of course, you mentioned the race that stops the nation. We hope in Australia it's going to stop the world at some stage.
There's hope for me to do hockey yet.
Melbourne Cup, Matt. Yeah, they call it the race that stops the nation. In Victoria, it is a national holiday. Like no school, nobody essentially goes to work. It's all to stop and take appreciation of this incredible horse race, this tradition, this celebration, and yes, naturally, Australia's biggest thoroughbred event.
Definitely on my horse racing bucket list of races that I want to be able to attend. I've heard it's just a huge party, but like you said, the whole country supports it.
I would have loved any race that got me out of school as a kid.
Matt's still with us and making this long journey here. Matt, to call this Belmont Gold Cup along with the hardware of the Melbourne Cup is here at Saratoga. Calling the race and assessing this field of Americans, what stood out in terms of how it might relate to the Melbourne Cup this fall?
Well, I think what you can actually do is take a real guide out of two previous winners of the Belmont Gold Cup, being Red Cardinal and also Loft. Now, I left Australia a few days ago. Loft was going around in a principal listed 2-mile handicap at Sandown back in Melbourne. So the form translates absolutely fine. And Red Cardinal, who won the race in 2017, ran in 2 Melbourne Cups. So the only difference this time around here at Saratoga, being on the inner turf track, being just over 2 laps, that's going to be tricky for the European horses, such as Flatten the Curve. And of course, we've got such a close eye on Frankie Dettori as well, who's had 17 rides in the Melbourne Cup back home and hasn't been able to feature. He's on limited liability in this year's renewal.
Do me a favor, Matt. Remind our audience watching and the viewers here at Saratoga, they do go around twice. Just give them a heads up, would you?
I tell you what, we might need a bell like they do at the hardest racing just to remind them, I think. But there's some very experienced jockeys there, so I'm sure they'll be well and truly warned beforehand. Maybe it's the commentator that needs to find out that it's 2.5 laps and just keep my breath.
Great to have you with us, Matt. Look forward to it. Belmont Gold Cup with a golden ticket and automatic berth in the Melbourne Cup. Back to the live racing here. The Bowery is next. Late Pick 5 is next. New York bred filly and mares, turf sprinters. And while you're looking here with riders up and Charlotte's Heart towards the outside. 7 horse here. Technical difficulty. K-Cup. Light and experience here, JK, on the ascent. What do you make of K-Cup's chances today?
Well, I liked K-Cup last time because of her race last summer against Valtellina, who's also in this race. So K-Cup ran well here. She was doing it against maidens. She got a nice figure for it. But I just think she's being a little overbet off of this one performance, while the horse to her inside, the 6 we'll see in a bit, handled her pretty well last summer.
Yeah, I mean, she's light on experience, only her 3rd start. This was an impressive race, but it was against other maidens, and now she's going to be facing winners, and some very accomplished winners, too, like the 2 Bernie and the Rose as well.
K-Cup stakes debut, current 2-1 favorite. Riders up here in a post-parade brewing, 7 of them. 7/8 of a mile, 3-year-old fillies. It's a $200,000 person New York Showcase Day. One after the next, and again, the perfect way to kick off this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival.
Absolutely. It's a great way to kick off the celebration of our great sport, particularly with horses, and a lot of them that were born within pretty close proximity to the Saratoga Racecourse.
And we're in proximity to the post-parade as we'll meet the field for this Bowery Stakes. 7/8 of a mile, 3-year-old fillies. You see the pool for this late pick 5 about to get underway. 50 some odd to 1 shot to kick off the pick 6 in race number 5. Storm Changer, the one we'll see first, and a strong second choice here, Richie, at 5-2 as they call the field to post. field goals out. Check that. Bernie in the Rose, 5-2. The first we'll start with.
Yeah, Bernie in the Rose is 4 for 5 light time. She was unlucky even to lose on debut, kind of settled and finished. And she's a 2-time stakes winner in restricted New York bred company. She's got to deal with the rail, but she's good.
Coming in hot. Then Howling Wind, spinning her wheels in the mud in the Park Avenue.
When you got a New York bred, you take shots like this. They're definitely taking a shot. She deserves to be 35-1.
Crimson Queen doesn't have to break from the rail. That's a first.
Yeah, and she's improved with every start. She's going to have to continue to improve to handle what she's going to face here today.
Accelerating, there's another look at the 4. Luis Saez in the saddle. Crimson Queen, 15-1. Then accelerating. Promising last year, guys. Disappointing in 2025.
Yeah, the 2024 version wants to run well. The 2025 version hasn't seen the winner's circle or been close to it.
Valtellina locked in. She's won 2 straight.
Well, she's kind of rounded back to form. She broke her maiden impressively, and then she kind of went dormant. She really lost her form. She's got her form back.
Just saw her maiden win. There's a look at K-Cup, the favorite, and Rod Ortiz.
Yes, horse ran extremely well last time at odds on, but look back at her race from last summer. The horse to her inside, the 6, Valtellina, handled her pretty well.
Charlotte's Heart, Live Oak Plantation, named for Charlotte Weber. Much more on Charlotte in just a moment.
Yeah, this is a horse that has never run on dirt, only on turf or synthetic. It'll be interesting to see how she handles the switching surface.
New York breds coming up here, 7/8 of a mile, 3-year-old fillies. Start of the late pick 5, this Bowery. Post time 3 minutes. Another look at Charlotte's Heart, number 8, who is trained by Mark Casse. The start of a very busy Belmont Stakes week for Mark Casse. There she is. Stakes runners Charlotte's Heart here. Clear Conscience later in the Kingston. Tomorrow, 4 stakes races. Casse represented in all 4. And on Saturday, 5 runners in 4 stakes races. A Nitrogen even money favorite in the Wonder again. Yeah, busy. Like, no Sandman, but no Belmont Stakes we got for Mark Casse.
Busy couple days.
A pretty full dance card, and an interesting year with Charlotte's Heart is she's a half to Casa Creed, earner of over $2.6 million, but it's all turf, particularly on the female side of the family, Jonathan.
As I take a look at that list, the one that's the most interesting to me is Lakara and the Acorn. The most likely winner, maybe Nitrogen and the Wonder again. He's got some good shots.
Big week, potentially. Mark Casse, Belmont Stakes winning trainer. And it all starts here with Charlotte's Heart, currently 7-2. We go right back to Maggie, who has both sides of Union Avenue covered.
Yes, I did not wear my comfortable shoes either. Could be a big mistake to start the week, Lafitte. But when it comes to Charlotte's Heart, who is named for her owner, Miss Charlotte Weber, she is a legendary figure within this industry. She has been the sole leader of Live Oak Stud for the past 30 years, not to mention her role and trailblazer type of attitude when it comes to running her company, Campbell's Soup. And right now, just across the street, as you mentioned, Lafitte, is at the Hall of Fame, Racing Museum and Hall of Fame, is the Charlotte Weber exhibit, a look through the eyes and life of Charlotte Weber. And I have yet to be over there myself, but a recreation of her Manhattan living room, displaying some of her works of art. There's Degas, there's also a really neat Asian type of equine art in there as well. And for Charlotte, as usual, humility reigns supreme as she's just honored to be featured across the street.
I think what they're going to see is a variety and maybe be somewhat surprised that it all fits together. I've loved the museum for a long time, and I've been very involved in sort of behind the scenes working with them. And I've always tried to encourage them to bring people's private collections. I'm very grateful to the museum for doing this for me and honoring me, and also for all the wonderful people who spoke on my behalf. I'm overwhelmed to some degree by that, but I'm very proud, and I'm glad that I have impressed people in a way that has been meaningful.
As so deserve, Richie, Charlotte Weber's Live Oak Plantation, a legacy, a Hall of Fame worthy and on display, that exhibit where it belongs across the street.
It's just been such a mainstay in racing for so many years. I remember coming around early in 1980, riding a very fast filly for her called Lean. Pat Kelly was her trainer then, and she has just been such a staunch supporter of racing throughout all that time.
There's a bunch of silks that make you feel a certain way. Those are a set of them that do that. You think about a lot of different horses. To Honor and Serve pops in my head. You know, a kind of a newer version, but some really good ones.
So what's it going to take, Richie, for us to see those silks in this Bowery winner's circle with Charlotte's Heart?
It's going to take her being able to handle dirt like none of her siblings have been able to up to this point. She's had some very good siblings. Obviously, Casa Creed, a multiple 4-star Dave winner, a really good horse in his own right, but he wasn't that good on the dirt. He was that good on the turf. I think this is one of those instances you talked about, Jonathan, taking a bit of a shot. She's a New York bred. It's her second time running against New York bred's first time ever on dirt.
Maggie, so we have the story, right? But what about the filly? What is Charlotte's Heart showing you pre-race?
Right. It's easy to root for Charlotte's Heart, especially watching that piece. But I think what you guys are saying is going to ring true here, because she, to me, physically looks so much more like a turf horse. She has a massive hoof that is very flat, very angular pasterns that it just doesn't lend itself well to the main track. Now, I totally get the connections trying this spot. Obviously, she's a New York bred who's been battling outside of New York bred company for 3 consecutive races, even beaten by a talented filly by the name Brindy, who would return in her next start. And she is by Authentic, who is a little bit better with his dirt horses. But to me, at a short price, especially 7-2, and while she looks incredibly fit here, second off the bench, I just think this is the wrong surface. Now, number 7, K-Cup, she's held strong as your favorite, though none of us going with her. She looks fantastic. Do I think her effort last time was totally enhanced by the racetrack? Absolutely. But she is a big, strong filly, just everything you want in a dirt horse, especially going this 7 furlong. She looks as though it's right up her alley as she steps out just a half a furlong from emphatically beating her foes last time out to Breaker Maiden. Number 6, Valtellina, she's the battle-tested one. She rides 2 races winning into this one. But in her last 2 starts, she was so much more sharp and so much more on it. And today, she's really quiet. I wonder if the heat of the day, I am sweating profusely out here, is bothering her a little bit. She is sweating, which is good, but again, it just might have knocked her, back a bit. And 2, she has had a heavy work schedule as of now. I'm going to take number 5, Accelerating, third off the bench here. I think she's done incredibly well from 2 to 3 as far as her physical makeup. Yes, her 2 efforts at Oaklawn are not good, and she took a while to switch her leads last time, but let's return to the scene of success. And her first 2 races here at Saratoga as a 2-year-old were very good. Lafitte?
See what she does today as they continue to move into line this very warm first day of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. In time for this Bowery as we turn things over to Frank Mirmati with the remainder of the Load and Call. The Bowery live on Fox Sports 2.
K-Cup, Charlotte's Heart to the outside. Charlotte's Heart in the Live Oak Plantation silks. They're in the gate. They're off in the Bowery. And it's a quick start for Bernie and the Rose. Howling Wind is flashing sharp early, Speed 2. These 2 hook up, and K-Cup is not far behind, just a length back third. And then it's Charlotte's Heart, 4th, 4 lengths off the lead. Accelerating is racing just inside of her, taking the 4th spot. And then comes Crimson Queen and a tad tight down at the rail. Valtellina is at the back of the field. The opening quarter went in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Katie Davis and Bernie and the Rose will show the way past the half-mile pole. Traveling kindly and leading it by a length and a half to Howling Wind in second. On the outside of them is K-Cup in the thick of it, and K-Cup is coming after Bernie and the Rose. Then comes Valtellina, who's rallying in traffic. Charlotte's Heart is on the extreme outside, and Accelerating is down at the rail. The half went in 45 2/5 seconds. And here's K-Cup to Bernie and the Rose. These two arrive at the top of the stretch, head and head. Bernie and the Rose digging in, trying to fend off this bid from K-Cup. And Charlotte's Heart down the center of the track, inside the 8th pole. And K-Cup has taken command and run by Bernie and the Rose. K-Cup, a promising filly indeed, pulls clear to score by 3. Charlotte's Heart up for second, Bernie and the Rose third, then Valtellina.
Improving indeed. K-Cup, much the best in the Bowery, now 2 for 3, and now a stakes winner, Arad Ortiz, the winning pilot.
Well, she backed up that maiden breaking effort with another nice effort in very similar fashion. Jonathan poised just outside the leader, was asked for her best, and all of Arad Ortiz's infinite amount of strength on display here. He really set her down, and she had a big answer.
Man, just being drawn towards the outside with a tactical horse, it just puts you in a place where you can have so many different options of what you want to do, and Irad took advantage of all of that. He just kind of just cruised around there, didn't really have a stone in his way, and she's a horse that's obviously progressing. And the Valtellina, the horse that I selected, the reason that I liked her so much is because this horse came back and ran so well. I just think that was a good, productive race from last summer, but that's what you get at this place, these productive maiden races.
Trainer Jorge Abreu had her cranked up and ready to roll. And for Arad Ortiz, Richie, like a mount in every Grade 1 race this week. Every one.
Well, he's a tremendous talent. He loves to ride. He doesn't want to take a race off. And he's got a great agent in Steve Russian who constantly mines live mounts for him, but he's also got a terrific client that to sell. It's about selling him. He probably has to turn down more people than he's got to ask.
Just not a guy you want. Just not a guy you want sitting in the room when you have a Grade 1 on the line. And it's one of the best parts about being here is what he offers, what Flavien offers, and basically the entire room.
Yeah. World-class Colony. Arad Ortiz in here with K-Cup. Just getting started. 2 for 3 and a Bowery winner. Results, reaction when we come back. 7-8-2-6 in the Bowery here at Saratoga. Plus, when we return, as promised, much more on the Belmont Stakes. Preakness winning rider joins the show. Umberto Rispoli, his Triple Crown journey, what it's been like for the Italian native, and the colt he rides, journalism. One question, how much does he have left?
The best 2-year-old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Hit back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharoah. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
Bet the Belmont Stakes with a $25 free play from Naira Bets. Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes and is available in most states. Naira Bets makes it easy to get in on the action with streaming HD video, weekly promotions, and a state-of-the-art betting interface.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes.
If you're betting the Belmont, your best bet is Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 bonus for new members with promo code Belmont25.
The Factor, a perennial leading sire of winners. His progeny include Grade 1 winners Sistron and noted and quoted Grade 2 winner Charmaine's Mia and millionaires Bound for Nowhere. And factor this, a top 10 sire of winners since 2019. With dozens of 6-figure yearling sales, he's a proven sire on the track and in the sales ring. The Factor, standing at Lane's End.
It's America's original sport. And no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2. Gorgeous afternoon in upstate New York. Coverage, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. K-Cup. Impressive. Good as advertised. Marching into the winner's circle, Arad Ortiz. K-Cup. Richie looking at her pedigree. We're just getting to know her. 3 starts, 3 good efforts in sprint races. Where do you think she'll thrive down the road?
Well, it's always hard to say with a horse as much natural speed. I mean, right now it looks like she'd get up to a mile. But with these kind of trips, they can always carry a little further. Gosh, she just had a perfect sit and pounce trip.
Told you the story about Charlotte Weber and the exhibit across the street at the Hall of Fame. A solid effort. Charlotte's heart just couldn't reel in K-Cup.
No, but it's one of the great things about having a New York bred, right? You have a New York bred that probably prefers synthetic or turf. You can take a shot in this race, run second, get a nice payday, and only because she was a New York bred.
And that good tactical speed, forwardly placed with a draw towards the outside of Arad Ortiz, really where he wanted to be throughout.
Well, and she helps the rider because even though she has natural speed, she waits on the rider to give her direction. Some horses that are fast and have speed, they just kind of run through the bridle and the rider's just a passenger. She's a speed horse that actually listens.
To Maggie in the winner's circle.
Here with some special guests as we see Mr. Abreu here, as well as co-owner Anita Marks. And TT, talk about K-Cup as well. Just really hitting her stride as you brought her back now as a 3-year-old.
Well, when she broke her maiden in Aquila, she ran very well, very hard, and she came out of that race in pretty good shape. She was breezing pretty good here, and she was doing very well.
Anita, I'm sure a lot of people may recognize at least your voice as well as your face as you were on ESPN Radio. But you also became a part of K-Cup because of the ABR Star Stake and Stardom program that Griffin Johnson became a part of Sandman with.
Yeah, I mean, really unbelievable. And then they aligned me with Final Furlong and Vince, which has been unbelievable. They race only female horses, which let's go, that female power. And you saw it like in full force today. So really awesome. Great job. Love this.
Girl power.
Right,
girl power. Let's go.
Baby. Girl power. Yes.
How exciting is this for you kind of as a new owner?
I can't this is a bucket list. This is a bucket list moment. ABR, America's Best Racing, reached out to me, asked me if I wanted to do this, hooked me up with Vince, Final Furlong. Didn't expect, there are certain things in life, like I ran the New York Marathon. This is another one of those bucket list moments that you're just like, wow, and it's amazing. And great job, by the way.
Thank you.
Great job, buddy. Great job.
Anita, here's to many more bucket list moments. But TT, I also got to ask you about a filly in the Acorn on Friday. Scottish Lassie, comeback race, I'm sure didn't go necessarily as planned, but what has she shown you to give you confidence to take part in the Acorn?
Well, she came out of that race in pretty good shape, Maggie, better than when she went into it. You know, we missed a couple of breaks with her going into that allowance race, and I don't want to knock Eric because he was in a tough position going from the 1-hole. You know, I don't like my horses on the lead, but this would have been training tremendous. She had a really good work with Yordis Pry, and I expected a good performance of her.
Oh, that's epic. Well, that's good news, but enjoy this win. Massive congratulations.
Thank you, Mag.
Oh, such a happy winner's circle here, guys, with K-Cup today.
If that doesn't wind up on a promo something like that, there's something really, really wrong.
Yeah, her enthusiasm's infectious, and it shows you, the excitement to be a part of it, but then to be there in the winner's circle and experience it. I mean, girl power, just fast power there. She's just a good filly.
A couple summers back, I used to do these videos with ABR and Anita every Saturday morning here at Saratoga, and she would always be excited about wanting to get up here and interested to be involved, and to see her winning a race is pretty fun.
Great scene there in the winner's circle following the Bowery here at Saratoga. Still the late pick 4 on tap, all coming your way right here on Fox Sports 2. Plus, he's a Netflix star. He's a Preakness-winning jockey. He does it all. Umberto Rispoli on set with us next. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Who's the best? Who's top horse?
Football gods, the most valuable trophy in American sports.
The dream lives within all of us. When fueled by passion, patience, and perseverance, a spark of greatness. Come, dream with us at 3 Chimneys.
Journalism is getting closer now. He's behind a wall of horses. He's looking for a place to go, and he's got nowhere to go. Oh, he bumped hard with Goal Oriented. In the meanwhile, Gosker's running the race of his life, and Sandman has entered the scene, and he has moved up on the far outside. Journalism is still running on. He's back into second. He might even win it. Here's the wire. Oh my goodness! Journalism has won the Preakness Stakes.
As dramatic, as it was courageous, as it was heroic, Journalism and Umberto Rispoli in the Preakness Stakes, the final Preakness at Pimlico as we know it. Next stop, the Belmont Stakes. Journalism, 8-5 morning line favorite, now joined by the Preakness winning jockey Umberto Rispoli. Umberto, thanks so much for taking the time. What's that like? And I'm sure you've watched it 1,000 times since, but sitting here watching it again, like what comes to mind?
Thanks for having me, first of all. Hello, Richard, John, Lafitte. Well, definitely was the best winner of my life, but I had a couple of days to realize what really happened, because definitely when I ran down Gosger, I just keep telling him after the wire, talking to the horse, I say, what do you ever done? Like, to me, it was impossible to get there after what happened at the quarter pole. But he's an amazing horse. It's a privilege to be on a horse like that. And, following him in this journey seems last summer when I sat on him for the first time, working him, we could feel it right away. Then it was something special.
Yeah, it's still in the process, so asking you to reflect may be a little bit premature, but thus far, for you, this Triple Crown journey, going back to the Derby in the second place finish, that win in the Preakness now in New York for the Belmont Stakes, what's this experience, this Triple Crown experience been like for you?
As I always say in my interview, until you don't come to United States and you realize how important is a Triple Crown, how important is the Kentucky Derby, the Preakness himself, the Belmont, you wouldn't appreciate the value of those races, because watching from another point of view, and to be honest with you, from Europe, we were close to the Arc, to the Epsom Derby. Hong Kong, you watch a different side of races, but it's a big. I always been focused on American races, but to live this experience for me was one of the probably best experience I had in my life, because you get the Kentucky Derby with a favorite, but it was even myself, Lafitte, I was different. Like, I thought I would be more stressful. I thought I wouldn't handle the pressure, honestly. But as I said, I get this opportunity at 36. So, it's not like you are young. You have a tons of experience, 20 years on your back, over 2,000 winners. It was a difference, so that helps me a lot.
You could tell when you were being interviewed, pressure-packed situation, riding a Derby fair, you could tell how much you were enjoying the whole experience.
Yeah, as I said, I would say as well, then working with the people like Aaron and Michael helps. They always put you in a comfortable spot. Less we talk about the race, less we talk about what can happen. To be honest with you, with Michael, I probably talk 3 words before he legged me out. By all the time we've been together at Churchill, he doesn't give much instruction. He doesn't tell you too much what to do. He knows that then I do my homework. I know he trusts me. And obviously, both of us, we want to win. So same as Aaron. Aaron never tells me where. He give me his thought. Of course, we share opinions, which I think it's a normal in the sport. But I do really, really enjoy. I mean, it was obviously, if I could have won, it was a perfect scenario. But we lose most of the time and then win.
Well, you worked out a really good trip in a big field in the Derby. And he just came up second best that day. Sovereignty followed you around. He wound up being the hunter and you the hunted, right? Now, the Preakness, smaller field, not a perfect trip, a tough trip, really. And, I've been one of the people, frankly, a bit critical of how early you committed to the inside trip. Broke well, it looked like you were trying to get position right out of the gate. And he just couldn't quite keep up, so you had to kind of go to plan B, ease back a little bit, but you got to save all the ground around the first turn. So this part, you had to be fairly happy with your position.
I was. He's a very good gate horse. Like, he really breaks well, except probably once then we school him a lot because he was a little bit anxious in there. But seems that he's been perfect.
Okay, so
but going at this point, You want to say something?
No. Well, it appeared to me here, right? You had some options. You started to tip out. You'll angle out a little bit, and it looked like you were trying to make the decision: do I stay in? And then we're gonna go a little bit further. You're gonna start angling outside Chestnut Horse. I believe that was Wayne Lucas's horse.
Yeah, American Promise.
And then, was it because he wasn't grabbing the bit that you made that decision? Because it was an instant decision to duck down to the inside.
Richard, you rode so many years, so I'm talking with a more than professional person. And going at this point, I was expecting him, because before, when he dropped the bridle pretty early than that. So I say to myself, it wasn't quick kickback situation because he handled the kickback pretty well. So I say to myself, my probably showing him that I want to take him on the outside, he would start to run for me. It wasn't. So in that lack of seconds, I have to take a decision. I'm on the winner, or I have to save something to get the best performance for the horse.
Sure.
So in the meantime, once I go back in, you can see that I'm still riding and riding and riding and riding. So basically what happened, I was happy where I was, because I know then probably Flavien would go around Gosger. And but as always I said, nobody would expect that Clever Again would stop that quick. And at the time I was committed to go, Clever Again backed up. So we can see then, no Flavien, no the whole, probably Gol Oriente, he make a step to go outside of Gosger, which I think he was going to committed to do that. And as soon as he did that, I committed to go in.
Right.
So, and once I was in, I wouldn't back out.
Well, no. Two things that no one can ever question with you: your courage, because that was a place, and your horse's courage to go there. And second of all, your resolution. You were resolute. You said, "Well, I committed to this. I'm going to stick with it." And at that point, there was no turning back. If you weren't going forward, you were in real trouble.
No, of course. People. I heard a lot of things that say he's panicking. He doesn't know. He go in. He go out. I don't. I exactly know what I was doing. Because if you don't know what you're doing at that point, if you try to come back, you would clip heels, you would go down.
Sure.
Once you go half in, you committed, and then you back out, then it's the time you're panicking. So,
but ultimately it worked out. You got up and won.
Yes.
In hindsight, would you have taken the same tact with the way he exploded the last eighth of a mile?
Definitely not.
Okay. All right. Well, that's a fair question and a good answer.
If you would start, because I could see that American Promise was already gone ahead of us. And I know them. Gol Oriente is committed to move to go outside Gosger, but I don't know how much he has in the tank.
Right.
Obviously horse is coming back like me 2 weeks from winning an allowance race on a slop as well. I know he can go further in the distance, but how good he can be. And, at the time I was start to coming out, I do this, and I see Irad was really busy on River Thames, so I would be on 5 wides, because Flavien, imagine when he saw me coming by him outside, he would keep pushing me wide. What we saw, I could go 5, I could go 6, it wouldn't really matter. But if he would show me something at that point, definitely we wouldn't question
At the point you had to make that decision, you weren't sure you had that kind of horse underneath you. That's the bottom line.
The bottom line is that, because I really thought then, at the half mile pole, I say, oh my goodness, I say, oh, he's tired, or I say, oh, I'm not the favorite, but it could be like that, sometimes even in the morning he's lazy when he works, but it's a horse that then once he switch and gone.
I think it was helpful that you rode in Hong Kong, because they ride so tight there, particularly at Happy Valley, to come to that spot. Do you think it's a rare quality for a horse to have that much courage, too? Because a lot of horses might not have helped you out in that spot. When he got in that tight, he might have checked himself a little bit.
Look, he's a horse then every time he gets bumped, he starts running. Look at the Santa Anita Derby. When the Santa Anita Derby had a target on my back, they was trying to, obviously, I do not have every time, except the Derby, which I think I have a perfect trip.
Yes.
I would never complain about that one. But, they always are looking for you. In a tactical race, where's the favorite? And you've been in this kind of situation before, so they try to make you lose the race, which is normal. I don't judge on that, absolutely. I don't complain. But look what happened at the 3-8 at Santa Anita. He got bumped from Barnes, and then all of a sudden he started running. And then again here at the quarter pole, again, to me, when I understand and I couldn't get Gosger, it's at the time then I backhand. I hit him once backhand. He took off, and I said that can't be possible. I would just keep riding and say it's impossible. And then at the 16 pole,
we were thinking the same.
Yeah.
So is that when it happened, the 16th pole? Is that when you said, I can get him?
Yeah, when you see me, then I take the whip away. I mean, you can see I put down the whip because I could see, then I could ghost get it. But, you know, after the wire, I was, as a kid, you know, like you in the Preakness, like, and you just talk to yours, you just, what have you done?
Sure. But you did. You put the crop away when you still had a length and a half to 2 lengths to make up because you knew he was running.
Absolutely. And as I said, you know, being in the position, you can look from the angle from where I was. And then I look at him and I look at the wire and I say, okay, it's going to be tight, but I'm going to be on time. You had the feeling, you know,
Sure.
you know then you would get there.
Before we let you go, quickly on the Belmont Stakes, key to turning the tables on Sovereignty, in your opinion, in the Belmont Stakes?
I think it's going to be a really interesting race. But I don't think it's only between myself and Sovereignty. You know, Baeza is there. So I wouldn't take Baeza out of the pictures. Baeza got beat by me by a head, a neck in the Derby. So, I mean, like, I beat him, like, not much. So it's a horse that is improving. Both of them, they have a 5 weeks rest instead of me, then I'm coming from the 2 legs. So far, my horse didn't show any sign of tired. He doesn't look tired at all. It's going to be interesting how he's going to like the track. I don't think he's going to have any problem. I always say I don't want to find any excuse. I think the best horse has to win those races, and hopefully it would be us.
Umberto, thanks so much for taking the time. Welcome to Saratoga, and best of luck on Saturday in the
Thank you
Belmont
so
Stakes.
much. Enjoy, everybody. Thank you.
Umberto Rispoli, everyone. The date with Sovereignty, date with journalism in the Belmont Stakes. Preakness winning jockey joining us here on set as our coverage continues, kicking off this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Turning the page to the Kingston, 7 minutes out. Another $200,000 stakes event here with a 7-5 favorite. Hush of a Storm, Riders Up. We'll have a post parade and much more in the Kingston. Plus, the Perfect Filly. Kentucky Oaks winner. Undefeated so far. Godolphin's Good Cheer Heavy. DK Acorn favorite on Friday. We'll be right back.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
One to do, we get to all do, 1,200,000.
Chancer McPatrick proves best. Chancer McPatrick wins the Champagne impressively. It is going to be all Scottish Lassie. She wins the present easily.
Watch and wager this summer at Laurel Park. Enjoy the best thoroughbred racing in the state of Maryland through June 29. And don't forget, turf racing is back with full fields and outstanding wagering opportunities. Play the early and late value Pick 5 and enjoy one of the lowest takeouts in the country. Laurel Park is the place to play and win. Racing Friday through Sunday, first race 12:10 p.m. and free admission every day. For more information, visit laurelpark.com. Laurel Park, the player's track.
He won the Derby. He won the Breeders' Cup Classic. He's authentic indeed.
Back just in time, post-parade for the Kingston. You're looking at It's All Coming Together. 2023 Cab Calloway winner here.
The speed down on the inside should be able to save ground on both turns.
Better lucky than good for trainer Miguel Clement.
We're rooting for this one for obvious reasons, but this is a horse that I think that will be running on late.
You have Courage winning every other race. Doesn't bode well for him today.
Yeah, but he came back off the layoff and ran extremely well. This is a nice horse, very honest.
Clear Conscience, a part of the Belmont Week Army for Mark Casse.
Let's see what kind of trip Jose can work out. He might end up in the pocket.
Union Trail, 12-1. Pedal to the metal, Luis Saez.
Well, he gets Luis Saez, and he rides free running horse as well. This is a free runner.
Then Ruse, there's another look. Union Trail, Sakatoga, Funny Side colors, Tis the Law colors. Louis Size, the 7. Ruse, an outsider, 29-1.
Yeah, there's a 2024 version of this horse that could win, but I haven't seen that horse in 2025.
Gem, Mint 10. Rod Ortiz seeking a 3rd on the afternoon.
Irad riding him back for the 2nd time, and usually they ride a horse better the 2nd time. He's a horse that wants to be allowed to his own devices, use his stride. He doesn't want to be held up too much.
Bet a Rod blindly, you're getting 22-1. Not 22-1 on that gelding. Hush of a Storm, the favorite, 3-2, 3 minutes out.
The horse to beat, not the horse to bet. Should lose a lot of ground trying to circle this field.
Born Dancer, parked outside with Joel Rosario.
Yeah, by War Dancer, good New York stallion, stands about 3 miles from the racetrack here. Tough post, got to work out a trip.
The field for the Kingston, 1 1/16. There's a look at Born Dancer and Joel Rosario. Late pick 4 starts here. Post time 3 minutes as the horses warm up. You take a walk around Saratoga. So many great spots to hang out. Jim Dandy Bar among them. You win a Travers at 100-1. The name of bar after you. That's how it works, and that's where we find Matt Hill. Promise he's there, Matt Hill. We'll try and reconnect. Technical difficulties, day 1, and I blame both of you.
He's probably trying to find a Foster. Someone's got to tell him that we don't sell that here.
Jim Dandy Bar will reconnect with Matt Hill. Great to have him here. Again, he'll be calling the Belmont Gold Cup on Friday. But first things first, this Kingston, as you look at Born Dancer, what a pro, taking it all in. But he and the rest have to deal with the likes of Hush of a Storm, Maggie, the 3-2 favorite here. Heavy hitter with heavy hitting connections.
Lafitte, I think I saw Matt shotgunning a beer. I'll tell him to get back to work when I see him when I go past the Jim Dandy Bar again. But yes, Hush of a Storm, as you mentioned, back with New York breds in a much tougher spot last time out. Though I thought he was supposed to run a little bit better than what he did. He was inside saving ground the whole way, and he really just couldn't kick on when the race sped up. Now we'll see the top 2 finishers out of that race, Sherlock's Jewel and Donegal Momentum, coming back in tomorrow's poker. But looking at the horse I see today versus the horse I observed back in May, he's a lot more revved up, much more like the Hush of a Storm that I've seen in the past. Looks as though Flavien Prat was schooling him in dirt. Probably because he's been a little bit aggressive out there on the racetrack, as you see the dirt on his chest. So it's good. I like when horses show what they're usually, expected to, because last time out at Aqueduct, he was so much more quiet and so much more laid back, and I think that was reflective in how we saw him perform. Now, at 9-2, I cannot resist. Number 1, it's all coming together, as he was beaten by none other than Sherlock's Jewel last time out. But he got a lot closer to Sherlock's Jewel, who did run a 91 in that performance, and it's all coming together. He traveled between, he kind of had to be niggled at to keep up, and I think that you're going to see maybe just a touch more, I don't want to say of an honest pace, because the fractures at Gulfstream do tend to be honest. It's just that the pace generally holds together, as Bonus Move was the pace setter that day, and he finished a close 3rd. But it's all coming together. He has proven to be very competitive in these New York bred turf stakes, and furthermore, he draws preferably down on the inside. There's some faster horses, but he is tactical enough, and I thought he looked sensational. Do I wish he looked a little bit more fit and defined? Yes, but with these older horses, I don't mind it as much, and it's not like it's that lengthy of a layoff, though the one that is coming off of a long layoff is number 3, Better Lucky Than Good, as he is your kind of current co-second choice, if you will, with the aforementioned It's All Coming Together. But Better Lucky Than Good, there were a lot of times he was just that. He was more lucky than he was good, capitalizing on nice trips and ideal circumstances. But his last race was really good. It was fast, and he had a really wide trip, and he was much the best. Even had to, it was checked going into the 3/8 pole into the far turn. Now coming back today, it looks as though Miguel Clement and the Clement team have him very, very fit. He got an exuberant warm-up, warming up well too. So I do like what I'm seeing from Better Lucky Than Good. It's just that good old layoff that he has to contend with. Lafitte?
Better lucky than good. Richie, your top selection at 4-1.
Yeah, this is a horse that I just felt like was steadily taking steps forward all last year. Goes to the bench. Now, the layoff is a concern. Maggie's 100% right. But I actually have watched this horse train a few times at Belmont, and I think he has been training sensational now as a 5-year-old. And I thought he was improving consistently throughout the year last year.
And JK, it's all coming together. Your selection in this Kingston ran so well off the bench at Gulfstream Park. A brutal beat, but a terrific performance.
I'll defer to Richie on what it feels like. I know from a betting standpoint, I like to have a tactical horse drawn inside on the turf. It just gives you so many options, it feels like, Richie, to be forward and take the lead, save ground, or if you want to just ease back and sit in that pocket, you can do so with a tactical horse down there.
Yeah, but to be able to take advantage of that inside post, you've got to come out running. So Jose Gomez's job is to run to the first turn, and if anybody really wants it, then they've got to use and they fold over and you sit that beautiful pocket trip. If they don't go, then you control it from the lead. But don't come out quiet, because then you'll get shuffled back.
All about trips. And in this Kingston, on the outer turf course, Mellon Turf Course, mile and a 16th. Hush of a Storm, 8-5 at post time. Here's Frank Mirmati.
Born Dancer, son of War Dancer, coming up to complete the line for the Kingston. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Kingston, and Born Dancer is very quick, so is Union Trail, and it's all coming together. Has plenty of early speed too. Clear Conscience settles in just behind the leaders and stays down toward the inside as they move into the clubhouse turn. Just outside of him comes Gem Mint 10, who moves up now to take the third spot and is 4 lengths off the pacemaker. In behind that group comes Ruse, who's racing in the red colors, some 7 lengths off the pace, another couple of lengths back to Hush of a Storm, who has settled nicely toward the back of the field. The opening quarter went in 24 seconds flat. In front of those rivals, Born Dancer at this stage, followed by Bee of Courage, and at the back of the field, Better Lucky Than Good. They come toward the half-mile pole, chasing Union Trail, who's engaged by It's All Coming Together. The half went in 48 seconds flat. 3 more lengths to Clear Conscience in third, and then it's Gem Mint 10 in fourth and 5 lengths off the lead. Ruse and Hush of a Storm is now called on. Hush of a Storm still has 8 lengths to make up as they round the far turn. Better Lucky Than Good is out of last, leaving Bee of Courage and Born Dancer there at the top of the stretch. It's All Coming Together has opened up a 3-length lead. Here comes Clear Conscience on the outside, though, with good-looking strides to engage. And from the back of the field, Better Lucky Than Good on the outside of Hush of a Storm. Here comes Hush of a Storm after Clear Conscience, who got the jump. Clear Conscience, Hush of a Storm is coming with a tremendous rally. Photo finish. Hush of a Storm and Flavien Prat, Clear Conscience and Jose Ortiz, they hit the wire together. Behind them, it was between It's All Coming Together and Better Lucky Than Good.
Fireworks in the stretch of the Kingston Thriller. Clear Conscience, Hush of a Storm hitting the wire simultaneously.
Yeah, I'm still getting used to the angle at Saratoga. It takes a couple races to get used to it. The 9 looked like he was in deep water all the way around there. The pace wasn't particularly fast to set up for him. But boy, did Flavien just keep on coming, and it is very close.
Man, Flavien is so strong in the finish. And,
wow.
And he just, man, that inside horse got a lot of bob.
Sure
This is not a slam dunk
sure did.
for the 9, Hush of a Storm, because the 5, Clear Conscience, he got all the bob, and it's where their nose is on the wire.
Deep stretch, Jose Ortiz. Hot pink colors going to work. Clear Conscience responds on the outside. Hush of a Storm. Photos down. It is Clear Conscience by a flared nostril at 10-1 to kick off this late pick 4. Absolute thriller in the Kingston. Wow.
Wow, this was heads up and down, and we talk about a head bob. This was all the bob on the inside. The 9 actually is in front, Hush of a Storm, right there. I'm looking at the other feed, guys. I'm sorry.
A lot of monitors. Here you go.
Right here. I mean, he looks like he's got all the momentum, Hush of the Storm. And the inside horse, Clear Conscience, is digging in, and it's just a matter of whose nose is down at the exact right moment. And look at how much of that bob he got. That's what you call a lucky bob.
Slugfest, absolute slugfest. Clear Conscience by that much in an inquiry involving the third place finisher. Did you see anything with It's All Coming Together inquiry regarding the third place finisher 5913 for now?
He did take a step out into the tiring number 6 Union Trail. And it feels like the stewards are kind of setting precedent today. This is the second stewards inquiry on the afternoon, and I think it's just their way of telling the riders, boys, we're going to keep it clean, and we're going to have a good, safe 5 days of racing up here in Saratoga.
And if you're keeping score, we've got a 56-1 shot won the first leg of the pick six. You get a 10-1 shot in the mix. There's still some more racing left, but you are trending towards what could be a single carryover.
For the Thursday program, that message to the riders, is that something that was common throughout the course of your career, setting a tone from the stewards?
Normally, every new meet, wherever you change meets, was it from Belmont to Aqueduct or Belmont to Saratoga, stewards would come down before the races started on opening day and say, this is what we expect from you. You're supposed to be the best of the best, and we know you're capable of it, and we're going to demand it. And then whether they did or not was within a week or two, you knew. Sometimes they had to talk, but it was just words. Sometimes they had to talk, and it was real action behind it.
The riders have to adjust, and still no decision just yet regarding the third place finisher. Hopefully we'll have that before we go to break. No, we're stepping aside now as you take another look. Deep stretch. Jose Ortiz going to work. Clear Conscious responds. Turns away. Hush of a Storm in the Kingston. Stay tuned.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
Stirring edition of the Kingston. Welcome back, America's Day at the Races. Jose Ortiz imploring Clear Conscience to dig, find more. He did just that, defeats the favorite, Hush of a Storm. Mark Casse had him ready to roll this afternoon and standing by live with Maggie.
It's a little 2024 deja vu standing in this winner's circle at Saratoga with Mark Casse and kicking off this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival week in style. Clear Conscious, I got to ask, did you think you got it?
When we watched the replay, we thought, yeah, we got lucky. We got the bob, you know. Jose rode a heck of a race, though. You know, he told us exactly what he was going to do, and he did it. So
Love when a jockey does that, right?
that's why I don't get involved. I only mess it up. So.
Well, obviously, you've trained him very well. As coming back now as a 5-year-old, his first race back was very good, and he really came through today.
He looks great. I think he, you know, we took him to our training center in Ocala, gave him some time off, and he's come back a bigger, stronger horse, and he looks good.
He really does. Now, I got to ask you about the Acorn, the DK horse Acorn, of course, as Lacara. She will be lining up in the starting gate, and you have said she's best when she gets the lead. We still think that because there is other speed in there with the presence of Shred the Gnar and Look Forward.
I know there's other speed, but she's going to the lead, so.
I love how you say that.
Yeah, we're going to the lead. So if they choose to come with us, then it probably will hurt all of us, but we're not taking back. So
inside post helps.
Yes, and she, you know, one of her best races was here, so she likes Saratoga. She's training well, and we're going to do what got us here, and that's go to the lead.
Well, I love when a guy sticks to his plan, like Jose Ortiz did, like you are going to do. Mark, congratulations here.
Thanks for having me.
It's always a pleasure to talk to Mark Casse, guys.
Especially after he wins a stakes race in multiple Hall of Fames. In Canada, here in the States, so much success over the years with Gary Barber, Clear Conscious. Somebody at home watching, Mig might be wondering regarding Lacara in the Acorn. Like, why give the game plan away, right? What is the strategy from horsemen, jockeys, trainers sometimes when they'll do just that and tell everybody what they're going to do beforehand?
Well, I think the function of it, particularly with the speed horse, is basically throwing down the gauntlet, saying if you want to get in a speed duel, we're willing to go that route and we'll duel you into defeat even if we lose. And basically trying to psych the other connections out. In the paddock, the conversation would be, well, I'd like you to go to the lead. Yeah, but Lacara's going to go. And you get a little bit of a psychological edge where maybe people are going to go, okay, we don't want to get in that speed duel. And from a jockey's perspective, it takes all the pressure off for me. If my guy says, this is what you have to do, okay, as long as I don't get the blame if you get mad we go too fast,
Does that
I'll go.
psychological warfare take place in the room among the jockeys, like before a big race?
You see a lot of that kind of, mental jousting, if you will. Funniest thing I ever saw in my life, there was a 10-pound apprentice drawn post 2. I was post 3. Jacinto Vasquez was post 1. And he looked over at a 10-pound apprentice, meaning a guy who hasn't won 5 races yet. Jacinto Vasquez, multiple Kentucky Derby winner, Hall of Famer, and said, hey, kid, do you have any speed? And the kid looked over and said, don't you read the racing form? Whoa, this kid, he got some nerve.
Lacara, what is it going to take? Can she upset Good Cheer? Can she hand Good Cheer her first career defeat?
Yeah, I mean, I look in the Oaks, I thought she had a chance to beat her. I actually tried. I think in the pick 5 I played that day, I used Lacara. The problem is that she didn't do it. And Good Cheer seems to be going in the right direction. I'm going to try again, though, and I love the idea that Mark is saying we're going to the front. I like to have my horses in the front anyways that I've played, but I think that I think she's got a legit chance. Good Cheer's got to take one more step for me to fully trust her at what's likely going to be odds on.
Perfect 7 for 7. Good Cheer, the one to beat in the DK Acorn Grade 1 on Friday on the eve of the Belmont Stakes. Late pick 5, K-Cup, the favorite delivered. This one was trickier, though. JK Clear Conscious, 22.60.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a trickier race, and he did get up just by a nostril.
The logical single in this sequence runs next in the Critical Eye. Sterling Silver, 1-4. No surprise there. 19 minutes to post. When we return, such a fun segment introduced last summer at Saratoga. The people behind the scenes on the backstretch, the backbone of the training operation. The Backstretch Heroes is next. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt.
ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his forego, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 grade 1s all told. No other son of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
Bet the Belmont Stakes with a $25 free play from Naira Bets. Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes and is available in most states. Naira Bets makes it easy to get in on the action with streaming HD video, weekly promotions, and a state-of-the-art betting interface.
They're off in the Belmont Stakes.
If you're betting the Belmont, your best bet is Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 bonus for new members with promo code Belmont25.
Gunite to the outside. Elite Power coming down the center. Nakatomi is fourth. Then the Joe's in front. Elite Power. Elite Power to the front. At the 60 pole, Gunite is second. But Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
These particular horses, Elite Power, I feel like these are horses we want to see in the breeding shed if we want to develop the thoroughbred breed.
The power of Juddmonte.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
So glad you could join us. America's Day at the Races from Saratoga. As always, brought to you in part by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. Right on cue, that slogan serving as the perfect segue. Power, passion, performance. In this sport, for trainers to have success, you need all three. It's some from the horses and some from the people. Case in point, Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott's stable, his operation. Meet Irma Scott in this edition of Backstretch Heroes.
Well, if you've been over to Bill Mott's barn, odds are you've probably seen Irma Scott there. Irma, first of all, how many years have you been with the Mott team?
41 years.
That's amazing. And I know that
She'll be 41 here.
You have such a deep love for the horse.
Oh yeah, I love the horses. I love them all. They love me, I think. They love my carriage anyway.
And you can tell just there's so much passion at the barn here.
Right.
Talk a little bit about the dynamic and why you keep coming back after 41 years.
Well, I just love the horses, and I love, the family that I work for, and Bill Mott's wife and the kids, and the dogs. So that's why I stay. And I love all the horses. I mean, they're nice horses, and they sweet, and you love to take care of them. And they love you, and they love their carriage, and, that kind of stuff. Look at him looking at me. He's waiting for a carrot. You see him, huh?
Kentucky Derby winner, Sovereignty.
Yeah, Sovereignty.
He knows what you have in your pockets.
Yeah,
Can you tell us a little bit about what kind of horse he is?
Oh, he's a quiet horse, nice horse. You can work around him. And he know me when I had those carrots, He start screaming for carrots sometime, and he's a good boy. And he likes his massages. I don't have no trouble with him. He's good. He's a good boy.
How proud were you watching him win the Kentucky Derby?
Oh, I was happy. I was at home, but I was happy that he won the Kentucky Derby, so.
He always enjoys his carrots?
Uh-huh. He loves them. All of them. Wait a minute. Okay. Give me a kiss.
That is so great. Irma Scott, 41 years. Richie, 41 years. That's not part of a team. That's part of the family.
Absolutely part of the family, and she would look after Bill's kids. I remember her having Riley Mott with her around the barn, and she is a true racetracker. People that have devoted their life to this game, to these horses, and they're most comfortable on the backstretch of a racetrack. I understand it. I mean, I lived on the backstretch for a few years, and I'm still my most comfortable there.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm 42 years old. Like, to think that she's been there for 41 years, like, and look, I mean, to be around all the good horses, that's the thing I keep thinking about. That Bill's been around, like Cigar. I mean, she probably has all kinds of stories about horses like Cigar. And then for Bill to win a Kentucky Derby, what it must mean to her, it's probably like having one of her kids win a Kentucky Derby. It's pretty special.
No, it's just amazing to watch and to be there that long. Another terrific edition of Backstretch Heroes. Will we see that radiant smile of Irma Scott in the winner's circle following Saturday evening's Belmont Stakes? Sovereignty, second choice, post 2-1. You see the field there, drawn Monday, $2 million on the line, winding down this 2025 Triple Crown. Sovereignty with Irma and those carrots, Richie. Observing him up here at Belmont, gearing up for the Belmont. Like, what, seeing him physically, what has stood out?
I think he's gotten bigger and stronger since the Kentucky Derby.
It's the carrots, man. It's the carrots.
Weeks. I think also Bill coming right up here to Saratoga, his home base in the spring, summer, and fall. And horses do so well here. It's a little bit quieter, a lot more green space, so they get to get out, they get to graze, they have round pens, so they get to kick up their heels and roll in the sand. Cooler evenings. It really is a place where a lot of horses blossom. And this is a horse that was a notoriously average workhorse at best. He's actually trained.
That has changed.
With enthusiasm now.
More aggressive. Sovereignty. What will he do in the Belmont Stakes? We'll find out Saturday evening on Fox. First things first, this Critical Eye, 12 minutes out. You're looking at the heavy favorite, Maggie, Sterling Silver. What are you seeing in the paddock?
Exactly, Lafitte. And first things first for Bill Mott here is he'll send out Sterling Silver at a distance that isn't necessarily what she's been doing. Though I will say in the Empire Distaff, when she ran the 9 furlongs, she ran very, very well, finishing second that day behind Venti Valentine, who was much more accomplished at the distance, despite Sterling Silver being 3-5 on that occasion. Now, there have been many times in her career where I thought that a mile, is her best gig. But there's so many physical and mental attributes about Sterling Silver that make me believe that she really could be effective now, especially as an older mare, 6 years old, in fact, at this 2-turn configuration. She's so laid back. She is very lengthy in her frame, and she looks very fit and strong here as she's now third off of that layoff and has come back without missing a beat. In fact, she might be best now as a 6-year-old. And last time, I think she was a bit against the racetrack when finishing second against Open Graded Stakes Company in the Ruffian. It was a day I thought you kind of wanted to be more inside and forwardly placed, and she was none of those things. So she deserves to be the favorite in here. Taking a look at a mare who is coming back off of a layoff for her 5-year-old bow is number 2, Amanda's Folly. Now, you notice I noticed Phil Antonacci almost got double-barreled by the 5. But the 2 in here, Amanda's Folly, she wears those cheek pieces for Linda Rice. They are the fuzzy pieces that are affixed to the bridle stall and go right behind the horse's eye. So effectively acting like cheater cup blinkers, just a short cup type of scenario. She's always worn them. They seem to do the trick with Amanda's Folly, who comes back here looking incredibly fit. Now, a lot of times you think, well, Linda's horses usually develop and need a start, and they usually show that physically, Lafitte. I'm not seeing that with Amanda's Folly. She looks fine-tuned and ready to go here, and one that is accomplished at this 9 furlongs.
Right rider in the saddle, Maggie. Jose Ortiz looking for back-to-back stakes victories, Amanda's Folly, but that is the team to beat. Alvarado and Mott. Sterling Silver coming up in the Critical Eye on the biggest of stages. They've been a force together. Mott, Alvarado, Derby winning team poised for a big weekend, not just in the Belmont, but in moments. Sterling Silver in the Critical Eye.
How magnificent was Full Count Felicia. Never in doubt.
Fort Washington on the outside. They're coming down to the line, and Goliad does it.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races here, well, Belmont Stakes Racing Festival edition here on FS2, as it is New York Bred Day. And pleased to be joined by Hall of Famer, Kentucky Derby winning trainer, Bill Mott. Bill, we saw a piece on Irma Scott just before the break. How integral has she been to your barn?
Well, she's been around a long time. She's been here 40 years, and, you know, sometimes I think she thinks she's the boss. But, you know, she likes the horses, and she keeps everything organized at the barn. She helps out.
The love, it radiates through.
There you go. She loves the horses, and she also loves the camera, by the way.
We could tell. Let's talk about Sterling Silver here, as 9 furlongs, slight question mark, though she ran very well in the Empire Distaff. Where do you see her traveling during the running of this race to be effective?
It looks like there's 2 horses inside of us and 1 outside with speed. I think there's horses that'll probably outrun her early going into the first turn. But I don't, you know, at 1 1/8 and the pace that they probably should run, she shouldn't be too far off the pace, maybe in a stalking position, you know, 3, 4, 5 lengths off the pace. But as I told Junior, the main thing is, and it's not where you're at, it's how they're traveling. So it's how comfortable they are and where, you know, if they're in the rhythm of the race. That's the main thing.
Bill, real quick, I've got to ask you about Sovereignty, your Kentucky Derby winner, skipping the Preakness, so on and so forth. He really seems as though he's turned a corner. Talk a little bit about what you've seen from him physically.
Well, he's had 3 races this year now, and he seems like he's improved a little bit with each one. He's stayed strong, he stayed healthy, and we hope that continues for a while, particularly through Saturday. We got a day or 2 to go. But he's remained really good, and he seemed like a little extra sharp when he got up here. He was, you know, he was a little more anxious to get into his work, and although he's usually a good workhorse, but he was, when we put him in company here the first time, he was, you know, he was ready to get right into it. So everything is good. I mean, I'm really happy with him so far.
Saratoga agreeing with Sovereignty, as is with the rest of us.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, Bill, congratulations. Thanks. Congratulations on the Derby. I don't think I've said that to you, but best of luck here and on Saturday.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Bill Mott, guys.
Sovereignty, rested and ready for the Belmont Stakes. Who's he kidding, man? Irma does run the show.
Yeah, but she does it very subtly, so not to ruffle the boss's feathers.
Bill Mott, poised for a big weekend. You saw Amanda's Folly, then the 3 Call Her Bluff. Laviem Pratt has ridden and won on her before.
Yeah, it's been a while, though, since this horse has seen the winner's circle.
P. Mutter Pickle played pickleball in 2025. They named horses after you.
And she ran extremely well last time, should be forwardly placed.
Like a Rolling Stone outsider, 43-1 winner, though 2 starts back.
Yeah, even the best race of this horse's career is probably not good enough.
Snapping Buttons, currently 23-1.
Yeah, this horse's last race is actually okay. It was an off-the-turf effort on a muddy racetrack. That's my only concern.
Odds-on favorite, Sterling Silver, Millionaires, second in the 2023 Critical Eye.
Like my horses, like the way I like my people, honest and hardworking. She embodies all of that. I never thought of her as a 1 1/8 horse, but her one try going 1 1/8, she always only defeated a nose.
Yeah, stunning gray, laid back, as Maggie mentioned. Sterling Silver. Then on the outside, Bernie takes charge. Heavenly Prize winner at Aqueduct.
Well, unfortunately, I can't say anything clever because my iPad is too hot. And so.
Is it?
My middle name is Bernard, so I guess that's interesting.
I had the wrong day of past performances in front of me to start the show.
I wasn't going to tell anyone unless you did.
That's right. I got a built-in excuse somehow to explain.
Wait. I'm trying to wrap my head around this. Jonathan Bernard.
Yeah.
Kinchin.
There it is. Named after my Uncle Bernie.
It sounds very upper crust that way.
Continue this conversation offline and focus in on what the fans received walking in the gates today. Day 1 of this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. No matter what happens with the handicapping, not going home empty-handed. We love New York breds indeed. Over to Matt.
Yes, Naja Thompson would be remiss not to talk to you on such a special day for New York thoroughbred breeding. All the hats, the I Love New York Thoroughbreds, you must be loving it.
Yes, we've got a great crowd, fantastic weather, and really a credit to our breeders, owners, trainers, everybody who participates in the New York Bred program.
And judging by some of the race names we've had today too, a real testament to the very, very good horses that New York's produced in the past.
Definitely. Having the opportunity to kick off the 5-day Belmont Stakes Racing Festival with the New York Bred Showcase Day, a phenomenal opportunity for everyone who participates in our program.
Take us through that opportunity, because this meeting was run previously later on in the Belmont Stakes program. Why the first day?
You know, we switched it to the Wednesday to kick off the 5-day. And with the weather and the giveaway that we had with the I Love New York Breds hat, I think everybody's taking advantage of that.
Any thoughts on the Belmont Stakes before we let you go?
You know what? We've got a fantastic group of runners between Sovereignty, Baeza Journalism, and Rodriguez. I think amongst those 4, you'll find your winner.
Get a winner in the Belmont Gold Cup. We'll see you at Flemington one day.
I'd love to be there.
Good on you. Naja Thompson.
Take him up on that invite.
I have no doubt Naja Thompson will be there. He was at the Nick game the other night with John Starks. He was at the Preakness.
Yeah.
I heard he was at the Indy 500. This is a man who enjoys life.
I literally DM'd him not too long ago and said, I want to be you when I grow up. He goes everywhere and does everything. Naj.
He's the greatest.
Yep.
Does a great job with this, and specifically the New York Bred program here. And it's fitting. It makes sense. Biggest race in New York and kicking off the week, Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, with a day dedicated to the New York Breds.
Yeah, absolutely. The New York breeding program is terrific. Big bonuses involved for horses bred in the state, even bigger bonuses for horses that were by New York sires as well. So incentivize people staying within the state and supporting the local product, and they're good.
Are they good? The favorite for the Grade 1 Manhattan on Saturday, the race before the Belmont, is a New York bred, Spirit of St. Louis.
Won the Kingston, I believe, last year. Spirit of St. Louis, top-ranked long-distance turf horse in the country. Sterling Silver, the odds-on favorite here. It's Mott, it's Alvarado. And look at this, Richie. Just in less than 3 years, these two just a force together, winding up in the winner's circles of some of the biggest races, success in some of the biggest stages in the sport.
It's just a terrific partnership. They have so much confidence and trust in each other. And a trainer will always get the best out of a rider when they show them that implicit confidence. You know, you do your job. I got him ready. I'm not going to second guess you. I'm not going to question you. So many guys want to give too many instructions. They want to micromanage. Hire a guy you have confidence with and let him do his job.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's one of the things that you'll see from riders. I feel like I saw it a lot with Ricardo Santana when he was riding for Steve Asmussen for all those years. It gives you a sense of confidence, I would imagine, to know you're not going to get fired if you take a chance, you make a mistake, but you're taking that chance, trying to give your horse the best chance to win. I think that if you feel like you're going to be taken off or feel like you're going to be replaced all the time, I would imagine that it limits your ability to make sharp, fast decisions and allow your instincts to take over.
Performing while being afraid to make a mistake, not a good place to be. Sterling Silver, odds on, Maggie, as the warm-up continues and we look at P. Mutter Pickle.
I really got to talk to Stuart Grant of the Elkstone Group to really nail down the story behind the name of P. Mutter Pickle. But the fact of the matter is we do hear a late scratch coming over the PA announced by Frank Miravati, number 3, Call Her Bluff, will not participate here in this critical eye due to the attending veterinarian. So she will not play today, but P. Mutter Pickle will. She'll actually race, not play pickleball. But P. Mutter Pickle has developed so nicely throughout her career. Honestly, when she first showed up at the races, I did not think she was that athletic or, together whatsoever when it came to fitness, but she has really done well from 3 to 4. And this will be her first try around 2 turns. And sometimes, as Richie will tell you, horses will put forth their best performance when trying something new like that for the first time. And really, I don't see her limited with her physicality to say that she can't get this distance. So I think she's an interesting up-and-comer. The board, Lafitte, would reflect that as well. She's gone to your second choice.
And selections from our handicappers, Richie and JK, both in agreement going with P. Mutter Pickle to pull off the upset in this critical eye. I say upset because of how heavily backed the favorite is, Sterling Silver.
I just feel like the favorite wants to go a little bit shorter. She's a very likely winner. She's a talented horse. Just thought there was a little bit of an opportunity here with the 5.
The scratches.
The 4.
Yeah. The scratch has landed. That changed everything in terms of race shape. Does the absence of late scratch here of Call Her Bluff impact the race whatsoever?
I don't believe so. I don't think she was going to be up on the pace, and she was a long shot that was going to need a lot of help to get this done.
Early on, how will we know Sterling Silver is in the right place in order for Junior Alvarado to maximize her potential in this critical eye?
I think as long as she's traveling comfortably into his hands, he probably is going to be looking to save some ground into that first turn. And I don't anticipate her being too far away going the 2 turns, where she can get a little further back in sprint races as a function of the pace.
Filing in. Favorite will load next. Laid back Sterling Silver, 1 to 4. The stunning gray. Odds on favorite. Post time for the critical eye. Frank Miravati standing by.
They're in the gate. And they're off in the critical eye to a beautiful start. Bernie takes charge, flies out of the gate. Sterling Silver with plenty of early speed, and Snappin' Buttons is up and on the pace too. Snappin' Buttons racing in between horses, and Amanda's Folly cuts the corner and is up to take the lead. So it's Amanda's Folly just in front. Bernie takes charge. Snappin' Buttons is now racing in 3rd. The favorite Sterling Silver has to cover some ground while wide, 3 lengths off the lead. They're followed by Racing Colors. P. Mutter Pickle is racing in mid-pack in a gap of 5 back to Like a Rolling Stone. The opening quarter went in 24 seconds flat. And it is Bernie Takes Charge, the pace setter, prompted by Snappin' Buttons, who's just a half length back in 2nd. Then it's Amanda's Folly and Sterling Silver racing side by side. P. Mutter Pickle is 5 lengths off the lead through a half that went in 47 4/5 seconds. Racing Colors is next, and still a big gap to Like a Rolling Stone. Around the far turn, Bernie Takes Charge has been there every step of the way, nudged along to try to shake loose from Snappin' Buttons, who's been second the whole way and now losing ground. Junior Alvarado and Sterling Silver now revving up and coming after the front-running Bernie Takes Charge. Here comes Sterling Silver with each and every stride through 3/4 in 1 minute 12 flat. They're at the top of the stretch, and Sterling Silver is up to take the lead. Bernie Takes Charge, fighting bravely. These two are well clear. Racing Colors from far back moves into third on the inside of Amanda's Folly. What a race this is turning into. Bernie Takes Charge on the inside of Sterling Silver, and Bernie Takes Charge ahead in front. Sterling Silver trying to get by. Here's the line. Bernie Takes Charge would not be denied under Romero Mirage. Turning away heavily favored Sterling Silver. It was a long way back to Racing Colors in third.
Upset in the critical eye. Bernie Takes Charge, digs in, finds more, repels the charge from the favorite, Sterling Silver, in the critical eye.
Richie, I just don't think she wants to go this far. I just think a little bit shorter is what she needs.
I agree with you. She got there with a good trip, good momentum, and Bernie Takes Charge dug in and fought her off under Romero Mirage. A good effort. Again, Sterling Silver shows up. She gives you an effort every time, but I think Mile and 8 stretching her to our outer limits. And Bernie Takes Charge was aided going into the first turn when the 7 snapping buttons. Luis Saez was intent on wrangling that one back, and it gave an easy lead to Bernie Takes Charge. And Romero Mirage gets more out of less, meaning he rides a lot of long shots, and he wins on them or gets good efforts out of them. And the commentator, he was second best on a speed horse as well. He is a young rider that, given good mounts, is really going to be heard from.
Lots to smile about. You can see it there. Romero Mirage winning a stakes race at Saratoga. This critical eye, 9-8-1-2. Trainer Dominic Schettino ignoring the race in the mud last out. Her last 3 races on fast ground. Bernie Takes Charge is an absolute zone.
Yeah, and listen, she's got speed. Jonathan, you talk about it. Speed's a good commodity to have, particularly in dirt racing. They've got to run where you've been.
Absolutely. It's the best place to be, especially in dirt racing. And Sterling Silver and Junior Alvarado attempted to try to run at Bernie Takes Charge. And like Frank Miramati said, I think for a second there, Sterling Silver got her head in front because at about a mile, she was happy.
Yep.
That extra eighth of a mile was just too much for her, and Bernie Takes Charge came back.
When could you tell, Richie, that this might be an uphill battle for Sterling Silver?
When she moved to Bernie Takes Charge as easily as she did at the top of the stretch, but didn't put her away, and Bernie Takes Charge was still with her. Usually they don't get by that horse. The inside's coming back.
She can take a punch. She can counter punch. Delivers the knockout. Does Bernie Take Charge in the critical eye. Romero Mirage goes to work, and at 9-1 in upset here. 9-8, 1-2 results. Reaction from the critical eye next.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
Night Beacon airs at the home of Spun to Run's Breeders' Cup victory.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
To have this weather and to have the beach and this racetrack, this is paradise. You can't beat it.
This is the Breeders' Cup World Championships from Del Mar.
Oh, it's wide open. Who's it going to be? Sierra Leone does it in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Selling the best. Fasig-Tipton graduates won more Eclipse Awards in 2024 than any other sale company. Torpedo Anna, Moira, National Treasure. Sierra Leone. Soul of an Angel. Straight No Chaser. Phasig Tipton, eclipsing the competition.
Warm afternoon in upstate New York. Great to have you with us. America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Hopefully dialed up. Bernie takes charge on your Naira Bets account. Upset in this critical eye, digging in, turning back the heavily backed favorite, Sterling Silver. I think we're headed towards that pick 6 carryover, Jonathan Kinchin.
Yeah, I mean, look, when a 50-cent pick 5 pays $230,000.
Man.
Then, yeah, I'd say we're barking up that tree. Now, look, if you're alive, I hope you hit it. I'm just saying math says that we're leaning in that direction.
Bernie takes charge, and Ramiro Mirage, strong handling late, $20 for your would-be $2 investment. Sterling Silver, who was second in this race 2 years ago, has to settle for second once again. Look at that, Racing Colors completing the trifecta at 62-1. Yeah, that pick 5, you're talking, wow, just wow.
It's a good way to start the weekend.
You know? Just getting started, Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. And Ramiro Mirage with Maggie in the winner's circle.
That's right. And Philly Romero, that you've had a long relationship with. When you win with horses like this that you've been on, that I'm sure you've worked in the morning, how much more satisfying is it?
Oh, it's super satisfying. I worked her for the last like 4 or 5 works, even before I won on her this time. Just before that, since like last year, August, I've been working her since last year, Saratoga. So it feels great, you know, Dom and his crew and the owners and all the connections, they've had faith in me. So I'm just happy to get a stake win here, you know, with her.
Congratulations, a huge accomplishment, especially on a week like this for a jockey that, you know, I'll call a spade. You're not in the top 10 necessarily, but to get a win on this week, how important is it for you?
Oh, super. Every win is just like a building block. Like you said, I'm not in the top 10, but it's my goal. Yep. And we know where we're at, my agent and I, with my business. So just every day we try to build as much clients, and I'll just try to get better on my riding every day.
I gotta say, you will not find a harder working man in the mornings, especially than you. But talk a little bit about your trip. You were aggressive with her. That's the way she likes to run. How game was she coming down the wire when she was confronted by the 1-4 favorite?
She was super game. Once we made the lead halfway through the turn, we got to the backside. She put her ears up. She was going in such a nice rhythm. At about the 3/8 pole, she looked at something in the infield and kind of spooked out. Yeah, so it was kind of good that Junior came out to me, but at that point I knew I had a ton of horse. She's a very game filly, so that's why I try to go engage the other horse, and she just fights.
She really does. That was such an exciting stretch run. Well done, you. Congrats.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure. That's for sure with Ramiro Mirage, guys. And just a huge win for him to really get things rolling on this week.
All about momentum. Great stuff, Maggie. Ramiro Mirage wearing those silks and winning this critical eye. Richie, how has he impressed you most in terms of his evolution as a rider?
Well, he's continually gotten stronger. He's physically very gifted. He's smart because he's constantly improving. He's looking at it. And the biggest thing that impressed me, he had a really bad injury. He broke his back in a terrible fall at Gulfstream Park. And when he came back, I thought he was a bit tentative. It's difficult. You've been out on the sidelines. You've gone through all that pain, all the work it takes to get back. And I thought, maybe he's not going to come back the same. But he had the strength of character to work his way through it. And you would never know he had suffered such a severe injury at this point. Couldn't be more proud of him. A lot of riders can't do that.
Good rider, just a well-rounded athlete, Jonathan.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are such good athletes. You see that the Manny Francos, the Irads, the Jose's, the Richard Migliore. He almost went to the NFL, but
yeah, didn't grow.
It didn't, yeah. Ramiro was like almost a professional soccer player, you know, and I think that athleticism with these guys goes a long way. You know, there's nothing I like seeing more than Manny finishing on a horse or shooting a 3.
How's the computer doing?
It's doing well. It's struggling. It's struggling.
We'll keep the viewers updated as the show progresses and what we've seen thus far. Yeah, look at that. So K-Cup, the favorite. And by the way, we learned she may be Grade 1 test bound during the summer meet here at Saratoga. Last couple of races, tricky for the handicappers.
No, very tricky, but that's what this place is, right? A lot of people come here wanting to win. This winner's circle, I think, is worth 1.5 winner's circles somewhere else.
Two.
That's
Two?
fair.
This Mount Vernon's worth $200,000. Competitive. Mile and a 16th on the inner turf course. Fillies and mares. A couple of them at 5-2. Awesome check. And what love looks like post time, 19 minutes. Mount Vernon next. Plus this story, what a broodmare. Puka Supermom. Mother of not one, but 2 Triple Crown race winners. And maybe come Saturday evening, a third.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
Welcome back. Live Look, Saratoga. Gorgeous Wednesday afternoon. America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hill & Dale at Alapa. JK's computer has smoke coming out of it. Good thing we have a good story to tell with this Belmont Stakes and naturally so much focus on the Kentucky Derby rematch with the top 2 finishers, right? Journalism and sovereignty. Sovereignty and journalism. But it really is a story of a big 3 with the top 3 finishers exiting the Derby, which leads us to Baeza. This story about his mother and Puka. What a broodmare. She was a really good racehorse, but what she's doing as a broodmare is historic. Puka, the mother of Triple Crown race winners.
Puka was in the juvenile. She was a half-sister to Finnegan's Wake. She checked all the boxes. She had the pedigree. She was a talented individual. She was a foal gun runner. She wasn't cheap, but we got her for what we thought was a fair price. My partnership had bought 3 shares in Good Magic.
Good Magic's in front. Good Magic pulls away.
Good Magic had won the juvenile. Well-bred, handsome horse, turn of foot, fit this mare. She was a lovely big mare. Mays was a nice foal. He wasn't totally remarkable, but he was athletic.
Made
Mage digs down deep to win the Derby.
I can't say we were smart enough to know it was going to produce a Derby winner, but it was a good mating. The next year, Dornoch, he was a little better looking yearling at the time. And Baeza, we changed sires because we had bought a share in Mackenzie. He was a wow-looking foal. He was a wow-looking yearling, and he takes your breath away when he comes out of the stall. All three of Puka's foals have been different. Mage was more like his father, probably, and Dornoch more like his mother, and Baeza the best of both. She'd be described as a blue hen. She's had 4 foals, all stakes horses, by 3 different sires. You know, you have to ask yourself, is she ever going to be worth more? And John Stewart made us an offer, and he bought her.
Puka was pregnant at the time, carrying a full sibling to Mage. He's a fantastic physical. He probably takes a little more curling. He's probably closer to Mage physically, but would be in between Mage and Dornoch, I'd say, size-wise. He has classy fighting attitude that his mother clearly puts in to her offspring. We've partnered up with my racehorse. They've taken 25% stake in him. You know, to have an individual like that and then to follow on suit and get a full sister. In my opinion, I think she might have been the best foal that we've had this year. You know, she's just overall just a perfect print that you could just dream of. And especially being a full sister to Mage and Dornoch, and of course the yearling colt as well. As of now, I believe she'll most likely stay within the Resolute Bloodstock division and carry forward the legacy that her mother has set out so far.
My appreciation for Puka is hard to describe. I mean, it's a breeder's once-in-a-lifetime dream to breed a Derby winner. She's remarkable and, you know, quite right broodmare of the year this year. So I'm pinching myself to have owned Puka.
She doesn't even have a name, and I'm already a big fan of that filly. Richie, for somebody who doesn't follow this sport on a day-to-day basis, can you put this into perspective? Just how rare what's happening in terms of Puka as a mother and what her offspring have done on the racetrack?
Oh, it's extremely rare. I mean, for a small sampling of horses, they're all major successes. And what I find interesting is that Puka was ridden by Junior Alvarado. He broke her maiden for Bill Mott, the team with Sovereignty. And now they got to worry about one of her offspring taking them down in the Belmont.
It's funny because when you know, if you have a horse, a mare like that, that can create multiple stakes winners, that's pretty special.
Sure.
To have them be multiple stakes winners, but Triple Crown stakes winners, pretty impressive.
And Baeza in the Derby, finishing fastest of all, while Sovereignty went by him on the turn for a few strides. Flavien Prat just had to wait to find clear running.
Yeah, he did. I mean, I thought he worked out a decent enough trip. The one thing about Baeza you have to keep an eye on, he does have a bit of a habit of wanting to lug in. And I think the reason that he had to pause or wait there while the other horse got first run on him was because of the lugging in. He couldn't guide him as easily as maybe he would have liked to be able to come out before that move started. Even in the stretch in the Derby, sort of kind of constantly having to be corrected from going back in behind the horses.
Yeah, that image of him closing in the stretch of the Kentucky Derby, but it's a mistake to assume you're going to see that strategy employed in the Belmont Stakes. He does have tactical speed.
Oh, yeah, I think he'll be a lot closer, you know, on Saturday. I don't think that he'll be as far back, but that's just the nature of the Kentucky Derby. Someone's got to be 18th, 19th early because there's 18, 19, 20 horses in the race.
Sure.
Belmont Stakes on Saturday, only on Fox, as our coverage continues day one of this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. The last of the stakes races coming up here at New York Showcase Day, Race 9, Mount Vernon. Field and updated odds. Current favorite, Awesome Check 2-1. You're looking at Silver Skillet 9-2. Maggie, what is Silver Skillet showing you in the paddock before this Mount Vernon?
that she's behaving today, Lafitte. That's not something that's always necessarily in her repertoire. I remember going back several years ago when she reared up in the Belmont paddock right underneath that white pine and managed to hit her head on the branches. She used to be that bad, but her connection's doing everything to assuage that bad behavior, right? She came in with a pony. She has cotton in her ears. She came in with a training saddle. And two, I'm sure she's incredibly frustrating for her connections as well, because she doesn't make it easy on her rider during the running of her races, and especially last time at Gulfstream Park, in which she was favored that day. She was wired, which often happens there, by Do-Gooder, who would return and complement that win with an 85 Beyer in her next victory. But she got a bit rank going into the first turn. Then she was 3 wide, and she never really looked comfortable around the turn. She kind of wanted to bear out a little bit. So wondering if maybe a course in which she'll get that here, even though it's on the inner turf course, it's a little less tight than Gulfstream Park, if she'll appreciate that. And also, obviously, she'll appreciate getting back with New York breds. But physically, she looks tremendous, and I do love the way that she's behaving herself here so far in this Saratoga paddock. Moving on to the duo for trainer Horacio De Paz. Number 3, Can't Fool Me. She's the lesser fancied of the two. Rightfully so, but I will say this. She got that tightener in, which was a kind of embarrassing beat in a 2-horse race on the dirt. It was rained off, and it looks as though it's benefited her. She is very strong, very fit in here, and now, as a 6-year-old, really kind of has filled out that frame, really has reached that peak physical maturity that you like to see. So I don't think she is as good as her stablemate, who we'll get to now, in number 5, Awesome Check, who I really thought needed a race last time. She just didn't look as tight, fit, strong as you want to see. She still ran incredibly well, and it looks as though she's moved forward. So that makes her doubly dangerous as your favorite in here. She certainly has her credentials to win this Mount Vernon. As we'll move on to a filly that I've always been a fan of. She's just beautiful, honestly. That's number 9, Brock Nardini in here, but I will admit, she does herself no favors because she is completely devoid of any early speed. Now, she's getting on her toes here in the paddock, which I actually haven't seen from her in the past, so maybe that's a good thing. Maybe she'll put herself a bit more in the game. Woo-hee! She is fresh. Well sat, Flavian. I kind of like this Lafitte. I like her showing some life here as they go out for this Mount Vernon.
It's incredible just watching how some horses just wake up and completely different behavior, energy up here, specifically at Saratoga.
Well, horses feed on the energy around them and the human energy around them. And obviously, everything's heightened up here. I mean, you got a bigger crowd. You've got people more into it. There's a little bit more pressure on the stables. Horses feel all this. And that's why we talk about when a barn is winning, a barn is going good. A lot of it has to do with everybody in the barn is upbeat, and the horses feed on that energy.
Lafitte, it makes sense to me. I mean, I act completely different up here.
Yeah, you've been extra today. We're all trying to figure it out. We're trying to figure out what Horacio De Paz's horses are going to do in this Mount Vernon. Standing by live with Matt.
Awesome Check, Horacio. Second run for a while. How has she benefited from that first up run?
She's doing really well. We thought she probably needed that race, and she's coming into this race in good order.
A little bit of a wash down just before the jockey mounted. Is she feeling the weather a little bit?
Yeah, no, they were happy this morning. It's a little bit cooler here in the morning. It's kind of warming up a little bit, but usually put some cold water on them just to keep them fresh.
Have you envisaged how the race will be run early?
I just kind of left it in Santana's hands. There's a little bit of pace in there. Just, he knows the filly now. She's kind of a one-pace type filly, so, just let him do his thing.
And up near the top, Can't Fool Me. Any word there?
No, she's an honest filly. She probably needed that run last time. She ran on the dirt, so she's not really a dirt horse, and so she probably needed that race. But, she likes Saratoga, too, so, she can fit with New York Bred Company.
We all like Saratoga. You'll like it better if you get a winner. Good luck.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Horacio.
Thanks, Matt. Hot day. We're sweating. Horses are sweating. Another day in upstate New York as we get set for this Mount Vernon Post Parade. You're looking at Spinning Colors and Johnny Velasquez, speedy mare. Then the long shot, first of 2 for Horacio De Paz. Can't Fool Me.
Yeah, this is the other Horacio De Paz. Doesn't have a lot of early speed. Pretty slow pace figures.
Midnight Concerto and Kendrick Carmouche, 17-1. George Wolf Award winner, Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, getting back to a New York bred company is going to have to show she can compete. This is a pretty deep group.
Awesome check for Rossio De Paz, the favorite, 5-2.
I was between the 5 and the 1. The 5 just a little bit shorter price, but definitely the horse to beat.
Carlos Santana in the saddle, then a outsider. Kara's Time would be a big surprise, but first or second in 7/16 lifetime.
But she should be involved in the pace. I don't like her as a win candidate, but I do believe she has a big say in how this race will run. Coming out of sprints, she should be up on the pace.
Bobby M's Girl and Jose Ortiz looking for a second stakes win today.
Yeah, getting back to the grass after that muddy racetrack last time. We'll need to take a little step forward.
Snowy Evening in Luis Saez.
Is going to have to run one of the best races of her life and then some to compete here.
Rock Nardini, typically the stone closer, but showing more energy today.
Yeah, it's going to need some real pace to close into, though.
What Love Looks Like with Arad Ortiz.
Homebred for Barry Schwartz, has been running an open graded stakes company, but going marathon distances, 1 3/8, 1.5 miles, running well. She's turning back in distance and a tough post, the outside draw. She needs to work out a trip.
What Love Looks Like, 5-2. That's the field for this Mount Vernon. As we rewind the clock, and What Love Looks Like, this is last September, Belmont at the Big A, and What Love's looks like, stalking, pouncing, fighting, but coming up just a head short.
Yeah, and this was a big effort. She was able to put herself in the game. It was given the course that day. She's not going to get that today. She had the length of the stretch to get by, and she just couldn't quite stretch it. But that's why she's been so good at longer distances. She's a little bit one pace. She can stay. Her stamina is her strong suit. The trip she works out is imperative to her success because you can't give her too much to do and you can't count on her giving you that instant acceleration.
I think we saw it. We've seen it a couple times here today. When you have these New York bred programs and you have these great races with this big money, a lot of times you will see horses try to get into spots they might not necessarily love being in. That's how I feel about What Love Looks Like. You got a great New York bred. You got to take a shot for the money. You're going to be 5-2 in the race. I just think she wants to go further, but she's in here because why wouldn't she be with the money that's being given away in this race?
Take advantage of that program.
Awesome check. Loves racing on this turf course. 2 for 2 here at Saratoga. Her most recent, Belmont at the Big A, and her 2025 debut. Off the bench, a solid effort, but going to fall just short.
Yeah, this was a horse that Maggie talked about that looks like the race really moved her forward. She was coming off a layoff that day, hadn't run since December 13th till May 3rd, Derby Day, and she ran a big race and just missed, so the step forward. Now, she looked a bit hot, but she did get washed down, but you want horses to sweat on days like this.
The last time she won on this racetrack, and more specifically on the inner turf. I think, Richie, the inner turf, horses that like it, a little bit tighter turns, horses that run well on the inner turf, I like to circle those horses when they're running on it here again today. That's why I landed on the 1. But talk a little bit about the differences between the inner turf and the outer.
Covered some of the favorites. What about a long shot? Maggie and Midnight Concerto and Kendrick Carmouche trying to spring the Mount Vernon upset.
Meg, I'll let you talk about riding the inner versus the outer turf in 1 second, but let's talk about another closer. Look, paces don't often develop around here, but I feel like there are several fillies and mares in here who do want to go forward, so it could set things up for horses to close, and we've seen on the turf that closing is doable for sure. As number 4 in here, Midnight Concerto, she is one of those closers as she got the tightener down in South Florida to come back up here and face New York breds. It was not a good performance. She was at the back, 2 to 3 wide, but I'm sorry that those trips at Gulfstream never win races. I will say this though, Joyful Lass, who upset the field that day at 25-1, did come back and run second in a stake at Monmouth behind Spaladay, who's very, very impressive. So I want to give a little bit more credence to the winner of that open allowance race last time out. Now, Midnight Concerto, maybe she just needed the race. I wasn't there, obviously, in Florida to see how she looked, but I like what I'm seeing here for Kenny McPeek, as she is strong, she is fit, she has done well from 3 to 4, and a filly that sometimes doesn't stride out and push off that well behind. I didn't notice that in the warm-up this time around, so she might be able to turn things around if you if you're willing not to hold that last race against her. Now moving on to what Love looks like, she has been closer to the pace in these longer marathon graded stakes. She was on the pace last time out in the Sheep's Head Bay. She is wound for sound, which she always is. She's always very revved up. But I'm wondering if, even though this is less distance, if we still see her a little bit more forward, especially being the last horse in. A lot of times that prompts them to break well, though, unless they run to that open space to their outside. But Mig, talk a little bit about the difference in riding the inner turf course, which they're on here for this Mount Vernon, versus the outer turf course. Sometimes I feel as though we see more biases on the inner course.
Yeah, a horse has to be handy, athletic. It's tighter turns. It's a 7-furlong turf course. Position is always important in turf racing. It takes on even greater importance on the inner turf. You don't want to go too wide. You don't want to give your horse too much to do. And saving ground is always important in turf racing.
So what are we looking for early on? Riders jockeying for position going into the clubhouse turn when Spinning Colors. Johnny Velasquez, number 2. She's quick. You mentioned you want to see Santana put Awesome Check into the race. And Arad Ortiz, what does he do with What Love Looks Like to the outside?
And then you got a long shot like Kara's Time stretching out from sprints who should have speed. You know, particularly Ruben Silvera, who is a very aggressive rider. I think it's really important for a horse like Silver Skillet from the rail to come out running and use her speed to make sure she establishes her position. If the outside's going to clear, you make them go quick enough that it spreads the field out enough and you're not caught in that jam. You know, I'm old. I can talk about roller derby. You don't want to get caught in the jam.
Joel's tried to go away. He's gone wire to wire on this horse before, so you know he knows that that the speed is there if he needs it.
There you see the run to the clubhouse turn. Mile and a 16th on this inner turf course, the Mount Vernon Stakes, final of the stakes races, of which Jose Ortiz has won one already on this New York Showcase Day. Kicking off the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Ortiz aboard Bobby M's Girl, 28-1, 8-5. The mare, his brother, is riding around Ortiz on What Love Looks Like. Frank Mirmati with the call. The Mount Vernon live on Fox Sports 2.
Thank you very much, Lafitte. We have about half the process behind us. Spinning Colors just went in. Brock Nardini will be next. Can't Fool Me. Midnight Concerto. 2 more. The Barry Schwartz pair of Awesome Check and What Love Looks Like. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Mount Vernon. It's a quick start for Kara's Time. Spinning Colors is prominent in the early going, and Silver Skillet is down at the rail. What Love Looks Like broke a bit inward and is now up to take the 3rd spot with Awesome Check just inside of her. They are followed by Bobby M's Girls, Snowy Evening on the outside, and Can't Fool Me is down at the rail, just 5 lengths off what appears to be a very moderate early tempo. Brock Nardini and Midnight Concerto, and it is in fact just 25-1 for the opening quarter mile. It is Spinning Colors in front with Kara's Time in second. Silver Skillet is down on the inside under a nice hold in third, and then What Love Looks Like a comfortable fourth, 3.5 or so off the lead. Can't Fool Me and Awesome Check racing side by side. What Love Looks Like has been pulled up. Number 10, What Love Looks Like, pulled up on the back stretch. At the back of the field, Midnight Concerto inside of Snowy Evening, that pair behind Bobby M's Girl. And at the back, it's Brock Nardini. 50 seconds flat for the half mile. And it is Spinning Colors leading the way. Has it by 1 length now over Kara's Time in second. At the rails, Silver Skillet still has run in third. Outside of her, Awesome Check is trying to rev up into proceedings there at the top of the stretch. Spinning Colors, 3-length lead. There's clear sailing for Silver Skillet, who's coming with a determined rally in second. On the outside is Awesome Check and Can't Fool Me. 16th pole. Spinning Colors has something left, and she is sailing away. Spinning Colors and John Velasquez making every pole a winning one in the Mount Vernon. Silver Skillet was a solid second. Awesome Check third in front of Can't Fool Me and Midnight Concerto.
Sailing away, and that's exactly what it felt like as Spinning Colors flew the coop. Still no catching her on the gallop out. Johnny Velasquez in the Mount Vernon. Wow.
Got to set a very comfortable, controlled pace. We saw Johnny Velasquez win a race earlier in the day at $115. Well, this isn't that big a price, but another long shot for the Hall of Famer, and he just controlled things on the front end. Silver Skillet got a great trip, just didn't have enough to run her down.
The horses that ran 1-2 also traveled the shortest distance. Stuck to the rail basically all the way around there. Geometry matters in racing. It matters a lot, in my opinion, on the inner turf course, and we just saw that. The 2 and the 1, like I said, all the way around there on the rail.
7-1 here, Spinning Colors for trainer Mark Hennig. There he is. Johnny Velasquez teaming up for the victory now. Spinning Colors 3 for 4 at Saratoga as this race was unfolding. What do you think the key was, Richie, to Spinning Colors and Johnny V just stealing this thing?
Was just getting as comfortable as she did on the lead. He didn't have to use her. He got to go 50 and basically 1/5 for the first half a mile. That's slow. So she's finishing. She came home her last 16th of a mile in less than 6 seconds. That's
turning a route race, a mile and a 16th, into a sprint, essentially.
Into a sprint, absolutely. And that was the key to success.
Some might say that guy, Johnny Velasquez, knows his way around here a little bit.
He might be okay.
He's going to be all right.
Yeah.
He's going to be all right. Holds just about every record there is to hold at Saratoga during the course of his career, some of his biggest moments here at the Spa. And just as you have referenced, what has marveled you most in the last few years is that you see the same Johnny V.
With all athletes, Father Time's undefeated. You know, there's going to be a deterioration of certain skill sets. Usually it's physically first, right? Mentally, your experience can compensate. And the first thing you see go with riders is their legs. And there's some very good riders who can compensate through their experience and still win. Johnny Velasquez's legs are the same as they were 20 years ago. He does not look any different to me, and your legs are your foundation.
And the exciting thing about it is we're not talking about him like he's on his victory lap here. He's riding the best horse in training on Saturday in fierceness, and that's pretty exciting to see.
And the Hillendale Metropolitan Handicap. Fierceness, what a performance in the Ali Sheba, breaking records. Johnny V, who's broken just about every record there is to break here at Saratoga, guiding Spinning Colors, and right when Silver Skillet came to her, Velasquez let out another notch, and Spinning Colors had another gear and started widening at the finish.
And that's the art of riding a horse on the lead. You established an advantage. You've gone slow. Don't continue to go as slow as you possibly can. Start meeting out that speed, letting them use their stride, and it's going to tug all of the closers off the bridle and stretch their runs out. I've never understood when riders hold the horse up until the closer's on top of them. So in essence, your strategy becomes, I'm going to outkick the kicker. I'm going to play to his strength.
Making their job easier, inviting them earlier to the party before the real running starts. Her sire was tough to catch, hard spun, runner-up in the 07 Derby to Street Sense. All smiles. Johnny Velasquez at 7-1. Spinning Colors runs them off their feet. In the Mount Vernon Stakes, second win on the afternoon, Johnny V. Too much. Spinning Colors in the Mount Vernon results. Reaction when we come back. 9 down, 1 to go. Day 1, Belmont Stakes Racing Festival.
The rumblings started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
Monmouth Park's lucrative and star-studded Haskell Preview Day is Saturday, June 14th. Wager on the Naira Bets Pegasus for 3-year-olds, plus 3 graded stakes, all on the road to Haskell Day Saturday, July 19th.
Play into six-figure pools all day long, starting with a $12.50 first post. Racing's biggest stars prep for the Jersey Shore's biggest race on Haskell Preview Day at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
Exciting Mount Vernon in the books. Spinning Colors. Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton July Selected Horses of Racing Age sale to be held on July 8th in Lexington. Start considering your entries today. All smiles in the Winner Circle. Bourbon Lane Stables, HGS Thoroughbred. Spinning Colors just too tough to catch. 16-20. Another upset here. Johnny V, Mark Hennig teaming up for the Mount Vernon win. To Maggie in the Winner Circle.
There's never any stopping John Velasquez. Picks up his 2nd win today. Johnny, a masterful ride. Also joined by winning trainer Mark Hennig. We'll get to him in a second. But when they threw up 25 for the opening quarter, I said, well, this is over.
Well, you know, I had one horse, and the horse from the outside, I think number 6, Ruben was right, and I thought coming from 3/4, she might be go to the lead. She broke better than me. By the time we got to the first turn, he grabbed and was like, I'm going to go. I'm not going to be her mouth. I'm going to let her do what she wants to do, her best. And once we got to the first turn, I mean, she's all by herself. Basically, she got a good hold of me, but not crazy. And I was like, well, they're going to have to really run because she's walking in front.
She is. She was, and she had plenty left in the tank. And winning for Mark, whom you've had so much success together, especially up here at the spa, it has to mean a lot.
But it's so nice. Mark and I have been together for a long, long time, all the way back to the 90s. Yeah. So we've been around for a little while.
I wasn't going to give your age away. Don't worry.
So it's nice to, you know, all these years back, and you know, when it's kind of race, it's a blessing to be part of the team.
Absolutely, Johnny. Well done. And Mark, your wife Rose was telling me how meaningful this filly is to the barn, especially since she got to stay in your barn.
Right, exactly. You know, she was owned by the late Bill Parsons, and she won my 1500th race here when Bill owned her. Last year, she won the first time for the estate of Bill. She loves Saratoga, and it was great to have her come back here for this race, and we just kind of pointed for it after that, you know, that debacle in Florida where we went 45 and change. It was when they threw up the 25, Rose said to me, she goes, is that right? And I said, I sure hope so.
She was worried they messed up the timing. It was right, and she was so good today. Mark, you mentioned how she loves it at Saratoga. What is it about Saratoga and some horses just really thriving here?
Yeah, I don't know, you know, because she's a very, very difficult horse. I mean, some days she just won't go, you know, and she's just one of those you have to go with the pony and you just play it by ear. It might take 3 tries to get her to breeze sometimes because she just decides I'm not going to do it, and then all of a sudden she does, and she's just one of those horses. But she comes up here and she handles herself in the paddock here beautifully. It always surprised me how good she is in the paddock here because she needs a pony with her at all times. She's just one of those horses. So it's difficult, but she likes to run.
Well, job well done for you, and she does like it here at the spa, strutting her stuff today in this Mount Vernon.
Thanks, Maggie. Congrats earlier.
That Johnny V, he can ride on the turf.
He's pretty good. He's pretty good. Trite but true. Pace makes the race. Another example of just that. You see the colors there. Bourbon Lane Stables. Johnny V. Amazing. With Hennig, I mean, decades. Going back to the early 90s, they've been winning races together.
Yeah, and you know what? Again, it goes back to relationships and when you've got confidence in each other, and obviously they do. And this John Velasquez guy keeps his head on straight. You're going to be heard from.
They didn't go 45. today.
No, not this time around. They crawled out there on the front end, and Johnny, there's not too many riders I'd prefer to have loose on the lead that are currently riding, and Johnny's definitely one of those guys that gives you a lot of confidence in that situation.
This late pick 5 with that 7-1 shot here, and you have some pick 6 news, correct?
Yeah, it's going to be a pick 6 carryover, and if I'm not mistaken, do not tear up your tickets. There's a bunch of people live to 4 of 6, so you could have been wrong twice. And still could be looking to get a little bit of a consolation, get you some spending money for the rest of the week.
Yeah, good thing we end the show with a nice, easy handicapping endeavor here. JK, this made the fair.
Yeah, no, this is a tough one. There's a lot of horses in here that I think can win. I thought the horse to the inside, Sir Oscar, was interesting. But I got to tell you the truth. I'll be rooting for the 4, Coach Case.
I think we all will be.
Right along with you.
Trained by Miguel Clement. Coming up, 10th and final, first day Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. As we march towards the third and final jewel of the Triple Crown, who will hoist the hardware, the August Belmont Trophy, Saturday evening on Fox. You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2.
Bucaro, any day.
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사승. 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
And it's Queen Maxima in a one-horse race. She is absolutely brilliant. Queen Maxima.
Bucaro, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Palace Menace on the outside. Orb is third, 3 lengths behind them. And then it's Revolutionary. And farther back, the filly, Unlimited Budget. They're entering the final furlong with Palace Malice to catch. Palace Malice by 2.5 lengths. And then Oxbow and Orb was sputtering late in the game. Revolutionary down inside. And they're coming down to the finish. And it will be Palace Malice.
Now, there are fans, and then there are fans. On Jonathan Kinchin's right forearm, a tattoo of the 2013 Belmont Stakes winner, Palace Malice.
It was a special day. It was the only Triple Crown race I got to see with my father, and we were at Belmont that day, and it worked out for me because I loved Mike Smith and those dogwood silks. So it was one that I wanted to make sure I got on my arm to remember.
It was a great story. Very cool. And the thing is, that is the last time that the top 3 finishers in the Kentucky Derby ran in the Belmont Stakes. See, and Palace Malice, who set the pace in that Kentucky Derby and backed out of it, he wasn't a top 3 finisher, pulling off somewhat of an upset back in 2013. So you have to look around this field of the Belmont Stakes. It's not a 2-horse race. It's not just the big 3 guys. Should there be an upset? Should it be somebody aside from the big 3 to win the Belmont? Who's it going to be?
Yeah, for me, I think Crudo, right? I think Crudo is interesting because not that he's done something on the racetrack that makes me think, oh, wow, he's going to beat these top 3 horses. It's that I don't know who he is quite yet. He's not as battle-tested as the others, and we don't know who he is, so maybe, just maybe off that Sir Barton win, he'll jump up and show us who he actually is. The rest of them, we kind of know who they are, and I don't think they're good enough to beat the top 3.
And it's fair. I think that's fair. But I think Crudo hurts the horse that I think could upset the apple cart on Rodriguez. But.
Yeah, he's going to, with his speed for 10 days or so when the field was coming together, it looked like on paper Rodriguez were going to be able to control from Jump Street, right? Now with the presence of Crudo, the race does look different on paper.
Yeah, the complexion of the race completely changed with the addition of Crudo, who has speed. And John Velasquez, who we just watched go gate to wire in the Mount Vernon, is not bashful about allowing a horse to use their speed, and especially with Todd Pletcher as the trainer. I thought Rodriguez's Wood Memorial was very good. He has natural speed. He has Mike Smith. What's different about the Belmont you talked about is this is 1.25 miles as opposed to the normal 1.5 miles because of the construction at Belmont and the configuration of Saratoga Racecourse. So I have a hard time seeing past the first 3 finishes in the Kentucky Derby. But if Rodriguez ever shakes loose, he's the one that I think could upset the apple cart.
And it's Baffert and the way Rodriguez, not so much what he's done in his races. And yes, an impressive Wood Memorial victory, missed the Kentucky Derby with a bruised foot. But his preparation, Richie, for this Belmont Stakes.
He is trained as good as a racehorse could possibly train. His 7 furlong, his penultimate work before the Belmont Stakes, 7 furlongs at Santa Anita, was incredible. It was a sensational work. Most of the time when a horse works that far, they have to have company. They lose interest. It's a long way to go by themselves. If they get a little tired, less incentive to go forward, so they usually put a workmate. He did that solo and stayed focused in the bridle and ran through the wire with his legs underneath him. That was as good a workout as I've ever seen.
Can't wait. Third and final jewel of the Triple Crown on Saturday, only on Fox. 3-year-olds, 1.25 miles here at Saratoga. $2 million on the line. Yes, the rematch of the top 2 from the Kentucky Derby, Sovereignty and Journalism. Baeza there as well, 3rd place finisher in the Derby. We hope we have a day as gorgeous as that one. The Belmont Stakes only on Fox. And so much racing, top class racing between now and then this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival with one left in the nightcap. Regardless of who wins, a pick 6 carryover. And for trainer Miguel Clement, looking for his first victory as a trainer here on the New York Racing Association circuit, has Coach Case, contender in his 10th and final at the Spa.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Saratoga Sunday, great racing continues from the Spa. The day after the Belmont Stakes, join us for America's Day at the Races on FS2, the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival at Saratoga. Watch and play Sunday on FS2.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Be a part of history and reserve your place at the all-new Belmont Park. Secure your priority deposit today for an exclusive selection of hospitality offerings, from luxury suites to premium lounges with breathtaking racetrack and paddock views. The new Belmont Park will feature modern amenities, delivering the perfect blend of tradition and innovation alongside world-class racing. Don't miss your chance to experience tradition reimagined. Visit newbelmont.com today and claim your spot.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back. New York Showcase Day. Learn more on how to join the lucrative New York Bred program by purchasing a broodmare in full at a public auction for $50,000 or more. Visit NYRA.com/NYBreds for details. To Maggie in the paddock.
Yeah, Laffy, let's start with your favorite here, and that is number 4, Coach Case, who was highly regarded in his debut. I was a little suspect of how fit he actually was. I mean, for instance, in my notes, I wrote 90% fit. Today, he looks 100% fit. And last time, he benefited from a good trip as Dylan Davis was able to save ground with him the majority of the way. But then again, he had to wait for some room down the stretch, and he ran on nicely. But the winner, who was a big upset that day at 49-1, just had the jump on him. So I do think Coach Case is more well set up to hopefully win his second start, as we'll move on to a horse coming off of a layoff that has only faced Open Company, and that's number 1, Sir Oscar, in here with New York Breds, as he'll return as a new gelding as well for Grand Motion, and comes out of a race in which Uncatalyzed, he was beaten that day, but he would return and win with an 80 Beyer speed figure. And this horse, he was a touch headstrong, I thought, early behind the leaders, and then he dropped back on the second turn, and then he re-rallied up the rail. He just ran so spotty. And the best thing I think to do for horses that lack some focus is to geld them. Now, I don't know him personally and how he acted in the preliminaries, but what I can say about him on this occasion is that he's incredibly focused, actually really laid back as well. He does look very fit, and he's well turned out. Great, resplendent, shiny coat to him. Just looks a touch light behind, and sometimes that is a product of gelding, and therefore they just need to race to kind of gain that strength back. We'll see how he does. He is a very intriguing proposition, though, as we'll move on to number 5, Spirit of the Law. Been a fan of these 'Tis the Laws on the turf, and they are firing on it as well. Holds a very good percentage with his turf progeny. The Dam, she won 2 out of 7 races on the turf, and the only other sibling in the family won on the turf. Now, it's a little bit, I mean, they tried to get him on the turf last time, and he responded well in running good figures on the synthetic surface there at Gulfstream Park, but again, against Open Company, and this guy looks like a turf horse. Now, the problem I have with him, though, is that he hasn't grown or changed much from 2 to 3 in here. He's still quite small, but mentally he has. He is far more focused, far more relaxed, so definitely gaining with experience that mental fortitude that helps one become a racehorse. Moving on to a first-time starter for Chad Brown, number 11, Sir Lawrence, a son of Oscar Performance. The Dam, she was a multiple graded stakes winner on the turf, but that was quite a bit ago, J-Ray. And she's thrown some nice horses, including General Jack, who was a multiple stakes winner on the turf, but then again, only 4 of the 8 foals to hit the racetrack have actually won. And he's well spotted here. I like this spot, as one could imagine. He wants to run long on the turf. He just looks a bit soft overall, and that's not something I necessarily am saying often when it comes to Chad Brown firsters, guys.
That's 6-1, Maggie. Sir Lawrence, great stuff as always from the paddock. As we get closer to the nightcap and closer to the 2025 Belmont Stakes presented by NYRA Bets. There's the field, 8 of them, mile and a quarter, $2 million purse. Let's meet the field. We did some barnstorming, a chance to see them tucked away in their stalls. There's Hill Road for Chad Brown, Peter Pan winner, rapidly improving.
Absolutely, and he's a horse that feels like he's going to appreciate some more distance. He's going to appreciate Rodriguez keeping the pace honest.
Rod Ortiz's Belmont ride in Creator. Back in 16, one of the best you will ever see in the history of the race. Derby winner, Sovereignty.
It's a lot to like here. Just look at his eye. He's so intelligent. Not only is he talented, he's smart too.
Speedy Rodriguez for Bob Baffert.
He's going to be fast early, and Baffert never takes that weapon away from his horses.
Wood Memorial winner, number 4, is Uncaged for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, he would be a major surprise to me. He's just going to have to really improve and go forward under Luis Saez.
Saez, a Belmont Stakes winning jockey, won with Essential Quality a few years back. Essential Quality, a favorite. Uncaged will not be. Number 5, Crudo, 2nd of 2 for Todd Pletcher. The Pletcher runners to break side by side.
Yeah, owned by Bobby Flay and in partnership with Bobby Flay. And he's a horse that could be improving. It's a lot. It's a big step, but he's got some talent.
Bobby Flay, co-owner of aforementioned Creator, 16 Belmont Stakes winner. And Baeza skipped the Preakness as well, 3rd place finisher in the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, he was a neck away from catching journalism in the Kentucky Derby after some subtle trouble. Major player.
Bobby and Prat to ride. Baeza, journalism, competing in all 3 jewels of the Triple Crown, impossible winner of the Preakness Stakes.
I don't know how you can't love this horse for what he did down in Baltimore. The determination that he showed after the trouble that he found himself in says a lot about this horse.
Great to have Umberto Rispoli on set with us earlier in the broadcast. Heart of Honor, the English colt, back for more.
You saw him there walking away from the starting gate. He's been schooling at the starting gate here at Saratoga. That was former champion rider Kieran Fallon aboard him. He's a horse that acted up in the gate. I just didn't see enough run from him in the Preakness to make me give him a contender slot.
Belmont Stakes Saturday evening on Fox. Winding down this 2025 Triple Crown, who is the finest 3-year-old in North America. Can't wait. Belmont Stakes Racing Festival off and running. The 10th and final on this New York Showcase Day. Maidens to close the show. There's Sir Oscar and Manny Franco.
Thought this horse ran well last time, closing, hoping that the inside will allow him to save some ground.
4-1. Then English Castle representing speed.
And ran well off the bench last time. He finished 2nd, ultimately was disqualified for bumping a rival and placed 3rd, but that was a big effort.
Great name. Shake It for the Bird by Derby Preakness winner Big Brown.
Yeah, this horse got loose last summer and still couldn't hold on. I don't see how you can get a better trip.
A Spirit of the Law, Sakatoga stable favored, currently lukewarm favorite, 3-1.
I'm sorry, we're up to the 4. Coach Case, actually, with Dylan Davis, excuse me, who ran extremely well on debut and will be very tough to beat here. Looking for Miguel Comat to get his first winner.
Number 5, there's Spirit of the Law in Junior Alvarado.
Yeah, it says the law with those silks on. Been on the synthetic the last couple starts.
Hello, Newman. Tom Morley shocked us earlier today.
I thought this horse ran very well. It was a very good debut, a race to build on.
Mo 88 pictured, a TriStar Farm, first-time starter.
Yeah, there's a little bit of turf pedigree in here to suggest this one might enjoy the grass.
Number 8, and Before the Wind is Out. Number 9 here, the St. Mathis Stable LLC debuting colt.
Yeah, has a sibling in Tough Street that was all about running on the dirt.
Mission Hill is out there somewhere. Nice long look at Mo 88. There's the Saint. 13-1. Jose Ortiz winning a stakes race earlier on grass. Number 10, Mission Hill, and it's solid 2 straight starts in the money in both of those.
It's a 5-year-old lightly race. He obviously has had issues, is off the track for a while. Makes his first start for Dave Duggan.
Chad Brown's first-time starter here, and Sir Lawrence at 6-1 with Arad Ortiz.
Yeah, not a great post, but it is Chad, it is Irad, and they are running on the green stuff.
Goichman's homebred. And to the outside, Zeus Lightning. Paco Lopez in town to ride.
Yeah, and this is a horse that debuted at Tampa against Open Company. Now he gets in with New York breds, but boy, does he get a tough post that nearly far outside.
And Blue Pill draws in.
I'm assuming this is a Matrix reference. I don't remember which one Morpheus, which one was blue, which one was red. Red pill, blue pill.
Been a while.
Yeah, it's a good film.
Been a while.
Good film. I only did that because I don't think this horse has any chances 80-1, so figured we just talk about the Matrix.
10th and final, less than a minute out. To close down this New York Showcase Day, we check in with Matt.
Well, Fed, it's such a relaxed atmosphere late in the day here at Saratoga, making friends everywhere. And Nick Martinez, former jockey for 16 years. This is so unique to Saratoga, an artist in the middle of the enclosure, in the middle of the paddock, and the colours you're displaying here, Nick, are amazing.
Well, thank you. That's Saratoga. Yeah. Bright green trees and grass. It's a beautiful facility.
Now take us through your love of art, because I know through this photo you've taken 3 photos of all of these favourite racehorses of yours.
Right.
And how much concentration does this take?
Well, To do the horses and the conformation of the horses, I do that at home in my studio because it takes a lot of time to do the drawings. The drawing gets done, then I'm halfway home.
Who's the favourite horse that you've painted ever?
My favorite horse, I'd say Arrogate or Zenyatta.
Flavian Pratt, who's in that photo, walked past and gave you a little thumbs up there before, so he's very appreciative of it too. And if you're wondering, boys, if you just managed to back a winner today and you want your favourite horse painted, a commission of about $10,000.
Painting and a new computer. Going to be an expensive afternoon for you, JK.
Yeah, I didn't hit the pick 5 or the pick 6, but maybe tomorrow if I can hit the pick 6, get a painting, new computer. You know.
Who are you in a painting of? Which do you know who you'd want?
Oh, who would I get? I guess I would have to get Zenyatta, but she never ran here, so that could be problematic. Maybe Rachel, who ran here. That would probably be where I would go. Rachel Alexandra.
And he a terrific, talented painter. Former jockey as well.
Yeah, he rode, and he turned to painting. So it's amazing, you know, you have this kind of talent, right? Be able to ride horses, but then to be able to paint them. And he's done some great paintings. He did all the top 10 riders in New York one year, and it was in the hallways at Belmont and everything. And my son Joe got me the original for Christmas one year.
Awesome. Regular Renaissance man, Maggie.
He really is, and that is truly one of the Saratoga fixtures, seeing Nick doing his pictures, or paintings, I should say, live, and he very sweetly included me in one of those paddock scenes one time and gave me a mug. So I have coffee out of that mug quite regularly, and good thing he didn't paint the front of me, it was just the backside, so I blended nicely with the scenery. Number 6, hello, Newman. Anybody loving Seinfeld? Good Seinfeld reference, but also it's the owner's last name, so it fit nicely. And Hello Newman did run well in defeat, I thought, last time out behind your favorite Coach Case, in which he was just running spottily. He broke running, then he got headstrong, then he was steady back, then he launched a really wide bid around the second turn, and he stayed on just whilst being green, taking a while to switch leads, lugging in, then straightening out, and leveling off when the race was virtually over. I just thought he didn't look that strong that day, nor was the light bulb on. He just wasn't totally clued in. A lot stronger today, more well-developed in his hind end, and just more on it. So I do appreciate that, and he is a big price at 17-1.
I want him to win. I want him to win clear, just so I could hear what Frank Miramati does with Hello Newman in that scenario.
That would be pretty cool.
Lots of roots.
17-1, Hello Newman. Favored, though, Coach Case for Miguel Clement, 2-1 at post. Tyne, any final thoughts as they move into line?
I like Coach Case quite a bit. If he can work out a good trip, he's the horse to beat.
I think the 1 is very interesting at 9-2, but like I said, I'll be rooting with my heart for the 4, Coach Case.
Hello, Frank Miramati with the call. Race 10, live on Fox Sports 2.
Hello, Lafitte. Sir Lawrence going in. Just a couple more left to load. Hello Newman in the orange colors. And Blue Pill will be the last one to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Coach Case had a very smooth start. So did Hello Newman. And here's the gray Mo 88 rushing up on the outside with debut speed to vie for the lead as they move into the first turn. English Castle has cut the corner on the inside and is up now to take command. It's English Castle in front. Shake It for the Bird moves into second, and down on the inside, Coach Case is going to get a smooth journey under Dylan Davis. He is a joint third. Racing on the outside of him is Mo 88, who puts that head into the third spot. Mission Hill is fifth. The opening quarter went in 23 seconds flat. In behind them, we have Sir Oscar racing on the inside in the pink silks. Hello Newman is racing in between horses, and Zeus Lightning is outside of that pair. Another couple of lengths back to Sir Lawrence, who's unhurried in the early going. Spirit of the Law for the Saratoga stable has a dozen lengths to make up as they move into the far turn. Blue Pill is next, and at the back of the field is the Saint. 47 seconds flat for English Castle, who's been prominent every step of the way. Shake It for the Bird prompting in second, and Mission Hill is still 3 wide in third. Coach Case, turquoise colors, waiting for some racing room along the inside fourth. He's in striking range, 3 lengths off the lead. In behind him, Sir Oscar is next as the field turns for home. It is still English Castle in front, but here comes Coach Case, pouncing and opening up as Sir Oscar moves into second. These are the two to decide it. It's Coach Case and Sir Oscar. Coach Case short lead. Sir Oscar's trying to get by, and here's Spirit of the Law with a late bid. Coach Case, Sir Oscar, Coach Case for Miguel Clement wins the finale. Sir Oscar valiant in defeat. Spirit of the Law and Mo 88.
A special moment here at Saratoga. Coach Case, first career win for trainer Miguel Clement.
Yeah, with the untimely and unfortunate passing of his dad, Christophe, Miguel has taken over the reins of the stable, and he passes the wire first here. I do believe the 4 might have come out a bit, Coach Case, without the benefit of a head-on. Hopefully that the result stands and we see Miguel get his first win as head trainer. Miguel has been groomed for this. He's worked his way to be up to the point where he was his dad's top assistant, and a very emotional and well-deserved victory if it stands.
Yeah, I mean, I can only imagine. Like you said, he's been well groomed for this. It's been something that is, I'm sure at some point he thought he would have his first win as a trainer. I'd imagine he didn't think it would come in this fashion. I would imagine this means a lot to him, to Acacia, his wife, and the family as well, just to see, you know, the trainer named Clement winning another race here at Saratoga.
The racing world processing the loss of legendary trainer Christophe Clement. Miguel processing the loss of his father, shouldering this massive responsibility as the trainer running the operation, this wave of emotion, and a first ever career win as a trainer. There he is, live look, Miguel Clement, first win as a trainer, and for it to happen here at Saratoga.
Yeah, it seems very fitting. I know personally I'm a little emotional right now and moved. I watched Miguel grow up. He's been very good friends with my son Joseph since they were 3 years old. The first time they met, Miguel actually kicked Joey in the shin behind the barn here in Saratoga. But they've been very good friends. And you can feel there's Valerie Clement, Christophe's wife, next to her son Miguel. And one thing about Miguel, he's total professional, got an incredible work ethic, and he's got a great support system around him, not just his mom, but Acacia as well, our friend and colleague, Acacia Clement. So as tough as these moments are, he does have great support around him.
Hard to put into context or try to describe just how challenging this must be while processing the loss of a father, and still trying to focus on your job. Maybe that helps as a distraction. I don't know, but what this week must have been like, attending his father's funeral just the day before yesterday, and it's for this industry, for this moment, for him, will be long remembered here at Saratoga, as much as Christophe Clement is missed, and Miguel Clement now with his first career win as a trainer, and he's live with Maggie.
As it's official. Fantastic. It's official. You win your first race as a trainer. Congratulations, Miguel.
Thank you very much, Maggie.
And surrounded by family, and I truly feel like your dad is here with us as well.
Yeah, it's been a long week. You've been very proud, but the stable's done great, and very thankful to all the owners and the whole team, to be honest.
And just to get this win on the cusp of what could be a phenomenal week for you has to just feel like, Yeah,
I agree, but listen, the horse has been running well, and just keep going forward, and just take it one day at a time personally, and the stable has got my back, and they're doing a brilliant job, so just keep going forward.
Keep doing your thing. Congratulations, and we're all rooting you home.
Thank you very much.
Miguel, come on, guys.
Sentimental moment here As Coach Case graduates in his second career start for trainer Christophe Clement. You touched on it briefly, Richie. You have a unique perspective. The embrace there between Dylan Davis and Miguel Clement. A unique perspective in how long you've known Miguel, his relationship with your son Joseph that you referenced, still very close friends. But what else should our viewers know about Miguel?
Is his commitment to the game and the well-being of his horses. That's the thing. You're going through this grieving process, and at the same time, you have a stable full of horses that need to be cared for, and you have to oversee that. And that never changes. That's constant. Christmas morning, people are there taking care of horses. But that Miguel has been groomed for this basically his whole life, and his love and passion of the game has been evident. The conversations, listening to my son and Miguel, they're the same age, at 5, 6 years old, and their opinions and their thoughts about the game. And this was not handed to him. He went through the Darley Flying Start program. His father made him work his way up through the ranks in the barn. He was not just ceded control of the stable. He earned it.
We're saying goodbye very shortly, but quickly, could you how is he in terms of his training approach, his methods? How similar, how different from his father?
Well, it's interesting because he's always had the second division of horses here in Saratoga in the spring and the fall, and he's always been very good at getting young horses prepared to win first time out and showing good gate speed. And that's a departure from his dad, who always wants him a little bit more settled and covered up and closing. Miguel's got a little bit more of a modern approach, incorporating all of his dad's old school skills.
And for his first win to happen here at Saratoga, where his father had so much success over the years, so many big wins, and a big weekend on tap with stakes runners in Grade 1 events, this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Miguel Clement, first win as a trainer here at Saratoga. Thanks so much for joining us on America's Day at the Races. What a day. The New York Showcase Day, celebration of the New York breds, the stakes races, the upsets, the exciting finishes. Add it all up, it lines up in a Pick 6 carryover for tomorrow's program. We'll be right back at it, 12:30, getting closer and closer to the third and final jewel of the Triple Crown Belmont Stakes Week at Saratoga. We'll see you tomorrow.